Chapter 443. Space. No, this is Space-Time Force. The long-faced Emperor Realm Master only felt the space in front of him distort, and Qin Yu's figure immediately overlapped. The giant pole that was smashing down from the sky couldn't lock onto Qin Yu at this moment. Array, gather! 9. Serenity's Purgatory. Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. The moment the space-time extermination array was activated, he used his Dragon Race divine ability. The space-time extermination array also suddenly whirled, as if it had turned into a vortex of murderous intent. Evil Spirit Divine Force. The long-faced Emperor Realm Master's face changed drastically as his vision was taken away, and an ominous feeling arose in his heart. Immediately, he attacked with all his might. Evil runes spread all over his body, and waves of Evil Spirit Divine Force burned wildly like flames. The long stick that had taken the form of a giant mountain immediately turned into countless stick shadows and smashed out in all directions. Every strike contained an incomparably terrifying power. In the void, pitch-black holes appeared clearly. These holes were caused by the space that couldn't bear the power of the pole. The space-time extermination array and 9 Serenity's Purgatory were on the verge of collapse from the pole shadows that filled the sky, and cracks were everywhere. The long-faced Emperor Realm Master was on his guard. He wasn't caught off guard like the Emperor Realm Master, who was killed by Qin Yu in a single blow. Heavenly Stellar Divine Light. Ancient divine force surged, and Qin Yu's aura skyrocketed again. A ray of starlight appeared between his eyebrows. A faint starlight flashed in the void. The pole smashed down on the long-faced Emperor Realm Master, and the barrier around him was broken by the starlight. A bloody hole appeared on his body, and his aura immediately became chaotic and weak. Then murderous intent like a roaring river rushed in with the heavenly stellar divine light. Puqi, the long-faced Emperor Realm Master, who was already severely injured by the heavenly stellar divine light, was attacked by the space-time extermination array. His body shook violently, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth. Seal. The sealing divine light flickered, and the long-faced Emperor Realm Master was directly sealed by Qin Yu before his Emperor's soul could leave his body. At this point, the 2 Emperor Realm Masters of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were suppressed by Qin Yu. Rumble! Earth-shattering explosions could be heard from the black demon array that spanned 1,000 miles. Vaguely, the shadow of a huge dragon appeared. In the black demon array, the dragon soul, the purple lightning divine dragon, and the skeleton ghost king had joined forces to fight the 50 martial emperors. Among the 3, the dragon soul and the purple lightning divine dragon had the strength to suppress a top martial emperor. Although the skeleton ghost king's strength was a bit weaker, it was still a rank 8 martial emperor. With the help of the barbarian god emperor's puppet body, the skeleton ghost king did not lose. The 3 of them worked together to stop the 50 martial emperors from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Qin Yu's figure flashed, spear in hand, and immediately rushed into the black demon array. With Qin Yu's help, this fierce battle that was originally evenly matched immediately became a one-sided slaughter. At this point, Sun Shiyu, Shi Jingtian, and the rest of the younger generation of the Sky Imperial Palace were already far away from the battlefield. Sun Shiyu, who was the fastest, had already fled 10,000 miles away. Even so, it was still a long way to go to get out of the Jiao Sung martial world. A martial world was so big that it was difficult for a martial emperor to escape in a short time. Xiao. At this moment, Sun Shiyu's expression did not change, but a sharp and ear-piercing sound rang in her ears. Sun Shiyu knew that it was a sound that could only be heard when one's speed was too fast. Only an Emperor Realm Master could have such speed. and there was no Emperor Realm Master from the Sky Imperial Palace in the Jiuzhang martial world. Thinking of this, Sun Shiyu immediately used her secret technique. With a flash of divine light, she used the War Emperor transformation. A pair of golden wings grew on her back, and her speed was obviously faster by half. Eldest young lady, a voice that Sun Shiyu was familiar with suddenly came from the direction of her speed. Sun Shiyu was slightly startled. Looking back, she saw a figure in a green robe appear. Elder Ho? Seeing the green-robed man, Sun Shiyu could not help but slow down. She recognized that the green-robed man was an Emperor Realm Elder who was a descendant of a general. Sun Shiyu was ecstatic. Although Elder Ho was not a high-level Emperor Realm Elder in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he was still a third-grade Emperor Realm Master. With his strength, he could definitely deal with the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Even if he could not, he could successfully bring Qin Yu out. No, this aura, but just when the green-robed man was only a few thousand feet away from her, Sun Shiyu's face suddenly turned pale. She perceived a somewhat familiar fluctuation from the green-robed man. It was the demon chi of the extraterritorial demon race that she had encountered in the sacred sky peak. Xiao. Without any hesitation, the pale-faced Su Shiyu immediately turned into a ray of light and fled. You found it. The green-robed man sneered. Monstrous demon chi appeared and turned into a giant demon chi hand that blotted out the sky. It suddenly pressed down on Sun Shiyu. Secret technique, 3,000 divine curse. The giant demon chi hand covered an area of 1,000 miles, and Sun Shiyu had no room to escape. But Sun Shiyu did not give up just like that. An abnormal flush appeared on her pale face. Her blood boiled as the bloodline of the three emperors in her body exploded. Divine curses that were visible to the naked eye exploded and appeared on her body. They were like fireflies that scattered around her. Immortal Stone Emperor Seal. Heaven's War Emperor Transformation. Sun Shiyu's hands moved as she roared. The divine force that filled the sky gathered and turned into two ancient seals. One of them soared into the sky and rushed towards the giant demonic hand that was slapping down. The other enveloped her and protected her. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The ancient seal that flew into the sky trembled violently. Cracks spread out and then exploded, turning into countless divine curses that splattered in all directions. Sun Shiyu's body trembled, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. The 3,000 divine curse was refined by Sun Gushing's path power and the divine force of the three emperors. But in front of the real emperor path power, its power was still too weak. Then, the immortal stone emperor seal was also shattered. Sun Shiyu was seriously injured, and her aura was weak. Swish! The green-robed man made his move. A stream of demon chi appeared and sealed Sun Shiyu. Although Sun Shiyu had the power to fight enemies above her level, she was still not strong enough in front of a real Emperor Realm Master. After sealing Sun Shiyu, the green-robed man flew toward a certain direction in the 9-grain martial world. Not long after, he appeared on top of a lone peak. On top of that lone peak, Shi Jingtian and the others who had scattered and escaped were also caught. In addition to the younger generation of Heavenly Imperial Palace, there were more than a dozen powerful cultivators, but the aura on their bodies was that of the demon race. Sir, seeing the arrival of the green-robed man, the demon race immediately bowed. You haven't caught everyone yet? The green-robed man threw Sun Shiyu over and swept his gaze over Shi Jingtian and the others. There were still more than a dozen people that had not been caught. Chapter 444. There's nothing we can do about it. Who knew that the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty would be so useless? A half-step emperor, realm demon master replied. They informed the sacrificial evil god dynasty that Sun Shiyu and the others would come to the Nine-Song martial world, just in case the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the others didn't believe him. He had prepared a backup plan. However, it was fortunate that he had prepared for both eventualities. The sacrificial evil god dynasty had sent 2 emperor realm masters and several dozen martial emperors. However, he was stopped by someone from the Sky Emperor Palace. This unforeseen event had greatly exceeded their expectations, causing their reactions to be slow. Shinfeng, how's the situation over there? The green-robed elder raised his eyebrows and asked. There are people watching them all the time. If so many people can't even catch a martial emperor, how could they not? The entire sacrificial evil god dynasty should really commit suicide. The extraterritorial devil smiled, not worried at all. After all, there were 2 emperor realm masters in sacrificial evil god dynasty. That's true. The green-robed man nodded slightly. It probably won't be long before the upper echelons of the heavenly imperial palace react. They'll immediately capture everyone and send them to the worshipping evil court. Shortly after, the green-clothed man looked at Sun Shiyu and Shi Jingtian. As long as Sun Shiyu and the others died in the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the heavenly imperial palace would definitely go crazy. My lord, if the sacrificial evil god court doesn't kill them, then they will be killed. Instead, we will use them to negotiate with Sky Emperor Palace. What should we do then? The extraterritorial devilish being asked after nodding. Hee, as long as the sacrificial evil godly dynasty accepts them, they won't care when they die. A cold smile appeared on the face of the azure-robed man. For this operation, they had prepared for hundreds of years. Although there were many unforeseen events and disturbances during this period, these matters were naturally taken care of in all aspects. Crack! The extraterritorial devil was about to say something when a faint, cracking sound came from his body. The foreign realm devil's expression changed slightly when he heard the cracking sound. He waved his right hand, and a spirit jade appeared. The originally sparkling and translucent spiritual jade had already lost all of its spirituality, and cracks were all over its surface. This is the extraterritorial devil's expression changed. Did something happen in the sacrificial evil god dynasty? This piece of spiritual jade contained the blood of the extraterritorial devil who had been monitoring the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Now that the spirit jade had cracked, its spirituality had dissipated. This meant that the extraterritorial devil, who was monitoring the sacrificial evil god dynasty, had died. Did someone from the sacrificial evil god dynasty find out? Monstrous killing intent appeared in the eyes of the extraterritorial devil. From the beginning to the end, the sacrificial evil godly dynasty had no idea that they were the ones behind this. If the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty found out that there were extraterritorial devils following them, they would definitely kill them. If it's the worshipping evil god dynasty, that's fine. But if it's not, the azure-robed man fell into deep thought. It's impossible for that little brat to deal with an emperor realm master, right? The xeno-race devil was stunned. He understood the intentions behind the green-clothed man's words, yet he found it hard to believe. If a martial emperor could deal with an emperor realm master, it would be a truly heaven-defying feat. Maybe I'm wrong. After thinking about it, the green-robed man was still a little worried. He took the spirit jade, examined it for a moment, and then immediately flew away. As expected, the extraterritorial devil race has also come. In the void, the dragon soul-sealed an extraterritorial devil, whose devil soul had self-ignited. This extraterritorial devil was not only good at the Tao of space, but he also had a spatial ancient treasure on him. Previously, he was hidden in the void, and even Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul did not discover him. However, after Qin Yu killed the two emperors from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, perhaps the extraterritorial devil was shocked, and he gave himself away. Originally, Qin Yu's plan was to follow this extraterritorial devil and see if he had any other plans in the Jiao-Tsang martial world. But this guy was too confident in his Tao of Space. Since he did not leave, the Dragon Soul had to take action and deal with him. Compared to the Tao of Space and Time, the Tao of Space was still too weak. It's a pity that I couldn't search his soul to find out the extraterritorial devil's plan. After Qin Yu said that, his gaze shifted from the extraterritorial devil to the skeleton ghost king. At this moment, the skeleton ghost king was absorbing the vitality of the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Last time, in the ancient god ruins, Qin Yu killed the three emperors from the sacrificial evil god dynasty and gave their vitality to the skeleton ghost king to refine. The grade of the barbarian god emperor's body was raised to the 8th grade martial emperor realm. Now, there were the vitality of these two emperors and more than 50 martial emperors. The skeleton ghost king might be able to try to break through to the emperor realm. If not, it could definitely reach the peak of the martial emperor realm. However, for the current Qin Yu, whether it was the skeleton ghost king, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, or the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon, if he could not completely break through to the emperor realm, it would not be of much help to him. At most, it would be like today, dealing with the existence of the martial emperor realm. Of course, the Dragon Soul was an exception. The current Tao of Space and Time could already be said to be a major killing move. Sometimes, Qin Yu could not help but think, if in his previous life, he could raise the cultivation of the Dragon Soul to the same level as the Emperor Realm, then would he be able to escape that time in the immortal god graveyard? Kacha-kacha! Just as Qin Yu's thoughts were flying far away, a clear sound of bones cracking could be heard. The skeleton ghost king's body, which was originally 50 feet tall, grew taller again, reaching more than 70 feet. The mysterious desolate beasts on his body became more and more clear, each of them ferocious and terrifying. An extremely terrifying aura was emitted as if an ancient beast was gradually awakening. The vitality of the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty floating around the skeleton ghost king was quickly absorbed. Half-step emperor realm. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Although the skeleton ghost king had not broken through to the emperor realm, reaching the half-step emperor realm was still somewhat beyond his expectations. At this rate, as long as the skeleton ghost king devoured one or two more emperors, he would definitely be able to break through to the emperor realm. Hey, the speed at which he absorbs vitality seems to be much faster. The Dragon Soul, which was originally looking at the skeleton ghost king with great interest, looked at the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Those people quickly turned into dried corpses and dissipated in the air with the wind. At this speed, it could no longer be said to be absorbing vitality. It could even be said to be swallowing it. This barbarian god emperor's body is quite strange. Perhaps it has awakened some divine ability. Qin Yu naturally also discovered this. However, he didn't really care about it. He just stared at the desolate beasts on the skeleton ghost king's body. After all, the stronger the skeleton ghost king became, the more benefits it would bring to him. Suddenly, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul turned their heads and looked to the east. Emperor Realm. The Dragon Soul's expression changed slightly. Demon race from the extraterritorial realm. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Not only was there a fluctuation of Tao power, but there was also the demon chi of the extraterritorial realm demon race. Shwa, shwa. The dragon soul flashed into the ancient dragon seal, while the skeleton Ghost King was stored in Qin Yu's Sumeru ring. In a battle between Emperor Realm Masters, they would be a burden if they helped directly. Not long after, a figure appeared in Qin Yu's sight. It was the azure-robed man. Chapter 445. After the azure-clothed man arrived, his gaze swept across the surrounding space before landing on Qin Yu. Judging from the fluctuations of Dao techniques in this area, there was no doubt that a great battle between Emperor Realm Masters had occurred here. As for the result of the battle, it was quite obvious from the fact that Qin Yu was safe and sound. The people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty were either killed or defeated. Of course, the azure-clothed man still felt that the latter was more likely. However, after taking a closer look at Qin Yu, the azure-clothed man couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. Qin Yu's cultivation had actually reached rank 7 Martial Emperor. This greatly shocked him. One must know that Qin Yu was only a rank 3 Martial Emperor not long ago. The azure-clothed man had been hiding in the Heavenly Imperial Palace for a long time, so he naturally knew about Qin Yu's cultivation. Exactly what kind of secret does this brat have? Just as Qin Yu had expected, the azure-clothed man was astonished after knowing his true cultivation. After the initial surprise, there was a clear change in his expression now. Even an Emperor Realm Master would be surprised to see someone at rank 3 Martial Emperor Realm jump to rank 7 Martial Emperor Realm. This had already broken the rules of the martial Dao. It couldn't be described as an opportunity. After hiding in the Heavenly Imperial Palace for more than 10 years, the azure-clothed man's understanding of Qin Yu far surpassed that of outsiders. Qin Yu was only a martial ancestor when he was in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Later on, he became a rank 3 Martial Emperor. That was already shocking, and now he had become a rank 7 Martial Emperor. There was definitely a big secret on him. Not only did he control Sun Shiyu with a demon seed, he also arranged for people to hide in the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Qin Yu looked at the azure-clothed man, who was dressed as an elder of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. He had an extremely powerful demon chi from the Heavenly Imperial Palace. It seemed that the extraterritorial demon race's plan was much longer than he had imagined. If the Heavenly Imperial Palace was like this, then the other top forces of the spiritual state and even the other 8 prefectures of the Heaven Domain were likely infiltrated by the extraterritorial demon race. No wonder the Heaven Domain's 9 prefectures didn't discover anything after the Holy Heaven's secret realm. Brat, where are the people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty? The azure-robed man stared at Qin Yu for a while before asking. Dead. Qin Yu said indifferently, dead. The corners of the green-robed man's eyes twitched, and his expression changed slightly. He didn't know if Qin Yu was telling the truth. What? Do you want to see them? If you want to see him, I can send you down. As Qin Yu spoke, azure dragon tattoos spread out from his body, and his aura skyrocketed. Peak of Martial Emperor Realm? You do have some tricks up your sleeve. Unfortunately, your cultivation is useless against me. Sensing Qin Yu's soaring cultivation, the green-clothed man narrowed his eyes and sneered. There was a huge gap between the Martial Emperor Realm and the Emperor Realm. Unless one had heaven-defying methods, it was impossible to make up for such a gap. Qin Yu's secret technique to raise one's cultivation was indeed unusual, but that was it. Whether it's useful or not, we'll only know after we fight. Qin Yu's eyes were cold. He didn't put a 3rd-grade Emperor Realm Master in his eyes. Qin Yu had killed a 3rd-grade Emperor Realm Master from the sacrificial evil god dynasty in the ancient god ruins. Although this azure-robed man's cultivation was stronger than the 3rd-grade Emperor Realm Master from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, there was a limit to it. Xiao, With a whistling sound and a flash of divine light, Qin Yu flew out with his spear in hand. The long spear pierced through the air, and a giant spear force appeared in the void, crossing the heavens and earth. Petty tricks. The azure-robed man's face was full of contempt as he flicked his finger. A dark finger force appeared and directly pierced through the giant spear force, turning it into a violent force that wreaked havoc in the void. Shua, taking advantage of this short period of time, Qin Yu had already rushed over with a flash. The moment he got close, the 9 nether purgatory covered a radius of 1,000 miles, and the mighty annihilation divine thunder swept out, accompanied by a heart-palpitating, murderous intent. Qin Yu used the 2 divine abilities of the Dragon Clan and the space-time killing array. This brat, the azure-robed man's face was full of contempt. Qin Yu's technique made his heart palpitate, and it was even dangerous. Qin Yu, he was indeed somewhat remarkable. Azura blood fiend. The azure-robed man's hands formed a seal as he shouted. A strong smell of blood burst out, and many ferocious and terrifying blood fiends appeared and wandered between heaven and earth. Those blood fiends' scarlet and bloodthirsty eyes scanned back and forth. Although the 9 nether purgatory space had taken away his vision and senses, with these blood fiends around, the purgatory space was basically a decoration. Azura Demon Clan. Qin Yu, who was approaching quickly, could not help but stop. After summoning the Azura blood fiend, the azure-robed man flicked his finger, and an ancient blood-red saber appeared in his hand. Azura blood-killing saber. As the vast sea of path power poured into the saber, the ancient blood-red saber made a crisp sound like a bloodthirsty beast. The azure-robed man turned around, and the ancient blood-red saber in his hand bloomed with a dazzling blood-red light. As he waved the blood-red saber, a sky full of saber light burst out like a storm. With the azure-robed man as the center, the area of several thousand miles was instantly filled with blood-red light. Clang, 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 clang. All the Azura blood fiends immediately swarmed in that direction. The azure-robed man smiled coldly and stepped forward, ignoring the destructive blood-red saber light and Azura blood fiends, as he appeared at the location of the intense clang. As he got closer, the azure-robed man's senses were suppressed, but he could still vaguely sense that there were fierce fluctuations coming from the center of the Azura blood fiends. Azura blood demon slash. Without hesitation, the azure-robed man attacked again, and a dazzling blood-red light filled heaven and earth. A several 100-foot-long saber light tore through the void, containing a destructive demonic power that seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Wherever the saber light passed, even the blood fiends that had gathered were directly obliterated. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of flesh and blood being cut apart, and the pitch-black heaven and earth around him seemed to be faintly unstable. This made the azure-robed man smile even more coldly. There was no doubt that the move just now had severely injured Qin Yu. No matter how many tricks he had, they were all futile in front of absolute strength. But at this moment, a familiar fluctuation appeared. The azure-robed man was slightly startled. Primordial divine power. Puchi. Suddenly, the azure-robed man's expression changed, and he immediately tried to flee. But at this moment, a beam of divine light that contained the purple lightning star suddenly pierced through his body. The azure-robed man's face paled, and he hurriedly sealed the palm-sized bloody hole on his left abdomen. Whoosh! His figure flashed several times, and he flew several thousand miles away in an instant, trying to rush out of the purgatory space. But no matter how fast he flew, he was unable to leave the 9 Hell's purgatory space. Space, no, this is space-time. The azure-robed man suddenly stopped, despair appearing on his pale face. He had already sensed that the space he was in was completely affected by space-time and had turned into a swamp cage that he could not escape from. Chapter 446. Secret Technique of the Dragon Clan, Ancient Divine Power, Space-Time Divine Ability. Who is this brat? Knowing that he couldn't escape from this dark space, the green-robed man stopped, and his eyes became resolute. He was finally sure that Qin Yu wasn't lying when he said that the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were all dead. Judging from Qin Yu's combat strength, the 2 second-grade sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god dynasty would definitely not be able to stop him. Of course, although the situation was bad, the green-robed man didn't just sit there and wait for death. His hands quickly formed a seal, and as the demon chi rolled, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. Vaguely, a huge blurry shadow appeared behind him. An aura that seemed to come from the ancient times filled the world, making all living things tremble. Forbidden technique, soul sacrifice. The green-robed man formed a seal with his hands and pointed at his glabella, a vast demon soul power sword, into the sky. The moment the soul power appeared, the huge shadow suddenly sucked and devoured all the soul power. Immediately, the originally blurry, huge, illusory figure became solid. It was a primordial Azura that was hundreds of feet tall, wearing ancient armor and holding a huge saber. Slash! The green-robed man shouted. The primordial Azura's hands moved, and the huge saber suddenly slashed in the air. With a ripping sound, the void was torn apart like a piece of cloth, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The 9 serene purgatory was directly torn to pieces by the saber. The divine sky world, extinguishing thunder, and the destructive killing intent that filled it were directly annihilated. After using the forbidden technique to summon the primordial Azura, the green-robed man's cultivation had reached the 4th grade sovereign realm. Although his cultivation had only increased by 1 realm, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. I will sink you into the demon sea forever, and you will never be free. The 9 serene purgatory was shattered, and Qin Yu's figure appeared in front of the green-robed man. The green-robed man, whose aura was obviously weakened because he had used his soul power, stared at Qin Yu with a vicious and ferocious gaze. His gaze was as if he couldn't wait to tear Qin Yu into pieces. Although the soul sacrifice art could greatly increase one's cultivation in a short period of time, the after effects would also cause one's vitality to be greatly damaged. This naturally caused the green-clothed man to be flustered and exasperated, and his killing intent surged. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu merely laughed softly. His calm and ordinary gaze looked at the green-clothed man as if he was looking at a dead man. Puchi, the green-robed man's gaze became even more sinister. His hand seals changed again, and the sound of flesh being torn apart could be heard. The green-robed man's eyes bulged as he slowly lowered his head. At his waist, a pitch-black fissure that was 10 feet wide appeared, cutting him in half. How could this be? Blood flowed from the corner of the green-robed man's mouth. He was in disbelief. As an Emperor Realm Master, although he had not comprehended the space-time technique, he was still very sensitive to spatial fluctuations. However, he hadn't realized what had happened until the spatial rift had cut him in half. This kind of spatial secret technique was simply beyond his imagination. More importantly, the spatial power was so strong that even the ancient Shura he summoned could not resist it and was instantly torn apart. Such power was not something a martial emperor could control. Puchi! However, before the green-robed man could react, pitch-black spatial rifts appeared one after another. In an instant, the green-robed man was directly cut into several pieces, and his demonic soul was sealed by the divine light seal. The huge ancient Shura let out an earth-shattering roar and gradually dissipated between heaven and earth. This guy really dug his own grave. With a flash of light, the dragon's soul came out of the ancient seal of the divine dragon. Originally, the green-robed man's cultivation had been increased to that of a fourth-grade Emperor Realm Master. Even if the dragon soul had a deeper understanding of the space-time technique, it should not have been able to kill him so easily. However, the ancient Shura's attack had cut through the void, stirring up the spatial fluctuations of heaven and earth. This not only provided the dragon soul with an excellent cover for its space-splitting divine ability, but also increased its power by more than several times. One must know that in the fog sea in the ancient god Relic, the spatial power of the ancient god Relic, the dragon soul had guided the spatial power of the entire fog sea, and it was able to fight against the two top Emperor Realm ancient demons. With a thought, Qin Yu immediately searched the green-robed man's demonic soul. The result of the soul search made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows slightly. The green-robed man's demonic soul's memories regarding the extraterritorial demon race's plan had been completely sealed. This should be the extraterritorial demon race's plan. In order to prevent the news from leaking, they had arranged for him to infiltrate the heavenly imperial palace. If the seal was forcibly broken, the green-robed man's demonic soul would explode. However, although he did not know the entire plan of the extraterritorial demon race, Qin Yu had obtained a useful piece of information. That was the news that Sun Shiyu and the other younger generation of the heavenly imperial palace had not been able to escape and had been captured. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu threw the green-robed man's emperor body to the skeleton ghost king and flew away into the void. The direction he was flying in was the direction that the green-robed man had come from. At this moment, on the lonely peak, you should have caught everyone, right? A burly old man in a black robe asked indifferently as he threw down a genius of the heavenly imperial palace. Yes, I've caught all of them. None of them have escaped. The half-step emperor realm demon race replied respectfully. Send a message to Tian Ken and tell him to make preparations at the worshipping evil god dynasty. When Ming Xiu returns, we will go to the worshipping evil god dynasty. The black-robed old man ordered indifferently and sat down cross-legged to meditate. The other extraterritorial demon race also made preparations to seal Sun Shiyu and the others. Just like that, they waited for about half an hour. The black-robed old man, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and raised his eyebrows slightly. Strange. Why hasn't Ming Xiu returned after so long? The black-robed old man muttered to himself. Is the person Ming Xiu went to deal with really just a martial emperor? After waiting for a while, the black-robed old man turned his head and asked the half-step emperor realm demon race. Yes, the heavenly imperial palace did not send an emperor realm master this time. The extraterritorial demon race nodded. What is he doing? Why is he taking so long to deal with a martial emperor? The black-robed old man stood up and was very dissatisfied. Let's not wait for him. Tian Ken should have already started. Let's go to the worshipping evil god dynasty first. The black-robed old man immediately ordered and prepared to leave. Boom, boom, boom. But at that moment, huge pillars of spirit inscriptions shot up into the sky from the surroundings of the lone peak. They turned into a giant array that covered the sky and covered the entire lone peak. Who is it? The black-robed old man, who was about to leave, was shocked. Demonic chi surged out of his body and swept out. The other extraterritorial demon race were also shocked and vigilant. Rumble! The instant the giant formation appeared, a vast sea of purple lightning suddenly appeared and engulfed the entire space of the mountain. Apart from the black-robed old man, The rest of the extraterritorial demon race, including the half-step Emperor Realm Master, were all struck by the purple lightning. At this moment, they were all attacked by the destructive purple lightning, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Chapter 447. Whoosh! Just as the situation on the mountain became chaotic, a white light flashed through the purple lightning. Vaguely, a tricolored light appeared before disappearing in an instant. "Get lost!" The black-robed elder's face darkened, and he waved his sleeve. A terrifying demonic aura swept out like a tornado, shattering all the purple lightning in its path. Crack! It was so much so that cracks began to appear on the giant formation that blotted out the sky as a result of the intense impact. The black-robed elder's expression changed slightly as he looked around. Su Shiyu and the other younger generation members of Sky Emperor Palace, who had been sealed, had disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. What's going on? The extraterritorial demons reacted and immediately sealed off the entire mountain. However, no one noticed even half a shadow of him. "Come out!" Suddenly, the black-robed elder seemed to have sensed something and stomped on the ground with his right foot. An invisible but terrifying force blasted into the depths of the ground like a giant dragon. Rumble! The mountainside of the lone peak suddenly exploded. Along with the splattering of earth and rocks, the entire mountain collapsed. A figure was blasted out of the dust-filled explosion. That man was none other than Qinyu. Qinyu's original goal was to save Sun Shiyu and the others before leaving. However, the black-robed elder's perception was far more sensitive than he had expected, and he was intercepted halfway. Whoosh! Whoosh! That black-gowned old man had also arrived in the air. His gaze was ice-cold and indifferent as he stared at Qinyu. "This kid is Shenfeng from Sky Emperor Palace." An extremely shocked cry sounded. The half-step sovereign, realm demon, recognized Qinyu. "He's the one Ming Xiu went to catch." The black-robed elder's eyes flashed. "Yes, he's the one who blocked the two sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god dynasty by himself." The half-step sovereign, realm venerable, looked at Qinyu in surprise and doubt. First, it was the two sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and now it was the sovereigns of the Azura demon clan. Could it be that Qinyu's luck was so good that he managed to escape two groups of venerable sovereigns? "Take him down." The black-robed old man didn't waste his breath and immediately gave the order. As long as they captured Qinyu, they would naturally know everything. Furthermore, the disappearance of the Sky Emperor Palace and the others must have something to do with Qinyu. No matter what, they could not let Qinyu off. Immediately, those martial emperors of the extraterritorial demon tribe charged toward Qinyu with vast demonic power. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Divine light bloomed from Qinyu's body. Numerous divine light incarnations appeared and faced the extraterrestrial devils head-on. "Catch him." A few top martial emperors saw through Qinyu's disguise and immediately surrounded Qinyu. "Qila!" Qinyu sneered. The divine light in his right hand transformed, and the demon's slaughtering sword appeared. The blood-red sword light streaked across the sky like a meteor. The few extraterritorial devil clansmen with extraordinary might charged forward. Before they could react, the blood-red sword ray pierced through their foreheads, and their demon souls were annihilated. This brat, the black-robed old man, who was originally indifferently watching the battle, had a change in expression. He looked at Qin, used seriously. With his cultivation of a 7th-grade martial emperor, he had used a secret technique to kill several top martial emperors in an instant. With such strength, he could be considered invincible among martial emperors of the same realm. The strength of an emperor realm master the half-step Emperor Realm Master was even more shocked. He couldn't hide his shock. Qin Yu's strength made even his heart palpitate. Only an Emperor Realm Master could kill a top martial emperor with a wave of his hand. Could it be that Qin Yu didn't escape from the hands of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and Sir Mingxiu? But thinking of this, the half-step Emperor Realm Master felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to step forward. Pu-pu-pu. In a short moment, 5 more of the extraterritorial demons were killed. The remaining extraterritorial demons were also suppressed by the Divine Light Incarnation. With Qin Yu's current strength, the Divine Light Incarnation he condensed was comparable to a top martial emperor. Brat! The black-robed old man couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted angrily and rushed out with monstrous killing intent. Seeing this, the half-step Emperor Realm Master couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lord Gu Ming's strength was a level higher than Lord Mingxiu's. If Sir Gu Ming personally took action, Qin Yu wouldn't be able to do anything, no matter how strong he was. Qin Yu wasn't afraid at all. All of the Divine Light Incarnations returned to his body. His aura rose sharply as he rushed forward with his sword. Die! Seeing this, the black-robed old man's killing intent became even stronger. He sent out a palm strike, and a vast amount of demon chi condensed into 100-meter-tall ancient steel. Under the pressure of the ancient tablet, even the entire space was about to explode. Break! Qin Yu's gaze was as sharp as a sword. It was so deep that it made people panic. Azure dragon marks flickered in his flesh and blood, seeping into his limbs and bones. Black dragon scales appeared on his skin and covered his entire body. Azure dragon battle, the heavens, and 9 nether purgatory were pushed to their limits at this moment. Immediately after, the space-time extermination array, divine firmament world extinguishing thunder, and heavenly stellar divine light were all displayed. The 100-meter-tall ancient steel was immediately shattered. A violent destructive force swept out like a hurricane. The extraterritorial demons at the martial Emperor realm were sent flying, their injuries not light. This brat, seeing this scene, the half-step Emperor Realm Master's face completely stiffened. Dragon Race's secret technique, space-time force, shock flashed in the black-robed old man's eyes. Qin Yu was actually able to break through the gap between the martial Emperor realm and the Emperor realm. This kind of combat strength could be said to be heaven-defying. Demon body unseal. Seeing Qin Yu rush over again, the black-robed old man also attacked with his full strength. Demon marks covered his body, and the sealed demon origin chi was unsealed. His aura skyrocketed rapidly. Although doing so might alert the spiritual state's top emperors to the demon origin chi, he could not care less. However, he couldn't care less about that now. Qin Yu's techniques were enough to make him become serious. God-suppressing seal. The black-robed old man formed a seal with his hands, and an ancient and mysterious demon seal appeared above his head. Although this demon seal was 100 meters tall, its power was dozens of times stronger than the 100-meter-tall ancient steel. Peak 4th grade Emperor realm. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. Compared to the azure-robed man, the black-robed old man's strength was not just a little bit stronger. Without hesitation, a divine mark appeared on Qin Yu's palm, and a vast and terrifying ancient divine force emerged. With a slash of his sword, the 100-meter-tall ancient seal was cut in half. Ancient divine force. The black-robed old man could not help but be stunned. Never had he expected for Qin Yu to possess such a boundless amount of ancient era's divine energy. No wonder Qin Yu's strength was heaven-defying, even though his cultivation was not strong. But immediately, a strange smile appeared on the black-robed old man's face. Seeing Qin Yu use the ancient divine force to increase his strength. He was quite happy. Good, I'll use you as a test. After a strange smile, the black-robed old man formed a seal with his hands. An ancient and mysterious mark appeared between his eyebrows. Qin Yu's expression froze when he saw this. That's the divine mark? Chapter 448. That's the divine power imprint. Qin Yu's expression froze as he looked at the black-robed elder in a daze. The ancient imprint between the black-robed elder's eyebrows was exactly the same as the divine power imprint on his palm. He also has a divine power imprint. Doesn't that mean that he can also suppress the ancient gods? The dragon soul also exclaimed in shock. The reason why Qin Yu could suppress the ancient heavenly Peng in the ancient god ruins was because of the divine power imprint. The divine power contained in the ancient divine power imprint far surpassed that of an ordinary ancient god. The power of the two could even be said to be on a completely different level. Divine power altar, divine power imprint, god ruins. In Qin Yu's mind, the messy information in the past had become increasingly clear and connected into a single line. His divine power imprint was obtained from the divine power altar left behind by the extraterritorial demon race in the four black tortoise world. Qin Yu had always thought that the extraterritorial demon race invaded the four black tortoise world to destroy the world junction. But now it seemed that he had misunderstood. Putting everything else aside, there was one thing that Qin Yu was certain of. The extraterritorial demon race must have obtained the ancient divine power in the divine power altar from the god ruins in the spirit state. Therefore, the extraterritorial demon race's true goal was to withdraw from the four black tortoise world. Moreover, they had to use the heaven and earth spiritual chi in the four black tortoise world to assist the divine power altar in refining divine power crystals. After refining the refined divine power crystals, they could form divine power imprints. And divine power imprints could suppress the divine power of other ancient gods. In that case, the extraterritorial demon race's goal in making the 8 prefectures of the heaven realm appear in the ancient god ruins. Could it be? The corner of Qin Yu's eye twitched. An extremely frightening thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that the extraterritorial demon race has a way to control or restrain the ancient divine power of others? The dragon soul also thought of this and exclaimed in disbelief. The current turmoil in the heaven realm was because the ancient divine power could fuse with true essence. Because of this, countless forces were destroyed, countless cultivators lost their lives, and countless lives were lost. Once the extraterritorial devil race was truly able to control the ancient divine power that had fused with true Yuan, the extraterritorial devil race would be able to do so. That would be a disaster for the heavenly domain martial artists. Of course, whether this situation was real or not still had to be confirmed. Just as Qin Yu and the dragon soul were thinking, the black-robed old man made his move. He smiled sinisterly and pointed his finger at the air. Streaks of godly power pierced through the air. With a thought, Qin Yu resisted with his majestic divine power. Puff, puff. When the two collided, the black-robed old man's finger energy directly pierced through Qin Yu's primordial god power. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. The primordial divine power that he had unleashed earlier was just a simple primordial divine power. It was not the divine power that had been refined by the primordial heavenly Peng. The situation was just as he had expected. The black-robed old man's ancient divine power was sufficient to crush ordinary divine power. I want to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. The black-robed old man sneered, sweeping up a terrifying divine power, and pounced towards Qin Yu. Hee, do you really think you have me? Qin Yu chuckles. Without the slightest bit of fear, he charges straight ahead. But just as the two were about to meet, a sharp whistling sound came from Qin Yu's body. This is The black-robed old man seemed to have sensed something and looked over. He immediately discovered that the primordial divine power around Qin Yu had transformed into a lifelike primordial heavenly Peng. The primordial heavenly Peng's cold and indifferent eyes stared at the black-robed old man. The primordial heavenly Peng's spirit? Why would it be with him? The black-robed old man's expression changed as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the primordial god relic, in the spiritual state, the primordial demon clan's operation failed, causing the primordial heavenly Peng's spirit to be snatched away. The black-robed old man had heard of this matter, but he did not expect that the primordial heavenly Peng's spirit would be with Qin Yu. Could Qin Yu be the mysterious person who snatched the primordial heavenly Peng from the primordial demon clan? Die! Qin Yu ignored the black-robed old man's shock. The demon-slaying sword dispersed, and the god-slaying sword appeared, emitting a monstrous killing intent. The primordial heavenly Peng's spirit, the god-slaying sword, it's really him. The black-robed old man's expression changed again. Then, something that Qin Yu did not expect happened. After the black-robed old man saw the primordial heavenly Peng and the god-slaying sword, he did not hesitate and immediately turned to flee. A peak grade 4 Emperor Realm Master wanted to flee. Under normal circumstances, even a grade 5 Emperor Realm Master would not be able to stop him. But Qin Yu was already prepared. The primordial heavenly Peng's spirit and the god-slaying sword could not be known by the extraterritorial demon clans for the time being. Otherwise, the primordial demon clan and the extraterritorial demon clan's powerhouses would definitely target him. So, when Qin Yu summoned the primordial heavenly Peng and the god-slaying sword, he had already made a secret move. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black-robed old man had just flashed when countless mysterious ancient runes appeared in the void. The power of space and time spread out and covered the entire sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, 3 rays of light flickered on Qin Yu's body. The dragon soul, the purple thunder divine firmament dragon, and the skeleton ghost king, who was in seclusion, all came out. Don't leave a single one of the demon clan alive. Qin Yu said coldly. He controlled the primordial heavenly Peng and charged toward the black-robed old man who was affected by the power of space and time. That terrifying killing intent seemed to be able to destroy this part of the world. The dragon soul and the other 2 immediately charged toward the other extraterritorial demon clans. A fierce battle broke out. Divine ape chaotic sky. The black-robed old man knew that he was in a bad situation and did not flee. Divine power surged from his body and condensed into a giant divine ape. The divine ape roared and pounced with majestic aura. Its giant fist smashed down like a meteor, causing the void to tremble. The primordial heavenly Peng screeched, and its claws shone with a cold and sharp light. It tore through the void and fought the divine ape. The 2 primordial gods fought in the void, and violent primordial divine power wreaked havoc. The lone peak that collapsed from the mountainside immediately turned into dust and dissipated. Slash! Qin Yu's figure flashed as he slashed out with the god-slaying sword. Streaks of sharp sword light locked onto the black-robed old man. Break! The black-robed old man roared angrily. His primordial divine power, mixed with the demon chi of the extraterritorial realm, burst out. The 2 of them also engaged in a fierce battle. The primordial heavenly Peng's divine power was refined and enhanced by the divine power imprint. Its power was so strong that it directly suppressed the black-robed old man's divine power. The black-robed old man's divine power imprint was also very powerful, but it was still unable to resist the primordial divine power that Qin Yu was using. I overestimated him. However, after a while, the black-robed old man gradually calmed down. With the primordial heavenly Peng's divine power and the god-slaying sword, Qin Yu's strength was indeed enough to kill an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. However, he was no ordinary Emperor Realm Master. His current battle strength was infinitely close to the 5th grade Emperor Realm. Although he could not do anything to Qin Yu, it was also impossible for Qin Yu to kill him. Chapter 449. The black-robed old man had fled immediately. It was because he saw that Qin Yu had snatched the primordial heavenly rock spirit and the Godslayer sword. Therefore, he assumed that Qin Yu had the battle prowess of the 2 primordial demon clans' top sovereigns. But now, it seemed that Qin Yu had other reasons for obtaining the primordial heavenly rock spirit and the Godslayer sword. If that was the case, there was no need for him to escape. The primordial heavenly rock spirit and the Godslayer sword were very important to the extraterritorial demon clan's plan. Since he had encountered them this time, he naturally could not let them go. The Sky Emperor Palace would not be able to react to the Jiao Tsang martial world for a while. But he had already sent a message that the extraterritorial demon clan hiding in the sacrificial evil god dynasty would soon come to help. When the 3 of them joined forces, no matter how strong Qin Yu was, he would have to die here. It's time to end this. He noticed that the extraterritorial demon clan had been killed by the dragon clan, the Purple Thunder Divine Firmament Dragon, and the Skeleton Ghost King. After Qin Yu sent the black-robed old man flying with his sword, he did not attack again. He stood in the void, with his sword in hand. However, specks of light were emerging from the pores all over his body, which was covered in pitch-black dragon scales. What secret technique is that? At this moment, the black-robed old man, who had originally calmed down, felt his hair stand on end, and his body turned cold. An unprecedented sense of danger appeared in his heart, and even made him feel like he was about to die. Divine power into the body, transform into a heavenly demon. The black-robed old man, who had a grave expression, immediately changed his hand seals and shouted. Immediately, the divine power imprint between his eyebrows exploded. In the next moment, the vast, ancient divine power merged into his body and merged with his flesh and bones. Crack! Crack! The black-robed old man's face was hideous, as if he was enduring great pain. A clear bone cracking sound came from his body, and his physique kept growing. A soul-shaking demonic aura spread out, crushing the world. Die! The black-robed old man's voice was hoarse like a beast's roar. The black-robed old man, with a ferocious face and crimson eyes, punched towards Qin Yu with his huge fist. The violent and destructive fist energy tore through the air and arrived in front of Qin Yu at an extremely fast speed. Bang! But at this moment, a beam of white light flashed past like a shooting star. The destructive fist force that was about to attack Qin Yu was directly penetrated and then annihilated. Pucci, before the black-robed old man could react, a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. That beam of white light had directly pierced through the black-robed old man's forehead and destroyed his devil soul. It was none other than the immortal sacrifice forbidden technique. Qin Yu had not used this forbidden technique for a long time. However, compared to before, its might had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. The black-robed old man's state just now was probably comparable to a fifth-order emperor realm master. However, even with such a level of cultivation, he was still killed by the immortal sacrifice art. From this, one could see how powerful the immortal sacrifice art was. Qi La, on the Dragon Soul's side, the Skeleton Ghost King tore the half-step sovereign realm master to shreds. The battle was over. Let's go. After the Skeleton Ghost King swallowed all the blood chi of the extraterritorial demon race into its body, without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yu immediately flew away. He still did not know what kind of deployment the extraterritorial demon race had in the Jiao martial world. So at this time, it was better to leave first. Qin Yu's current combat strength could kill an Emperor Realm Master. But there was no need to fight with the extraterritorial demon race, lest the ancient heavenly Peng and the god-slaying sword be exposed. Xiao! Xiao! Not long after Qin Yu left, two silhouettes rushed over from the distant horizon as fast as ghosts. In a few breaths, the two figures appeared in the void where Qin Yu and the black-robed old man had fought. These two people were both wearing the attire of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. One was tall and thin, with ordinary facial features, but his cultivation was quite strong, reaching the Fourth Order Emperor realm. The other held an ancient sword in his hand, and his sword chi surged. His cultivation was not weak, reaching the Third Order Emperor realm. The ordinary-looking Emperor Realm Master swept his gaze across the void and moved his right hand. Some bone powder floated up from the rubble of the lone peak that had turned into ruins. These are the bones of the ancient Ming. The ordinary-looking Emperor Realm Master's face turned ugly after sensing them. Since the bones had turned into bone powder, there was no need to say what happened to them. Sure enough, they were all killed. The Emperor Realm Master frowned slightly. Could it be that Ming Xiu was discovered by Heavenly Emperor Palace? With the strength of the ancient Ming, if they went all out, they would not be able to escape unless they were absolutely surrounded. Otherwise, if they wanted to escape, even 2 or 3 emperors would not be able to stop them. What's more, Ming Xiu, who was also an Emperor Realm Master, was present. It would not be easy to kill them all. The only possibility was that Heavenly Emperor Palace had discovered them and caused them to fall into an ambush. What should we do now? The Emperor Realm Master looked at the ordinary-looking Emperor Realm Master. Judging from the current situation, the operation of the ancient Ming and the others had undoubtedly failed completely. The plan to control the younger generation of Heavenly Emperor Palace and make them fall into the hands of the sacrificial evil god dynasty had also failed. Return to the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The ordinary-looking Emperor Realm Master immediately flew away. Since they could not start with Heavenly Emperor Palace, they would start with the sacrificial evil god dynasty. As long as the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty died at the hands of Heavenly Emperor Palace, the war between the two great forces would still be triggered. Xiu, xiu, xiu. After rapidly flying for 4 hours, Qin Yu finally left the territory of the 9 warehouses martial realm. He was about to inscribe a transmission array and directly teleport back to Heavenly Emperor Palace when several familiar fluctuations appeared. They finally noticed. The spirit inscriptions on Qin Yu's left palm dissipated as he raised his head and looked into the distance, releasing his aura. As if they had sensed Qin Yu's aura, those several silhouettes that were flying over from the distant horizon appeared in front of Qin Yu after several flashes. There were a total of 10 Emperor Realm Masters, led by the Heavenly Emperor Palace's Master Shi Tiangang. Shenfeng, why are you here alone? Where are Shi Yu and the others? After arriving and seeing Qin Yu safe and sound, Shi Tiangang breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked. The other Emperor Realm Masters also had unconcealable anxiety on their faces. Qin Yu flipped his right hand, and 3 layers of universe rings appeared. With a flash of 3 colors, Sun Shiyu and the others appeared in the void. Shi Yu, Jing Tian, War Tiger. Shi Tiangang and the other Emperor Realm Masters saw that Sun Shiyu and the others were sealed and unconscious and immediately checked carefully. After confirming that Sun Shiyu and the others were only unconscious and were not seriously injured, they were relieved. Shun Feng, what exactly happened? Why are they all in trouble? A fierce-looking Emperor Realm Master looked coldly at Qin Yu, his intention to question him was obvious. The other emperor realm masters also looked at Qinyu. Obviously, they also wanted to know what had happened. It's a long story. Qinyu said lightly, "Let's talk about this when we return to the palace." The fierce-looking Emperor Realm Master was about to speak again when Shi Tiangang frowned and said directly. The fierce-looking Emperor Realm Master looked coldly at Qinyu and could only shut his mouth. Chapter 450. Elder Wu, Elder Zheng, I'll have to trouble you two to continue investigating the 9-grain martial world. Before leaving, Shi Tiangang spoke to the 2 Emperor Realm Masters. The matter of the 9-warehouse martial world space being sealed must be thoroughly investigated. Yes, the 2 guest elders obeyed and went to the 9-grain martial world. Let's go. Shi Tiangang and the other emperors immediately returned to the heavenly imperial palace with Qinyu, the unconscious Sun Shiyu, and the others. Spirit State, Northern Territory, Heavenly Imperial Palace. In the temple, dozens of core emperors and elders of the Heavenly Imperial Palace gathered. This time, the entire Heavenly Imperial Palace was alarmed by the incident of Sun Shiyu, Qinyu, and the others. Whether it was the descendants of the 3 emperors or the generals, they all came out to find out the details. Palace Master, this is what happened. As for me being captured by the extraterritorial demon race, I have no recollection of what happened after that. After waking up, Sun Shiyu immediately recounted everything that had happened. Demonic seed secret technique, the sacrificial evil god dynasty sent out 2 emperors. Elder Ho is a spy of the extraterritorial demon race. Even with Shi Tiangang and the others' temperament, after hearing Sun Shiyu's words, they felt their hearts palpitate. They naturally knew about the demonic seed secret technique of the extraterritorial demon race. It was precisely because of this that they felt a deep lingering fear. If the extraterritorial demon race's plot succeeded, Sun Shiyu and the others would fall into the hands of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. It would be tantamount to a disaster for their heavenly imperial palace, and they would fall into an absolute passive position in the future. In addition, the extraterritorial demon race actually had an Emperor Realm Master lurking in their heavenly imperial palace. This made the hearts of Shi Tiangang and the others turn even colder. An Emperor Realm extraterritorial demon race lurked in, and they didn't notice at all. Didn't this mean that their heavenly imperial palace had been under the surveillance of the extraterritorial demon race all these years? Thinking of this, Shi Tiangang and the other emperors all looked in a certain direction. In that direction, a burly man sat there with an extremely unsightly expression on his face. The burly man was the descendant of the 9-monkey general, and the green-robed man was their Emperor Realm Master. Emperor Realm Master of the extraterritorial demon race, to infiltrate them. This responsibility could not be shirked no matter what. Shiyu, come here. An aged voice sounded. It was Sun Gushing, for Shi Tiangang, and the rest to be able to detect the abnormality in the 9 warehouses' martial realm so quickly. It was precisely Sun Gushing's divination. Only after carefully examining Sun Shiyu's soul with a secret technique did Sun Gushing feel relieved, after which Shi Tiangang asked Shi Jingtian and the others in detail. Shi Jingtian and the others also gave their own accounts. Other than the fact that they were captured, everything else was the same as what Sun Shiyu had said. It's all thanks to Shinfeng that we were able to survive this crisis safely. Palace Lord, you must reward him handsomely. After understanding the whole story, a clear laughter rang out. The person who spoke was a young man with delicate features. Although this young man didn't look very old, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Emperor realm. His name was Mu Qingyun, and he was the descendant of the spirit Wood General. Among the descendants of the 12 war generals, there were 5 top-level emperors, and he was one of them. Upon hearing Mu Qingyun's words, all the emperor realm masters in the hall looked towards Qinyu. In fact, after Sun Shiyu and the others finished speaking, many emperor realm masters looked at Qinyu strangely. First, he stopped the 2 emperors and several dozen martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty by himself. Then, after Sun Shiyu and the others were captured, he successfully rescued them from the extraterritorial demon race. To be honest, even if these things had really happened, but the Emperor Realm Masters in the hall still felt that it was inconceivable. One must know that Qinyu's cultivation was only at the 3rd grade martial emperor realm. Even if he had the 3 emperors' secret technique that could increase his combat strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to rescue them from the hands of 4 emperor realm masters. Qinyu's expression remained the same as he looked at Mu Qingyun indifferently. Mu Qingyun's words seemed to be praising him. However, it attracted everyone's attention to him. It was obvious that what Qinyu would have to face next would be countless questions. It was like roasting him on a fire. Shi Jingtian and the others obviously didn't think that far. Hearing Mu Qingyun's words, they all nodded in agreement. In the past, they only admired Qinyu because of his strength, but now it could be said that they respected him. After all, it was thanks to Qinyu that they were able to escape with their lives this time. Even the descendants of the generals who didn't like Qinyu previously had a change in attitude. Obviously, the scene of Qinyu staying behind to cover for the sacrificial evil god dynasty left a deep impression on them. Only Sun Shiyu raised her brow slightly. She faintly sensed the intention in Mu Qingyun's words. Shiyu, take Jing Tian and the others back to recuperate. Shi Tian Gang said, as the Emperor Realm Masters in the temple looked at Qinyu inexplicably. Sun Shiyu nodded and left with Shi Jingtian and the others. Shun Feng, you should know why we asked you to stay behind, right? After Sun Shiyu and the others left, the atmosphere in the temple became silent for a moment. Shi Tian Gang asked Qinyu, Palace Master wants to know how I escaped from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. How did I save the young lady and the others from the extraterritorial demon race? Qinyu said lightly. He wasn't surprised at all. That's right. Shi Tian Gang nodded slightly. When the sacrificial evil god dynasty appeared, I blocked them with the black demon array and immediately escaped. Qinyu said, although the black demon array is an emperor-grade killing array, it can only trap 2 Emperor Realm Masters if it's set up by an Emperor-grade array inscription master. The fierce-looking Emperor Realm Master insisted coldly. He was the descendant of General Qin Gui. His name was Qin Jinzhong, and he was also one of the 5 top Emperor Realm Masters among the descendants of General Qin Gui. When did I say that the black demon array I set up could trap everyone from the sacrificial evil god dynasty? Qinyu asked lightly. You. The corner of Qin Jinzhong's eyes twitched. His gaze immediately turned ugly. The other Emperor Realm Masters looked at each other and looked at Qinyu with some surprise. Facing a top Emperor Realm Master, Qinyu dared to talk back and ridicule him. Wasn't he a little too bold? Even Sun Shiyu, who had an extraordinary status, didn't dare to talk to a top Emperor Realm Master like this. Go on. Shi Tian Gang didn't seem to see Qin Jinzhong's deflated look and let Qinyu continue. After I set up the array and escaped, the 2 emperors from the sacrificial evil god dynasty immediately chased after me. I was lucky. When they were about to catch up, I suddenly encountered a mysterious Emperor Realm Master. That Emperor Realm Master seemed to have some grievances with the sacrificial evil god dynasty and directly attacked them. While they were fighting, I took the opportunity to escape immediately. Qinyu had already thought of an excuse. A mysterious Emperor realm master just happened to appear? The emperor realm masters in the temple communicated with each other. Some of them were non-committal about Qin Yu's words. What did that emperor realm master look like? At this moment, a calm voice sounded. The speaker was a man in snow-white robes. He was the descendant of the Berserk demon general. His name was Gu Wuxing, and he was also one of the 5 top emperor realm masters. The other 2 top emperor realm masters were Qi Lei General, Qi Shi Ri Heavenfire General, and Qi Shuanghai. The current 12 generals of the Heavenly Imperial Palace were led by these 5 to fight against Shi Tiangang and the others. Chapter 451. I didn't take a closer look. I only remember that he was very young and he could control the ancient divine power. Qin Yu said half truthfully and half falsely. He had used the ancient divine power to kill the man in green and the black-robed elder. If the Heavenly Imperial Palace sent someone to investigate, they would definitely be able to sense the special fluctuation of the ancient divine power. Very young can control the ancient divine power and has a grudge with the sacrificial evil god court. Gu Wuxing murmured softly, as if he had thought of something. Elder Gu, do you know that person? Sun Yunlang asked when he saw that. Recently, there was news that some time ago, in the ancient divine ruins, 3 sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god court were killed by an unknown sovereign. It was said that the sovereign was very young and could control the ancient divine power. This news was spread by the Saint Origin sect and the Great Spirit Palace. Qin Yu's eyes lit up at Gu Wuxing's words. He did not expect that the news of that day had already spread. It seemed that it was a wise move to say that he was the mysterious sovereign. What happened after that? How did you save them from the extraterritorial demon race? You're not trying to say that another mysterious emperor just happened to appear, are you? Hearing Gu Wuxing's words, Lapis Lazuli did not dwell on the matter of the sacrificial evil god court. You might be right. Hearing that, Qin Yu started to laugh. Shi Tiangang, Sun Guxing, Sun Yunlang, Mu Qingyun, Gu Wuxing, and the others were all slightly surprised. It could be a coincidence that a sovereign had appeared before, but could such a thing happen twice? Lapis Lazuli, who did not believe it, sneered. You mean that the sovereign went to the extraterritorial demon race after dealing with the sacrificial evil god court? Qi Shuang, the descendant of the Heavenly Flames warrior, asked indifferently, voicing Lapis Lazuli's doubts. That's not it. After I took the opportunity to leave, I ran out of the Jiuzhang martial world. But on the way, I met the extraterritorial demon race who caught Shi Jingtian, so I followed them secretly. In the end, I found that not only Shi Jingtian, but also Miss and the others were caught. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Then, the azurite bell stared coldly at Qin Yu. Originally, I wanted to leave first and return to the palace to get reinforcements. But at that time, the Emperor Realm Master of the demon race from the extraterritorial demon race seemed to have left, so I took the opportunity to sneak up and save the eldest miss and the others. However, after my whereabouts were exposed, and I fled, a great battle broke out between the extraterritorial devil race and the humans. As for who it is, I didn't investigate, but it should be an Emperor Realm Master. Qin Yu said, "Do you think I'll believe your words?" The azurite bell sneered. "Whether you believe it or not has nothing to do with me. Anyway, this is the truth." Qin Yu said indifferently. The others almost lost their lives, but only Shinfeng was safe and sound. What a coincidence! Both times, venerable sovereigns appeared to help. Everyone, don't you think this is too strange? Qin Yu's attitude made the azurite bell's eyes even colder. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. However, after glancing at Shi Tiangang and the others, he suppressed his murderous intent and spoke to the other Emperor Realm Masters. The other Emperor Realm Masters looked at each other and communicated with each other. Shi Tiangang, Sun Guxing, and the other descendants of the three emperors seemed to be deep in thought and didn't say anything. Speaking of which, this matter was really quite bizarre. You should be glad that I'm safe and sound. Otherwise, you can only collect the corpses of your descendants. Qin Yu's voice also became a little cold. Bastard, how dare you speak disrespectfully to me? After being ridiculed repeatedly, the Azurite Bell couldn't hide his anger. He slammed the table and stood up with a terrifying majesty. Shi Tiangang frowned. The Azurite Bell was obviously looking for trouble, and Qin Yu was tit for tat, which gave him a slight headache. So what if I speak disrespectfully? You can target me time and time again, but I can't fight back. Qin Yu gives a cold laugh. He is not afraid at all. You're courting death. The Azurite Bell's murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. The violent, murderous intent was like a rampaging beast that wanted to destroy everything. Elder Qin, this is the temple. You can't use force here. Shi Tiangang spoke. His voice was light, but it contained unquestionable majesty. This boy has no respect for his elders. According to the temple's rules, he should be punished with whipping and his limbs crippled. Temple Master, if you still indulge him like this, I will never agree. The Azurite Bell's eyes were gloomy and furious. Have no respect for my elders? Ha! Are you worthy of mentioning the word elders? I risked my life to save the younger generation of the temple, but you keep questioning me. To be honest, I can't figure out why I have to accept your questioning. Is it because I shouldn't have saved your descendants? If you really don't want them to live, why don't you go back and chop them alive? Seeing the Azurite Bell fly into a rage, Qin Yu also spoke again and questioned him sternly. These words caused the expressions of the other Emperor Realm Masters from the temple to change. No matter what secrets Qin Yu had, no matter what means he used to escape, Qin Yu saved Sun Siyu and the other younger generation. This was an indisputable fact. It was just that this matter was too shocking, so they wanted to figure out the reason. What Qin Feng said is not unreasonable. Elder Qin, do you think Qin Feng is wrong to save people? Shi Tiangang looked at the Azurite Bell. Of course I don't mean that. I just mean that this matter is obviously strange. I suspect that Qin Feng is a spy planted by the sacrificial evil god dynasty or the extraterritorial demon race. The Azurite Bell sneered. Otherwise, how could he escape from the Emperor Realm Masters consecutively? They were the descendants of the General Realm Masters. They had long wanted to kill Qin Feng, who had suddenly risen. In the past, Shi Tiangang had protected Qin Yu very well, so they had not made a move. But now, the opportunity had come. Although the Emperor Realm Masters of the Holy Temple would not say that Qin Yu was a spy like him, they would not say so. But they obviously had doubts about this matter. Among these Emperor Realm Elders, the descendants of the General Realm Masters were definitely on his side, not to mention the descendants of the three emperors. Next, he just needed to pull in the other neutral guest elders. At that time, even Shi Tiangang would have to consider their opinions. The Azurite Bell's words had indeed made many high-level Emperor Realm Masters' heated discussion become obvious. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. Since he came to the heavenly imperial palace, General Qin Gui and the others had plotted against him. In the past, Qin Yu was not strong enough, so he did not do anything to them. But now, the Azurite Bell's words had made Qin Yu unable to hide his murderous intent. Elder Qin, you can't talk nonsense. Shi Tiangang's eyes were solemn as he said in a deep voice, Palace Master, do you also believe what Qin Feng said, that there were Emperor Realm Masters appearing twice in a row? Everyone should know that the Jiao-Tsang martial world is not a martial world rich in resources. How could there be two Emperor realm masters appearing there so coincidentally? The Azurite Bell did not let go of this point. If what you said is true, that Chen Feng is a spy, then I would like to ask, this incident exposed Elder Ho, who was lurking in the palace, and also exposed Shiyu's demonic seed secret technique. What benefits does this bring to the sacrificial evil god dynasty or the extraterritorial demon race? Everyone, don't forget that Chen Feng had indeed saved Shiyu and the others. This is a fact that cannot be changed. At this time, Sun Yunlang spoke in a deep voice. Chapter 452. Sun Yunlang and the others naturally didn't believe that Qin Yu was a spy. Most of the Emperor Realm Elders in the temple didn't believe it either. However, the other Emperor Realm Elders might have other ideas. Qing Jinzhong and the others could use their words to sway the other elders. Their purpose was not only to deal with Qin Yu, but also to divide the descendants of the three emperors. Therefore, Sun Yunlang's analysis of the pros and cons was the best way. The Emperor Realm Masters who were originally discussing were slightly startled and nodded slightly. This matter may not benefit the demon race from the extraterritorial realm, but it may not necessarily benefit the sacrificial evil god dynasty. From the beginning to the end, the sacrificial evil god dynasty didn't lose anything. On the contrary, if Qin Yu gains our trust because of this matter, it will be a great loss. It will be tantamount to planting a deep seed between us. Qing Jinzhong naturally wouldn't let the situation change, so he spoke again. Don't you think that this statement is too far-fetched? Sun Yunlang sneered. It seemed that Qing Jinzhong was determined to shed all pretense of cordiality. Far-fetched? A third-grade martial emperor had managed to escape from two Emperor Realm Masters. Elder Sun, don't you think this statement is even more far-fetched? Qing Jinzhong didn't back down. Arguing like this will not only lead to nothing, but will also hurt the harmony between us. In this old man's opinion, why don't we use the soul viewing technique to look at Chen Feng's memories? At that time, it will be clear at a glance what happened. A vicissitude voice sounded. The speaker was the white-haired Qi Lei War General's descendant, Qi Shi. Old Shi's words are reasonable. Indeed, arguing like this is really not a solution. This is a good idea. On the ancient martial star, Qi Shuanghai, Mu Qingyun, and the three Emperor Realm Masters looked at each other and agreed. In fact, compared to Qin Yu's talent, they were more concerned about the importance that Shi Tiangang and the others attached to Qin Yu, because this reminded them of the prophecy left by the three emperors' ancestor. In the era of the three emperors' descendant, the relationship between the three emperors' descendants and the war general's descendants hadn't become rigid. Therefore, at that time, many descendants of the war general knew about it. Although countless years had passed, there were still a few words that had been passed down. As long as Qin Yu had nothing to do with the prophecy, no matter how talented he would not be a threat to them. As long as the bloodline of the three sovereigns was not ignited, sooner or later, it would be their turn to call the shots in the heavenly imperial palace. Qin Yu smiled faintly. When he heard this, he naturally understood why the descendants of battle generals were making things difficult for him. Their plan was quite good, taking advantage of this opportunity to attack him. Unfortunately, Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three sovereigns would never allow the matter of the immortal emperor pills to be exposed. This is inappropriate. Sure enough, after Shi Tiangang heard this, he immediately shook his head and refused. The mind-bewitching technique from last time was within their control. Whatever they needed to ask, Qin Yu would only answer. However, if he used the soul-viewing secret technique, he would be able to see all of Qin Yu's memories. Shi Tiangang and the others naturally wouldn't agree. Palace Lord, is there anything wrong? Ai Shari raised his eyebrows slightly. Shunfeng risked his life to save Shiyu and the others. This will ensure that there won't be a lack of experts in our heavenly imperial palace in the future. This is a great contribution. Now, you want to forcefully view Xinfeng's soul memories because of groundless suspicions. If news of this spreads, it will definitely chill the hearts of the cultivators in the heavenly imperial palace. Therefore, this is inappropriate. Shi Tiangang said righteously, if that Xinfeng is really from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the Azurite Bell still wanted to make a fuss about this. I will vouch for Xinfeng. If he is really from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, I will take full responsibility. Shi Tiangang waved his hand and said in a dignified manner. The moment these words came out, the descendants of battle generals couldn't say anything. Their reasons were already somewhat untenable, so they naturally couldn't continue to argue. Xinfeng, you've worked hard this time. Go back and rest first. Shi Tiangang looked at Qinyu with a strange look in his eyes. In his heart, he was rather suspicious about this matter. Qinyu nodded slightly and took his leave. Shi Tiangang and the others seemed to be somewhat suspicious. After leaving the sacred palace, the Dragon Soul's voice came from the Dragon Soul Ancient Seal. If this went on, this heavenly imperial palace would not be a place to stay for long. It doesn't matter. Before refining the immortal Emperor pill, unless they know my true identity, they won't do anything unusual. Qin, you wasn't worried about the descendants of the three emperors. On the contrary, it seemed that the descendants of battle generals couldn't hold back anymore after today's matter. Don't you plan to talk about the ancient divine force? The Dragon Soul continued. I'll find a chance to talk about it in the future. This matter had already made the descendants of the three emperors suspicious. If they were to talk about the ancient divine force, it would be even more difficult to explain. In the sacred palace, everyone, what do you think about the appearance of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the extraterritorial demon race in the Jiu-Song martial world? After Qinyu left, Shi Tiangang's expression turned solemn. Opinion? Palace Master, do you mean that the sacrificial evil god dynasty may have joined forces with the extraterritorial demon race? An Emperor Realm Elder was slightly startled. After recovering from his shock, his expression changed slightly. The other Emperor Realm Elders couldn't help but change their expressions when they heard this. It's not impossible. Shi Tiangang said, seriously, if it's true, then it may be a great opportunity for us. As long as we investigate this matter, the sacrificial evil god dynasty will definitely become the target of public criticism. An Emperor Realm Elder's eyes lit up. Whether it was the spirit state or the heaven domain, the extraterritorial demon race was an irreconcilable enemy. Once any force colluded with the extraterritorial demon race, they would definitely be expelled from the entire heaven domain. Elder Ho has been hiding in the palace for more than 10 years, but we didn't find out that he was an extraterritorial demon race. This means that the extraterritorial demon race should have a way to conceal the fluctuations of the demon chi. It's not easy to find the whereabouts of the extraterritorial demon race. Sun Yunlang said, not only that the 9 states of the heaven domain had mobilized almost all forces, but they still couldn't find the extraterritorial demon race. More importantly, if the sacrificial evil god dynasty really joined forces with the extraterritorial demon race, with the style of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, I'm afraid they won't wait for us to investigate and will attack us. This was what Shi Tiangang was worried about, not to mention the overall strength of the extraterritorial demon race. Even the royal family and the imperial family could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. if the extraterritorial demon race helped the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the heavenly imperial palace might not be able to resist. Whoosh! Just as everyone was discussing, a ray of light descended from the sky above the holy palace. It was a jade talisman. After Shi Tiangang took the jade talisman and looked at it, his face froze. Palace Master? Not only the descendants of the three sovereigns, but even the descendants of the generals were puzzled by this scene. Shi Tiangang had been in charge of the heavenly imperial palace for countless years, and his cultivation was top-notch even in the heaven domain. They didn't know what kind of information could make Shi Tiangang lose his composure. Crack! Shi Tiangang came back to his senses and crushed the jade talisman. An urgent voice immediately sounded in the holy palace. A total of 56 people of the younger generation of the sacrificial evil god dynasty died in the water spirit martial world. Chapter 453. The younger generation of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, a total of 56 people, all died in the water spirit martial world. Hearing the urgent words coming from the crushed jade talisman, Lin Fan was shocked. All the Emperor Realm Masters in the temple looked solemn, and the atmosphere was silent. How could this be? But soon, the Emperor Realm Masters reacted and stood up one after another, looking extremely solemn. At this time, even the descendants of the 12 war generals looked solemn and no longer cared about competing with Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three emperors. More than 50 of the younger generation of the sacrificial evil god dynasty died in the territory of Heavenly Imperial Palace. Once this matter spread out, it was easy to imagine what the sacrificial evil god dynasty would do. How could the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty die in the territory of our martial world? Who was the one who died? Are they just ordinary young people? Or, no matter who died, the sacrificial evil god dynasty will not let this matter go. Yes, the most important thing now is that we have to act before the sacrificial evil god dynasty. But we have to find out the truth, right? Are we just going to be the scapegoat for no reason? Voices of discussion rang out in the sacred hall, arguing endlessly. First, it was Xiu Jingtian and the others, and now the younger generation of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. This matter, Shi Tiangang came back to his senses, his eyes flashing as he spoke slowly. I'm afraid this matter is related to the extraterritorial demon race. Sun Yunlang said, extraterritorial demon race. The temple emperors who were arguing were all awakened. Indeed, if Qinyu had not turned the tide and saved Sun Shiyu and the others in the 9-grain martial world incident, Sun Shiyu and the others would have been captured by the extraterritorial demon race. They might even have died inexplicably in the territory of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. If so, Heavenly Imperial Palace would definitely seek revenge. Such a method was exactly the same as the current situation. The purpose of the extraterritorial demon race is to provoke a war between our two sects so that they can take advantage of it. A layer of worry appeared on Aisher's wrinkled face. If this matter was true, the extraterritorial demon race was behind the scenes. Using the evil-worshipping god dynasty to slash down was just too vicious and accurate, given the hostile relationship between the Heavenly Imperial Palace and the evil sacrificial godly dynasty. Even if they told the evil sacrificial godly dynasty, the evil sacrificial godly dynasty wouldn't be able to do anything. The sacrificial evil god dynasty would never believe that this matter was related to the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial demons had started a war that was impossible to resolve. Pass down the order. From now on, the palace will be on the highest alert. No one is allowed to leave. All the Emperor Realm Masters stationed outside were also summoned back. None from the other martial realms were left behind. Someone must have planned this on purpose, so the sacrificial evil god dynasty might have already received the news. We need to find out the movements of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. If they really come to invade, it is best to control the battle outside the core martial arts world. Also, when all the venerable sovereigns return to the palace, all the transmission formations in the other martial realms that led directly to the palace would be closed. Everyone, our heavenly imperial palace, is once again in a state of turmoil and calamity. Therefore, I hope that everyone can abandon their disloyalty and work together to overcome this obstacle. Shi Tiangang stood up. His expression was dignified as he gave his orders in an orderly manner. Yes, the Emperor Realm Masters in the temple received the order and left one after another. The entire imperial palace was shaken, causing quite a commotion. Qin Yu, who had just returned to the palace, quickly received the news. The heavenly imperial palace and the others only suspected that this might be the doing of the extraterritorial demons. However, Qin Yu was already certain that this was the extraterritorial demons' plan. Since the extraterritorial demons could infiltrate the heavenly imperial palace, it would not be difficult for them to infiltrate the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Not long after, a spy from the heavenly imperial palace reported that the sacrificial evil god dynasty had moved out and was heading towards the water spirit martial realm. It was said that the sacrificial evil god dynasty had gathered tens of thousands of masters this time. The weakest of them were martial emperors. They were completely mobilized. Shi Tiangang, who had just summoned all the emperor realm masters back, immediately gathered all the emperor realm and martial emperors in the palace and headed towards the sacrificial evil god dynasty. As for the heavenly imperial palace, Sun Gushing, who was good at divination, was left in charge. This time, the situation was so serious that even Sun Jiuxiao, who usually did not appear in the outside world, was mobilized. The heavenly imperial palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty had been fighting for so many years, so they were naturally very clear about the sacrificial evil god dynasty's foundation. Since the sacrificial evil god dynasty had mobilized all, the heavenly imperial palace must also go all out. Otherwise, they might be defeated by the sacrificial evil god dynasty. At that time, the sacrificial evil god dynasty would send their troops straight in, and the heavenly imperial palace would be in danger. I heard that the sacrificial evil god dynasty has mobilized all their forces. This is a good opportunity. Should we take this opportunity to infiltrate the sacrificial evil god dynasty and cause a ruckus? At the same time, we can check if the sacrificial evil god emperor has really disappeared. In the palace, Qin Yu, who was deep in thought, heard the dragon soul's eager voice. The sacrificial evil god dynasty should have left some masters to guard it. Let's not take this risk for the time being. Qin Yu thought for a while and shook his head. Just like how the heavenly imperial palace had left Sun Gushing and the others to guard the heavenly imperial palace, the sacrificial evil god dynasty could not be unprepared. Of course, more importantly, Qin Yu's cultivation was too weak. He was only a rank 7 martial emperor. If his current cultivation was already in the emperor realm, with the many means he had, Qin Yu did not mind going to the sacrificial evil god dynasty to play. What are you thinking about? The dragon soul saw that Su Mo was deep in thought again and couldn't help but ask, do you think the extraterritorial demon race will still have a plan after the war between the heavenly imperial palace and the sacrificial evil god dynasty? Qin Yu said slowly, what do you mean? The dragon soul was stunned and didn't react. Although dozens of the younger generation of the sacrificial evil god dynasty died, in the martial world of the heavenly imperial palace, this is not a fatal blow to the sacrificial evil god dynasty. However, this wasn't a fatal blow to the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Would they really fight to the death against the Sky Emperor Palace? If the two forces just stop after a big battle, the extraterritorial demon race will be able to cause trouble. the extraterritorial demon race's plan to disrupt the spiritual state will be basically useless. Cultivator forces were top forces, unless they were confident in swallowing the other party. Otherwise, even if a war broke out, it would only be a war between emperors. A real life and death battle would not benefit anyone. Instead, the extraterritorial demon race would benefit from it. That being said, the sacrificial evil god dynasty has mobilized all their forces. It can't be just for show, right? The dragon soul pondered and said, "So, I'm thinking that the extraterritorial demon race won't help the sacrificial evil god dynasty, right?" Chinyu guessed. The possibility is quite high. The dragon soul understood. The enmity between the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the heavenly imperial palace was irreconcilable. And this time, the two sides had reached a point where they would not rest until one side was dead. The sacrificial evil god dynasty would most likely accept the help of the extraterritorial demon race to destroy the heavenly imperial palace. Once the heavenly imperial palace fell, the forces of the spiritual state would swarm over and divide the resources of the heavenly imperial palace. At that time, the spiritual state would be in complete chaos. I have to be prepared. After thinking for a while, Chinyu left the palace and walked towards Sun Gushing's palace. He now had the heavenly imperial palace as his backer. If the heavenly imperial palace fell, it would not benefit him at all. If the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would inevitably be affected. Chapter 454. Hoo hoo hoo. A sound that sounded like a tornado came from the distant sky, and its aura was oppressive. Countless gazes were focused on the distant sky and the ancient city that seemed to be occupied by ancient beasts. This ancient city that spanned tens of thousands of miles had already been emptied by Shi Tiangang and the others. The Sky Emperor Palace and other experts had gathered here. This place was called the Earthly Star Martial World. It was located in the central region of the heavenly imperial palace's influence. It was 7 martial worlds away from the water spiritual martial world. Originally, after receiving the news, Shi Tiangang immediately led his people to teleport away, but in the end, they were still too slow. The first venerable emperor of the sacrificial evil god dynasty had already broken through 7 martial realms of the heavenly imperial palace. With no other choice, Shi Tiangang immediately decided to teleport to the Earthly Star martial realm. Perhaps they had sensed the arrival of the Emperor of Heaven's palace. The venerable sovereigns of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, who had already arrived outside the Earth Star martial realm, stopped. By now, they had already regrouped with the army of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The Sky Emperor Palace and the others did not chase after them. They remained in the ancient city and began to deploy their forces. They wanted to stop the evil sacrificial god dynasty's army in the city. They could not let the evil sacrificial god dynasty take another step forward. "He's here." Shi Tiangang, who was wearing armor made of divine light and holding an ancient divine weapon, suddenly spoke as he stood on the city wall. When the Heaven Emperor Palace martial artist heard this, his aura surged, killing intent shot into the sky, shattering the clouds. They were already aware of the situation in the 7 great martial realms ahead. Along the way, the sacrificial evil god dynasty had massacred the 7 great martial worlds. Tens of millions of martial artists had been slaughtered. That scene could truly be described as one where blood flowed like a river and bones were strewn all over the place. Because of this, the people from the heavenly imperial palace were all filled with killing intent and anger. On the left side of Shi Tiangang stood 4 figures. 2 of them were Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Yunlang. The other 2 were the descendants of Emperor Stone. The 4 of them were all top sovereigns. to Shurtian gangs, right were the descendants of Azurite Bell, Crimson Stone Ri, Ancient Martial Star, Qi Shuanghai, and Mu Qingyun. When the 10 top emperors stood in a row, their terrifying aura alone was enough to crush the void. Boom! Suddenly, a vast, evil, ghastly, and terrifying imposing aura assaulted them like a torrent, and everywhere it passed, the ground cracked apart. Accompanied by that terrifying aura, tens of thousands of people with surging killing intent appeared before the eyes of the Sky Emperor Palace and the others. It was the army of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The 2 top forces had tens of thousands of martial emperors and hundreds of emperor realm masters facing each other. Although the battle had yet to begin, the terrifying confrontation of auras caused countless cracks to appear in the void. Shurtian Gang, an incomparably gloomy voice that contained boundless killing intent sounded. Within the army of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, an old man wearing a gray robe with black patterns and holding a skeleton walking stick stepped out in the air. He stared at Shurtian Gang with a sinister and cold gaze. This time, the most talented young people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty had all died in the territory of the heavenly imperial palace. The upper echelons of the sacrificial evil god dynasty naturally hated the heavenly imperial palace to the core. Kill the evil sovereign. Kong Shang. Shi Tiangong's eyebrows twitched slightly. The killer of the evil emperor was not only famous in the spiritual state, but also in the East Continent and the Central Continent. This was because the number of emperors who had died in his hands far exceeded that of ordinary top-level emperors. His killing intent was so strong that it was rarely seen in the entire heaven domain. Even his title was Evil Slayer. Of course, Kong Shang's strength was indeed extremely powerful among top-level emperors. However, Shi Tiangang could defeat the other top-level emperors of the heavenly imperial palace. He had always been the palace master, so he naturally did not underestimate Kong Shang. However, in this situation where the 2 sects were at war, the sacrificial evil god dynasty was led by Kong Shang. It was not the master of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the sacrificial evil god emperor, who had come personally. This surprised Shi Tiangang. He did not understand the intentions of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Sun Jiuxiao, Qi Shiri, and the others also had a thoughtful look in their eyes. The sacrificial evil god dynasty has 15 top-level emperors. Since when did they have 4 more? At this moment, Sun Yunlang seemed to have realized something, and his expression changed slightly. Even super forces like them did not have many top-level emperors. Take their heavenly imperial palace as an example. There were only 12 peak emperors in total. They had 6 descendants of the 3 sovereigns, 5 descendants of generals, and 1 guest elder. Just in case, the guest elder and Sun Guxing were in the heavenly imperial palace. They had originally thought that the sacrificial evil god dynasty, including the sacrificial evil god emperor, would only have 11 top-level emperors. However, the number of top-level emperors in the sacrificial evil god dynasty had far exceeded their expectations. It was impossible to imagine what kind of huge difference there would be for more top-level emperors. Fortunately, they had set up many contingencies with this city as the starting point. Even if they were at a disadvantage, there was nothing to be afraid of. What really made Sun Yunlang change his expression was that the sacrificial evil god dynasty had 4 more top-level emperors. A top emperor, realm master, was definitely not someone who could be nurtured easily. For example, the heavenly imperial palace had not had one in hundreds of years. Therefore, the 4 top-level sovereigns must have been involved by some external force. In other words, the sacrificial evil god dynasty had either joined forces with other super forces or colluded with the extraterritorial demon race. Regardless of the result, It was not a good thing for the heavenly imperial palace. Teleport back to the palace and see if anything has happened. The sacrificial evil god emperor did not appear, and the sacrificial evil god dynasty had 4 more top-level emperors. Shi Tiangang was worried about the heavenly imperial palace. A top-level martial emperor received the order and immediately left quietly. Shi Tiangang, although our 2 super forces have many grudges and constantly kill each other, you still killed the sacrificial evil god dynasty's younger generation. Do you think that after doing such a thing, you will kill the younger generation of the sacrificial evil god dynasty? Do you think the younger generation of the heavenly imperial palace will be safe and sound in the future? Kong Xiaxiong said sinisterly. Among the dozens of geniuses who had died in the sacrificial evil god dynasty, several of them were his direct descendants. Since Kong Bitao had died in the Central State's Saint Heaven's secret realm, he had placed high hopes on him to succeed Kong Bitao's position in the future. However, he had not expected that the heavenly imperial palace would wipe them out. Whether you believe it or not, I will only say this once. The people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty were not killed by the heavenly imperial palace. It was you who destroyed the 7 martial realms of the heavenly imperial palace and massacred them. The heavenly imperial palace will definitely pay 10 times the price for this. Shi Tiangang's voice was cold. It did not matter whether the younger generation of the sacrificial evil god dynasty was killed by the extraterritorial demon race. The massacre of the 7 martial realms by the sacrificial evil god dynasty was intolerable to the heavenly imperial palace. Only by paying blood for blood could the souls of the dead be sacrificed. Pay 10 times the price. Ha! Ha ha ha! Kong Xiaxiong was so angry that he laughed. His wrinkled, old face twitched and immediately became ferocious. Destroy them for me. I want the heavenly imperial palace to be barren. As Kong Xiaxiong's sinister voice fell, the tens of thousands of cultivators of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, under the leadership of hundreds of emperor realm masters, they immediately spread out and surrounded the ancient city. Wong wong wong. In the next moment, a wave-like buzzing sound rang out. A gray light that blotted out the sky appeared and covered the entire 10,000-mile ancient city. A terrifying, murderous intent that seemed to originate from the primordial era descended upon the place. In the ancient city, the cultivators of the heavenly imperial palace all felt a chill in their hearts. Ancient, heavenly witch-killing array. Sun Jiuxiao felt the terrifying killing intent and spoke with a solemn expression. Chapter 455. This is the ancient sky witch-killing array. Hearing Sun Jiuxiao's words, Jin Jinzhong and the others of the ancient martial planet were shocked. The ancient sky witch-killing array was passed down from ancient times and was one of the most famous killing arrays in the heaven domain. There was even a rumor that in ancient times cultivators who had just comprehended the martial Tao had used the sky witch-killing array to kill several gods. It seemed that the sacrificial evil god dynasty had been prepared. They had been able to set up a killing array of this level in an instant. Fortunately, the heavenly imperial palace had been prepared. Activate the array. Seeing this, Shi Tiangang ordered in a low voice. The giant ancient city seemed to awaken from its slumber as a terrifying aura swept through the world. An ancient light array appeared in each of the 9 positions in the city. The 9 arrays merged into one and formed a 9-star array that rose into the sky. The 9-star array alternated between the billions of stars and the yin and yang heaven and earth. Although the killing intent it gave off wasn't as strong as the ancient sky witch-killing array, it wasn't any weaker. In fact, it was slightly stronger. It really is the cycle yin-yang array. Kong Xiaoting's cold eyes flickered with killing intent, but he wasn't surprised. The cycle yin-yang array was a divine array left behind by the three ancient emperors of the heavenly imperial palace. The sky which killing array had killed an ancient god, but there was no way to verify the rumors. The cycle yin-yang array had killed several ancient god emperors in ancient times. This was clearly recorded in many ancient texts. If cultivators fought one-on-one, they would use their abilities and secret arts to kill their enemies. However, when the number of cultivators reached a certain level, array techniques would become popular. Many ancient arrays had the same effect. The more people there were, the stronger the amplification. This was the reason why both sides had sent tens of thousands of martial emperors to fight in this battle. Tribute spirit. Kong Shading's killing intensified as he formed hand seals with both hands. A 10-meter-tall evil spirit ancient seal, surrounded by mysterious and evil curses, appeared. Kong Shading poured vast amounts of Tao energy into it. An illusory evil spirit, several hundred meters tall, appeared from the evil spirit ancient seal. However, after this illusory evil spirit appeared, it actually merged into the ancient sky which killing array. Rumble! It was as if the sky had exploded. Within the ancient heavenly witchcraft killing formation, a gray figure that was at least 10,000 feet tall appeared. This giant figure was no longer illusory. Instead, it seemed to possess a real body. Not only that, but the giant figure also had two eyes that were as large as lakes. There was a terrifying, murderous intent in its eyes. At a glance, this huge shadow seemed to have intelligence. Slash! Kong Shang roared furiously. A gray saber as long as a mountain appeared in the hands of the gigantic gray figure. The saber slashed through the air, and saber chi wreaked havoc in the world. A deep and terrifying spatial crack appeared in the void. It was as if an abyss had appeared in the sky. Might of the three emperors, yin-yang reincarnation. An ancient divine token appeared in Shi Tiangong's hand. This was a divine weapon left behind by one of the three ancient sovereigns, the Stone Sovereign, as the divine order emitted a dazzling divine light. Within the yin-yang heavenly cycle formation, the yin-yang chi whirled and turned into a yin-yang vortex. The yin-yang vortex was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast. It soared into the sky and swallowed the destructive saber chi that was exploding towards it. A violent and deafening explosion rang out as the yin-yang vortex exploded with a loud bang. A terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. The destructive attacks from the two killing formations destroyed each other. It was as if their powers were equally matched. Kill! The gigantic gray figure slashed out with its gray saber. Destructive saber chi wreaked havoc one after the other. Kong Shang roared furiously. He led the sacrificial evil god dynasty and charged forward. Tao power covered the sky and earth. Formation rotation, heavenly cycle stars. Shi Tiangong sneered and formed a seal with his hands. Yin-yang vortex continued to appear within the yin-yang heavenly cycle formation, blocking the saber chi of the gigantic gray figure. In addition, spots of starlight filled the yin-yang chi. It was as if the vast starry sky had reappeared. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, all the starlight pierced through the air like millions of arrows shooting out at the same time. Many martial emperors from the sacrificial evil god dynasty were pierced by the starlight. They were instantly killed. However, the combined attack of the tens of thousands of people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty managed to pass through the yin-yang heavenly cycle formation and into the city. In an instant, countless buildings in the city collapsed. Many casualties also occurred in the heavenly imperial palace. The yin-yang heavenly cycle formation covered the entire sky above the ancient city. However, its main force was used to resist the ancient heavenly witch killing array and the peak emperors and high-level emperors. The attacks of the ordinary emperors and martial emperors were not much of a defense. Hung long. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty charged into the yin-yang heavenly cycle formation and clashed with the cultivators from the heavenly imperial palace. A fierce battle broke out between the two sides. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The sacrificial evil god dynasty had 4 additional peak emperors. Their momentum far surpassed that of the heavenly imperial palace. However, the heavenly imperial palace was not suppressed by the mechanical body. They had set up the city as a spirit array. Destroy the 9 palace array core first. Kong Shang attacked Shi Tiangang with the 19 evil killing styles. He kept Shi Tiangang busy while giving orders to the emperors from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Stop them! Although Shi Tiangang was kept busy, he would not let the sacrificial evil god dynasty get what they wanted. In the yin-yang heavenly cycle formation, starlight fell from the sky and scattered all over the ancient city. The emperors who were about to charge into the 9 great ancient array cores in the city were immediately affected. The emperors from the heavenly imperial palace took the opportunity to kill several emperors. However, more and more cultivators from the sacrificial evil god dynasty swarmed into the ancient city. The battle became more and more intense. The sacrificial evil god dynasty's attacks were fierce. It seemed like they wanted to fight to the death with them. This was beyond the expectations of the heavenly imperial palace. Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiuxiao, Sun Yunlang, and the others felt uneasy. The actions of the sacrificial evil god dynasty made them worried. Did something happen to the heavenly imperial palace? However, they were already entangled. If they wanted to escape, they would have to give up the ancient city. Shi Tiangang and the others naturally would not do that. After all, they had deployed many means in this ancient city. It was the best battlefield besides the heavenly imperial palace. At this moment, in the heavenly imperial palace, Kacha, the jade stones floating around Sun Gushing, who was currently conversing with Qinyu, all shattered. This phenomenon caused both Qinyu and Sun Gushing to be startled. Shwa. In the next moment, the two immediately reacted. Their figures flickered and appeared above the heavenly imperial palace. After looking around, the expressions of the two involuntarily became a little solemn. With the heavenly imperial palace as the center, a dense mass of people had already surrounded the void from all directions. Dong. Immediately 9 long bell tolls, which represented the worst situation, spread throughout the heavenly imperial palace. Chapter 456. Qin Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the dense crowd of cultivators around the heavenly emperor palace. There were tens of thousands of cultivators, all of whom were at least martial emperors. They were led by 5 top emperor realm masters. Such strength was enough to compete with the top forces that did not have a strong foundation. Shi Tiangang and the others were leading the experts in the palace to attack the army of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Although there were divine guards in the heavenly emperor palace, there were only 2 top emperor realm masters. With such a huge gap in strength, the heavenly emperor palace was in great danger this time. Those are not from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Sun Gushing looked into the distance and saw many unfamiliar faces among the cultivators who were slowly gathering. Although he was immersed in the Tao of divination, he still knew about the emperor realm masters of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Among the 5 top emperor realm masters, only 2 were from the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The other 3 were not. Fierce Tiger Emperor, the great elder of the 5 Ghost sect. Suddenly, Sun Gushing's gaze stopped on a figure, and his eyes darkened. The 5 Ghost sect, was one of the 10 superforces of the spiritual state. However, the Five Ghosts sect was located in the western region and had always minded their own business with the Heavenly Emperor Palace in the northern region. He did not expect that the Five Ghosts sect would join forces with the sacrificial evil god dynasty to attack them. Is this a matchmaking by the extraterritorial demon race? Or were they already in cahoots? Qin, you also looked at the invading enemies, trying to see if the extraterritorial demon race had interfered, if the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect were in cahoots with the extraterritorial demon race. Then the situation would be completely different. Swish, 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 swish. After the 9 bell rings, figures quickly gathered in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Almost all the martial emperors who stayed in the Heavenly Emperor Palace had arrived. When they saw the tens of thousands of cultivators, many people's faces changed, and uncontrollable chaos spread. Only the hundreds of divine guards were lined up neatly with indifferent expressions. Although they were called divine guards, to some extent, they were no different from death warriors. They had been instilled with the belief to die for the Heavenly Emperor Palace since they were young. If they wanted to break through the Heavenly Emperor Palace, they had to step over their dead bodies, activate the chaotic sky divine formation, activate all the divine formations in the palace, send the people in the palace to the ancestral realm immediately, send someone to inform the palace master to come back as soon as possible. Those above the martial emperor realm, get ready for battle. Sun Gushing immediately came to his senses when he saw the sacrificial evil godly dynasty and the Five Ghost sect teaming up. The martial artists of the Sky Emperor Palace, who were originally in a mess, had calmed down, and many of them left after receiving their orders. Shunfeng, you will go to the ancestral realm with the people of the palace. After giving his instructions, Sun Gushing looked at Qinyu, who was still standing there, and immediately said, the ancestral realm was left behind by the 3 ancient emperors. It was also the last refuge of the imperial palace. In the past, the heavenly imperial palace had relied on the ancestral realm to survive several disasters. We don't have enough manpower right now. I'll stay behind and be of use. At this moment, Qinyu was looking at the chaotic heaven divine array that had risen into the sky from the emperor's palace with great interest. Don't worry. If the situation is really dangerous, I have a way to escape immediately. Seeing that Sun Gushing seemed to be a little worried, Qinyu said with a smile. Sun Gushing raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at Qinyu, but he did not insist on Qinyu leaving. The matter of the 9-grain martial world was not over yet. Sun Gushing was also curious and puzzled about how Qinyu escaped from 2 Emperor Realm Masters in a row. Now that Qinyu stayed behind, he might be able to help. Of course, he also wanted to see exactly what sort of secret Qinyu possessed. Is this the sect protecting array of the Imperial Palace, the chaotic sky divine formation? It looks very ordinary. While the cultivators of the Imperial Palace were anxiously preparing, outside the Imperial Palace, among the tens of thousands of cultivators, a muscular man with a strong physique and a ferocious aura stepped forward. This man was the great elder of the Five Ghost sect, the fierce Tiger Emperor. He was also famous in the western territory of the spirit state. He looked at the chaotic sky divine formation that seemed to be just a layer of white light enveloping the entire imperial palace, and said, Fierce Tiger Emperor, don't underestimate this spirit array. This is a killing array left behind by the 3 ancient emperors. The imperial palace has survived several disasters in its history by relying on this spirit array. A white-robed man, holding an ancient sword said. He was an elder of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and a top emperor. I have indeed heard of this rumor many times in the past. The fierce tiger emperor rubbed his chin and carefully looked at the chaotic sky divine formation, but he still could not see anything mysterious about it. Ha! This spirit array has indeed protected the imperial palace in the past. But this time, with this senior taking action, breaking this spirit array will be as easy as snapping a finger. A chuckle sounded as a mysterious emperor wearing a black mask and black robes walked out. Oh, fierce tiger emperor, this person doesn't seem to be from your sect. May I ask where this friend is from? The emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty all looked at the mysterious emperor with surprise and bewilderment in their eyes. The alliance between the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect was not carefully prepared in advance. Instead, when they were preparing to attack the imperial palace, the Five Ghost sect learned of the news and took the initiative to ally with them. The Five Ghost sect was one of the 10 great superforces. With such battle strength, the sacrificial evil god dynasty naturally would not refuse. Moreover, with the help of the Five Ghost sect, the sacrificial evil god dynasty's operation was not just a simple revenge. With the power of the two sects working together, as long as the plan was right, they could completely wipe the imperial palace from the spiritual state. Originally, the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and the others were puzzled by the Five Ghost sect's sudden alliance with them. But now, this mysterious emperor said that he could break the chaotic sky divine formation with a snap of a finger. This made the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and the others even more puzzled. They did not know where this mysterious emperor came from. From the fierce tiger emperor's appearance, it seemed that he already knew about this, and was not surprised at all. Of course, more importantly, if this mysterious emperor could really break the chaotic sky divine formation, then, with the current strength of the imperial palace, it would be easy to swallow it with a wave of a hand. This is Brother Wu, a rogue cultivator, now. In the past, he obtained the inheritance left behind by the 3 ancient emperors. Because of this, he has been pursued by the imperial palace. The fierce tiger emperor said with a smile, it was because of the information of this emperor surnamed Wu that the Five Ghost sect, that was why they took this opportunity to ally with the sacrificial evil god dynasty. The imperial palace was divided into old top emperors and had immeasurable resources. As long as they took this opportunity to divide the cultivation resources of the imperial palace, it would not be difficult for the Five Ghost sect to rise and become a top force, the inheritance of the 3 ancient emperors. Hearing this, the eyes of the sacrificial evil god dynasty's emperor lit up with joy and excitement. No wonder the Five Ghost sect would ally with them to invade the imperial palace. It turned out that they had such a trump card. I'm afraid the imperial palace still does not know that the divine array of the 3 ancient emperors, which they regard as their trump card, can be broken by this emperor. So, everyone, take this opportunity to prepare. It would be best if we could wipe out the imperial palace in one fell swoop. The mysterious black-clothed emperor said with a chuckle. Chapter 457. Let's go. Although they were a little skeptical of the mysterious black-robed sovereign's words, the sacrificial evil god dynasty was here to destroy the heavenly imperial palace. Even without the mysterious black-robed sovereign, they would find a way to break the chaotic sky divine array. However, they would have to pay a huge price to attack it. So now, they naturally would not hesitate. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of martial emperors, led by more than 200 emperor realm masters, moved out. Soon, the entire heavenly imperial palace was surrounded by the cultivators of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect. Get ready! Sun Gushing's eyes narrowed as he ordered coldly. Immediately, in the heavenly imperial palace, huge ancient arrays trembled as terrifying fluctuations spread between heaven and earth. The chaotic sky divine array, which was originally just a layer of white light, flashed with dazzling divine light. Divine runes appeared one after another, floating up and down, mysterious and unpredictable. Faintly, one could see 3 balls of divine light condensing in the divine rune array. Extremely terrifying divine power radiated from the 3 balls of divine light. The cultivators of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the 5 Ghost sect all felt a chill in their hearts as their expressions turned solemn. The sacrificial evil god dynasty was fine, as they already had a detailed understanding of the chaotic sky divine array. However, the people of the 5 Ghost sect felt a deep sense of fear. Many of them were even worried about the outcome of this joint battle. If they could not destroy the heavenly imperial palace, then they would have made a huge enemy for themselves. Only the mysterious black-robed sovereign's deep, evil eyes flickered with excitement. That excitement was not just because the heavenly imperial palace was about to be destroyed. It was because the entire spiritual state would be in complete chaos because of the destruction of the heavenly imperial palace. The turmoil would be unprecedented in the spiritual state, and no one would be able to stop it. Swish! At this moment, in the transfer hall of the heavenly imperial palace, a figure flew out with a pale face. This person was the Martial Emperor, who had been ordered by Sun Gushing to go to the Earth Star Martial Realm to spread the news. What did you say? Something happened to the transfer array to the Earth Star Martial Realm? Hearing the Martial Emperor's words, Sun Gushing's face changed drastically. Didn't this mean that the situation of the heavenly imperial palace could not be transmitted to the Earth Star Martial Realm, and Shirtian Gang, and the others could not come back to help? Qin Yu, who was standing beside Sun Gushing, raised his eyebrows. He had been worried that the extraterrestrial devils might have other tricks up their sleeves, which was why he had gone to find Sun Gushing. But now, it seemed that it was too late. If Shirtian Gang and the others were separated from the Sky Emperor Palace, on that day in the palace, they would be destroyed because they didn't have enough power to defend themselves. Shirtian Gang and the others would become stray dogs. They might even have fallen into the encirclement of the 2 great forces. What's going on? Where's Elder Pang? Sun Gushing's eyes were as sharp as swords as he questioned sternly. Ever since news of the incident at the sacrificial evil god dynasty spread, the teleportation hall had always been an important place for heavenly imperial palace. This was because the teleportation hall had to ensure that Shirtian Gang and the others could teleport back to the palace at all times. Therefore, it had always been the responsibility of a peak Emperor Master Elder. In order to prevent the extraterritorial demon race from causing trouble again, the heavenly imperial palace had even probed the soul of the top-notch sovereign elder with a saint technique. Under such circumstances, how could anything happen to the teleportation hall? Elder Pang is doing his best to restore the teleportation array, but it doesn't look good. The Martial Emperor could not hide the fear on his face. He also knew that not being able to connect with the Earth Star Martial Realm would be a fatal blow to the heavenly imperial palace. I'll go take a look. Qin Yu sensed carefully. After confirming that the void of the heavenly imperial palace was not sealed, he immediately flew in the direction of the teleportation hall. Sun Gushing, who had a grave expression, did not have much hope for Qin Yu to go. Elder Pang was not only a peak Emperor Master, but also an array master close to the Emperor level. If even he could not restore the teleportation array, what use would Qin Yu be if he went? Now that he could not inform Shirtian Gang and the others to return, Sun Gushing had to change his strategy. He originally wanted to use the chaotic sky divine array to attack and defend at the same time, delaying the sacrificial evil dynasty and the 5 Ghost sect. He wanted to wait for Shirtian Gang and the others to return and severely injure them. But now it was impossible to split up and attack. Everyone Change the array and defend with all your might. Sun Gushing immediately gave the order. Even the martial ancestors, martial gods, and Wushang in the heavenly imperial palace gathered together. At this time, except for the younger generation, women, and children who had to leave the ancestral realm, it could be said that everyone was a soldier. Oh, it seems that you already know that the teleportation array has been destroyed. Seeing the change in the killing array of the heavenly imperial palace, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the mysterious black-robed sovereign. It was time to take action. He took a step forward and appeared outside the chaotic sky divine array of the heavenly imperial palace. As he formed a seal with his hands, a cold and evil light condensed. What kind of Tao art is this? The sovereigns of the sacrificial evil dynasty were surprised when they sensed the fluctuations of the cold and evil light. The sacrificial evil dynasty cultivated the Tao of sacrificial spirits, which was already the Tao of Yin evil. But the Tao art condensed by the mysterious black-robed sovereign gave off an evil fluctuation that was even stronger than their sacrificial spirit. At the same time, in the teleportation hall of the heavenly imperial palace, what's going on? Why is the array's power being disrupted and annihilated for no reason? A skinny old man with a weathered face frowned. This old man was the only array inscription master in the heavenly imperial palace who was close to the imperial grade, guest Elder Pang. Elder Pang had been saved by Shi Tiangang in the past, so he had been staying in the heavenly imperial palace to serve it. His status in the heavenly imperial palace was comparable to Sun Yunlong's. Although array Tao and artifact refining were similar in some ways, being proficient in one meant being proficient in the other. But when it came to the imperial grade, even the slightest difference in attainments between the two would result in a huge gap. Therefore, in terms of attainments in array Tao, Elder Pang was more profound than Sun Yunlang. Suddenly, Elder Pang, who had been concentrating, came back to his senses. He tilted his head and saw that a figure had appeared in the teleportation hall. Elder Pang was furious. Being disturbed while he was deep in thought had violated his taboo, but just as he was about to fly into a rage, he saw the person squat down somewhere in the teleportation hall. Did you find anything? Elder Pang was startled. He also recognized that the person who had appeared in the teleportation hall was Qinyu, who had been in the limelight in the heavenly imperial palace. He had heard that Qinyu had set up the Black Demon Array in the Jiuzhang martial world to resist the people of the sacrificial evil god court. It was clear that Qinyu had amazing talent and attainments in array Tao. Elder Pang originally wanted to take Qinyu as his disciple, but the sacrificial evil god court had attacked just as he had that thought. Now that he saw Qinyu's appearance, he walked over unconsciously. There seems to be something down here. Qinyu glanced at Elder Pang and said indifferently, but in reality, Qinyu had already sensed it. The undetectable fluctuation under the teleportation hall was primordial divine power. In truth, if it weren't for the divine power imprint in his palm that was sensitive to primordial divine power, he wouldn't have been able to sense it. Even Qin, you wouldn't have been able to sense it. The other party's cautious deployment was shocking. Chapter 458. Let me see. Elder Pang quickly squatted down and used his Tao technique to sense carefully. But after a while, Elder Pang raised his eyebrows and looked at Qinyu in confusion. He did not find anything. Escape. Qinyu did not waste time and directly used his earth escape technique to sneak into the underground of the transfer hall. Seeing this, Elder Pang's figure flickered, and he followed closely into the underground of the transfer hall. After a few breaths of time, they entered the depths of the transfer hall. Buried underground was an ancient and mysterious tomb. Extremely profound divine power ripples emanated from it. This divine force fluctuation was far different from the ancient divine force that Qin Yu had refined and suppressed. The extraterritorial demon race's research on ancient divine force has reached such a level. The dragon soul in the dragon god Ancient Seal said in surprise. To be able to integrate ancient divine force into the array was not something that could be thoroughly studied in a day. The extraterritorial demon race's ancient divine force operation must have been planned for a long time. Ancient divine force? How could there be one here? Elder Pang was extremely shocked. The ancient divine force obtained by the Heavenly Emperor Palace had been divided by Shi Tiangang and given to the Emperor Realm Masters to refine. There should not be any extra divine force to set up this spirit array. Moreover, if this divine force array was the culprit that affected the Heavenly Emperor Palace's transfer array, it was impossible that it was set up by the cultivators of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Who could it be? Could it be that there were spies from other forces besides the extraterritorial demon race? No matter what, let's break it first. Qin Yu said, the most important thing now was to restore the transfer array of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Otherwise, the huge Sky Emperor Palace would become a huge cage, and no one would be able to escape. Hung Long. Elder Pang came back to his senses and nodded. But just as he was about to take action, an earth-shattering explosion came from the ground of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Qin Yu sensed slightly, and his face turned serious. The chaotic sky divine array of the Heavenly Emperor Palace has been broken, the Dragon Soul said, his voice also quite serious. This is big trouble. Elder Pang's face changed greatly as he sensed that the chaotic sky divine array had been broken. Break this divine power formation as fast as possible. Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu had already disappeared into the ground. All right. Hearing this, Elder Pang did not hesitate and immediately began to break the divine power formation. This brat. But in the next moment, Elder Pang was stunned. He raised his head and looked at Qin Yu, who had long disappeared. Earlier, in that instant, Qin Yu's voice contained a majestic tone. It actually caused him to subconsciously do as Qin Yu said. This made Elder Pang even more surprised. The majestic demeanor that Qin Yu unintentionally emitted just now was even more powerful than Shi Tiangong's. He was like a peerless expert who stood at the peak of the world. Of course, given the current emergency situation, he didn't have the time to dwell on this issue and started to set up the killing formation again. At this time, in the void of Emperor Tian Palace, a huge hole had appeared in the chaotic sky divine formation that covered the entire Sky Emperor Palace. The place where the hole stood was none other than the mysterious black-robed emperor. Seeing this scene, Sun Gushing and the other Sky Emperor Palace martial artists paled in disbelief. How is this possible? Who is he? Sun Gushing's eyes were dazed as he stared at the mysterious black-robed emperor. The chaotic sky divine formation was an ancient divine formation left behind by the three ancient sovereigns. It contained the power of the three ancient sovereigns. How could it be broken in just a few breaths? This had never happened in the history of the Sky Emperor Palace. Even the people of the Sky Emperor Palace could not do it. He actually succeeded. The sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect were overjoyed. Like perverts who had seen a naked beauty, they felt their blood boil. Now that the protective formation had been broken, the Sky Emperor Palace had no defensive measures left and could only be slaughtered by them. An extraterritorial demon race. Qin Yu, who had just emerged from the ground, looked at the mysterious black-robed emperor with a strange light in his eyes. Although he did not sense any extraterritorial demon chi, he could sense the faint fluctuations of divine power coming from this person. It was almost the same as the divine power formation under the teleportation hall. There was no need to think about it. The divine power altar was definitely related to this person. Therefore, this person was most likely an extraterritorial demon in disguise. The alliance of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect was indeed related to the extraterritorial demon race. If we don't act now, when will we? The mysterious black-robed man slowly retreated after breaking the chaotic sky divine formation. From his appearance, his blood was weak and his aura was chaotic. It was as if he had paid a heavy price. Kill. The cultivators of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect instantly woke up from their joy when they heard the mysterious black-robed man's words. Tao power that could destroy heaven and earth surged toward the hole in the divine formation like an apocalyptic wave. The aura was so fierce that it was like a pack of hungry wolves that could tear apart any enemy in front of them. Divine might of the three ancient sovereigns, chaotic sky and earth. Sun Gushing snapped out of his daze. Without any hesitation, he executed the move that he had been preparing all along. In the depths of the Sky Emperor Palace, three divine might as vast as the ocean merged into the three balls of light of the chaotic sky divine formation. Boom! With a loud explosion, a figure appeared in each of the three balls of light. It was none other than the three ancient emperors. The moment the three emperors appeared, the ancient divine runes in the chaotic sky divine formation cracked and turned into rays of light that filled the entire Sky Emperor Palace. Huh! Seeing this, the dragon's soul exclaimed softly. The chaotic sky divine formation actually contained the Tao of space. At this moment, the entire void of the Sky Emperor Palace became chaotic. The cultivators of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect swarmed in like a tide. Even the top Emperor Realm Masters felt as if they were trapped in a swamp and couldn't escape. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the three figures of the three emperors seemed to have come from the ancient era. With invincible divine might, they pressed down with a loud bang. The divine abilities of the three emperors surged like an ocean and blasted toward the enemies who had invaded the array. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of the two sects suffered heavy losses. Countless martial emperors were killed, their flesh and blood splattered, and their souls scattered. Everyone, the Sky Emperor Palace's sect guarding array, has been broken. It will be destroyed today. Let's charge in. Since the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect had joined forces to invade the Sky Emperor Palace, they naturally prepared many means and attacked with all their might. All kinds of divine weapons and ancient treasures were summoned to resist the attacks of the chaotic sky divine formation and the three emperors. Everyone, prepare for battle. At this moment, the people of the Sky Emperor Palace didn't just sit back and watch the show. The chaotic sky divine formation was indeed very powerful, but now that there was a gap in the array, it would be difficult to stop the invading enemies of the two sections. Therefore, under Sun Gushing's furious roar, the Sky Emperor Palace martial artists that had gathered all charged forward with solemn expressions. The first to charge out were naturally the 100 divine guards. Their eyes were cold and murderous. Without any emotion, they charged into the sky. Originally, many cultivators of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect who were about to charge out were immediately attacked and blasted into the chaotic sky divine formation. This violent and destructive battle that concerned the survival of the Sky Emperor Palace had officially begun. Chapter 459. Sky Tyrant Emperor Fist, Light Dragon Divine Seal, Chaotic Demon Destruction, Soul Severing Blade, See Burning Fire Silkworm. In the void, one after another, astonishing divine abilities and secret techniques appeared one after another, erupting with terrifying power. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. But the Sky Emperor Palace relied on the power of the chaotic sky divine array and the three Emperor Phantoms. They blocked the cultivators of the two sects who joined the battlefield in the range of the chaotic sky divine array. Until now, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Martial emperors and even emperor realm masters were killed one after another. But the Sky Emperor Palace did not let any of their enemies enter the Sky Emperor Palace. The situation is not good. In the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal, the Dragon Soul was carefully watching the battle. Although the Sky Emperor Palace temporarily resisted the people of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and the Five Ghost Sect, but the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Especially in such a frenzied battle, both sides had expended a great deal of energy. Once Sun Gushing, and the others were exhausted. Then, with the strength of the other martial ancestors, martial gods, and Wusheng in the Sky Emperor Palace, it was impossible to stop the cultivators of the two sections. Qinyu did not participate in the battle. His eyes narrowed slightly. His attention was no longer on the frenzied battle. Instead, he focused on the broken chaotic sky divine array, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Once the Sky Emperor Palace is destroyed, we can prepare the second plan. Outside the chaotic sky divine array, the mysterious black-clothed emperor, whose aura had recovered a lot, had a cold look in his eyes. It seems that it is only a matter of time before the Sky Emperor Palace is destroyed. In the void, thousands of miles away from the Sky Emperor Palace, four figures sat cross-legged on clouds, looking in the direction of the Sky Emperor Palace. Although they were thousands of miles away, the scene of the crazy battle in the Sky Emperor Palace appeared clearly in their eyes. That guy is from the Shadow Demon clan of the extraterritorial demon race, right? While watching the chaotic battle in the Sky Emperor Palace, one of the four was also paying attention to the mysterious black-clothed emperor. The extraterritorial demon race probably thinks that we are unaware of their plan to infiltrate the Heaven Domain. Now, they are probably fantasizing about how to swallow the 9 states of the Heaven Domain. A dark-faced elder sneered eerily. Once the heavenly imperial palace was destroyed, the extraterritorial devil race would definitely fall into the hands of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. With the destruction of the 2 top forces, the turmoil in the 4 regions of the spiritual state would be avoided. The extraterritorial devil race would then take the opportunity to disrupt the situation in the other prefectures and invade them en masse. At that time, even if they couldn't swallow the entire Heaven Domain, most of it would fall into the hands of the extraterritorial devil race. Unfortunately, the Xenorace plan was rather perfect. Unexpectedly, there were already hunters who had their eyes on them in the dark. If they knew about the divine power restriction they left in the Sky Emperor's palace, they would have no choice but to accept it. This sealing effect was only achieved after we improved it. I wonder what you think about it. A round-faced fatty chuckled as he spoke. If Qinyu heard them, he would definitely be extremely shocked. Qin, you had always thought that the formation was set up by the extraterritorial devil race. Who would have thought that there would be Heaven Domain cultivators behind the scenes? Didn't that mean that there were already forces in the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain that could control the ancient divine power? In fact, in terms of control, it wasn't inferior to the extraterritorial devil race. The muddy water between the Heaven Domain and the extraterritorial devil race seemed to be getting more and more muddy. No one knew if there were any ferocious beasts hiding under the water. However, this plan to exterminate the extraterritorial devil race will probably cause countless deaths. A youth holding an ancient fan sighed softly. Now, just the turmoil in the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Domain had caused countless deaths. Once the extraterritorial devil race invaded, it would really be a disaster. In this world, you have to pay a price for everything you do. Although this plan is very risky, it's still very risky. Although this plan is risky, once it succeeds, the threat of the extraterritorial devil race will be eliminated once and for all. The 7 ancient emperors' actions are for the future of the entire heaven domain. The future generations will naturally understand and praise it. A blue-clothed woman with a cold gaze said, "That's right. If we want to completely destroy the extraterritorial devil race, this sacrifice is completely worth it." The dark-faced elder and the round-faced fatty nodded in agreement. Rumble! While the 4 were talking, the battle in the Heavenly Emperor Palace was coming to an end. People from the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the 5 Ghost sect had already broken through the blockade of Sun Gushing and the others and rushed into the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The situation immediately changed. "Let's go, the outcome is decided." Among the 4, the dark-faced old man got up and prepared to leave. The round-faced fatty and the blue-clothed woman also turned around. Suddenly, the youth with the ancient fan seemed to have discovered something and let out a soft cry. The other 3 turned around, and their gazes could not help but freeze. How could this be? At this moment, the demon emperor from the extraterritorial devil race also had a look of astonishment in his cold and indifferent eyes. Rewind time a little. In the void of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the crazy battle was getting more and more tragic. One cultivator after another turned into corpses, and the corpses turned into blood and flesh that scattered into the air. Not even their bones remained, and their souls were scattered. Now, the Heavenly Emperor Palace's disadvantage was becoming more and more obvious, and all the defensive lines were faintly unstable. Sun Gushing, who was in charge of the overall situation, was facing the 3 top Emperor Realm Masters, including Fierce Tiger Emperor. Even though Sun Gushing had an extremely mysterious divination secret technique and the help of the chaotic sky divine array, in the hands of the 3 top Emperor Realm Masters, the Heavenly Emperor Palace was still being defeated, not to mention helping the Heavenly Emperor Palace in other places. It was difficult for them to even protect themselves. The Heavenly Emperor Palace is finished. It's time to retreat. Seeing this, the Dragon Soul said to Qin Yu, now, they could either enter the Heavenly Emperor Palace's ancestral realm and wait for Shi Tiangang and the others to come, or they could take the opportunity to leave the Heavenly Emperor Palace and avoid this disaster. Because in the current situation, Qin Yu could not intervene at all. Even if he went all out and exposed his trump cards, it would be impossible to turn the situation around. So, no matter which option he chose, he had to withdraw. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yu, who had been looking at the chaotic sky divine array, heard this, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What do you mean? The Dragon Soul was slightly startled, not understanding the meaning of Qin Yu's words. Could it be that Qin Yu still wanted to intervene in this situation? Was there something wrong with his brain? What I mean is very simple. I want to help the Heavenly Emperor Palace get through this. Qin Yu said slowly. Now, not only the spiritual state, but even the entire heaven domain was in turmoil. If this continued, there was no doubt that the heaven domain would enter an era of rebellion. At this time, Qin Yu felt that it was better to stay in the Heavenly Emperor Palace than to leave and explore alone. If an era was in turmoil, no one could stay out of it, unless they chose to escape into those shattered continents and live in seclusion. But that was not what Qin Yu wanted. He needed to become stronger as soon as possible and constantly become stronger. His current strength had reached the 7th grade Emperor realm. What he needed to do next was to find the dragon race and completely break through to the Emperor realm. Then he would naturally launch his revenge. So he had to face the current head-on. Not only did he have to protect himself in the upcoming turmoil, but he also had to seize the opportunity to become stronger. Chapter 460. If you had the cultivation of your previous life, I believe you could easily suppress this situation. But unfortunately, you are only a little 7th grade martial emperor now. The dragon soul calmly reminded Chinyu. He did not want Chinyu to take the risk. If he interfered in this battle, Chinyu might be in danger or expose his identity. Although Chinyu had the strength of an emperor realm master, he could only protect himself in this situation. Don't worry, if I can't do it, I will withdraw immediately. Chinyu smiled. Since he had such an idea, he naturally thought it through carefully and would not act rashly. Okay, what do you need me to do? Seeing that Chinyu would not change his mind, the dragon soul was a little helpless, but he could only help Chinyu with all his strength. Your divine ability is of great use. Later, Chinyu did not finish his words. At this moment, a violent explosion sounded. Several Emperor Divine Guards of the Sky Emperor Palace were killed, and dozens of people from the sacrificial evil god Imperial Court rushed in. Not good, stop them. Sun Jiuxiao's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted angrily. Forbidden secret techniques and divine abilities were also used frantically, as if trying to escape from the 3 peak emperors. But Xionghu and the other 2 were already prepared to destroy the Sky Emperor Palace. Of course, they would not let an important person like Sun Gushing escape. So the 3 went all out and did not retreat at all. The battle between the 4 became more and more fierce, and many cultivators were inadvertently affected and were seriously injured or even killed. Kill! The dozens of cultivators who rushed out of the range of the chaotic Sky Divine Array did not rush into the Sky Emperor Palace to kill. With the gap as the center, they attacked the cultivators of the Sky Emperor Palace in all directions. Previously, they were in the chaotic Sky Divine Array and were suppressed by the power of the array, greatly reducing their battle strength. So, they were firmly trapped in the array by the Sky Emperor Palace. But now, they broke out of the array, and the array's power dissipated. Their battle strength immediately returned to its peak. The people of the Sky Emperor Palace had to stop the other cultivators in the chaotic Sky Divine Array. On the other hand, they had to deal with these people who broke out of the array and immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Therefore, more and more martial artists from the 2 sects rushed out of the divine array. The situation of Sky Emperor Palace was becoming more and more precarious. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a ray of divine light tore through space and charged into the chaotic heavens' divine formation. That is, Sun Gushing's expression changed when he sensed the aura of the 3 emperors contained within the godly light. In the Sky Emperor Palace, the only person who had obtained the inheritance of the 3 sovereigns was Chinyu. Sun Gushing thought that Chinyu had retreated to the ancestral realm because he had been busy fighting. Unexpectedly, not only did Chinyu not leave, he actually rushed into the battle. What was he trying to do? Courting death? Sun Gushing was still trying to figure out Chinyu's intentions. Chinyu, who had turned into a beam of divine light, quickly flew to a certain place in the chaotic Sky Divine Formation. That was where the heart of the chaotic heavens divine formation was located. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Immediately, a buzzing sound that shook the heavens and earth resounded. At this moment, the martial artists of the 3 sects, who were fighting fiercely, immediately felt a terrifying aura of the formation that suppressed their souls. The strength of that aura was far greater than that of the chaotic heavens divine formation. What happened? Many cultivators were at a loss. They did not know what had happened. However, the martial artists who had noticed Qin Yu's actions and even attacked Qin Yu suddenly changed their expressions. This was because they clearly saw the changes in the chaotic heavens' divine formation. It appeared because Qin Yu was surrounded by divine light and merged into the heart of the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the heart of the chaotic heavens' divine formation split into 3 beams of divine light that pierced through space. They shot into the 3 illusory figures of the 3 emperors. As the dazzling divine light flashed, dark, golden ancient runes appeared on the illusory figures of the 3 emperors and covered their entire bodies. In an instant, the illusory and transparent illusory figures of the 3 emperors immediately became real. Even that dignified face was clearly visible in his eyes. The terrifying aura that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths swept across the heavens and earth, making everyone tremble in fear. It was as if the real 3 emperors of the ancient era had reappeared in the world. Such pressure is enough to reach the peak of the emperor realm. Damn it, how could this be? The martial artists of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and 5-Go sect, who had thought that victory was in their hands, were all shocked. None of them had expected such an unforeseen turn of events. He can control the chaotic heavens' divine formation and use divine light to form the 3 emperors. Sun Guxing's eyes bulged as he stared blankly. This was the final form of the chaotic heavens' divine formation. In the history of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, only the descendants of the first generation of the 3 emperors could do it. All this time, Sun Guxing had thought that it was just a legend, but he did not expect it to be true. What shocked him even more was that Qin Yu, who was only in the martial emperor realm, could do it. Could it be because he had inherited the complete divine abilities of the 3 emperors? He can control the chaotic heavens' divine formation. Feeling that he could control the 3 emperors' incarnations, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with joy. When the chaotic heavens' divine formation appeared, Qin Yu vaguely felt that it was resonating with the 3 emperors' divine abilities. After his previous observation, he had the idea of getting involved in this battle. Now, Qin Yu was at the heart of the chaotic heavens' divine formation, but no one could see him. This was because the chaotic heavens' divine formation contained a very strong space force, and the void in this area was disturbed. The place where Qin Yu was currently located was like an invisible void space, but he could see the entire battlefield clearly through the 3 emperors' incarnations. Of course, he could do this because of the Dragon Soul's space-time divine ability. Had that not been the case, Qin Yu would have been exposed to everyone and become the target of a multitude of arrows. Next, a cold light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes as he looked indifferently at the martial artists of the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Boom, boom. With a thought from Qin Yu, the 3 emperors' incarnations immediately rushed out with divine power, but they did not kill indiscriminately. Among the 3 incarnations, the Battle Emperor's incarnation rushed out of the divine formation and attacked the martial artists of the Sky Emperor Palace. The Stone Emperor's incarnation appeared in front of the 2 Peak Emperors who were frantically breaking the divine formation. The God Emperor's incarnation used the sealing divine light to help Sun Guxing. The power of the 3 ancient divine abilities was fully displayed by the 3 incarnations. The Dragon Soul was not idle either. Its space-time divine ability was integrated into the chaotic heavens' divine formation. This made the space force of the chaotic heavens' divine formation even more terrifying, to the point where it could tear space apart. The Emperor Realm Masters were fine, but once the martial emperors were sucked in, they would basically die. Sky Emperor Palace was originally at an absolute disadvantage, and the situation that was about to collapse immediately changed. Not only did the situation stabilize, but they also gradually gained the upper hand. Find them. With the addition of the divine light incarnations, the ferocious tiger emperor and the white-robed emperor of the sacrificial evil god dynasty felt the pressure increase, and their faces immediately turned ugly. If this continued, the Sky Emperor Palace would turn the tables on them. Although they had not found Qinyu's location, there was no doubt that Qinyu was hiding in the chaotic heavens' divine formation. If they were not held back by Sun Guxing and the God Emperor's incarnation, they would have already gone to find Qinyu. Chapter 461. That brat! Where did he come from? The black-clothed, masked shadow demon from the extraterritorial domain asked. Seeing the drastic change in the battle situation in an instant, everyone was stunned. He had seen Qinyu's cultivation just now. He was only a martial emperor. In this battle between the three sects, martial emperors were not cannon fodder, but they were not of much use. But now, such an insignificant ant had actually forcefully turned the situation around. How could the shadow demon not be shocked? He turned the entire battle around by himself. Thousands of miles away, the young man with the ancient fan also looked at the scene in a daze. Not to mention a martial emperor, even he would not be able to resolve the crisis of the heavenly imperial palace under such circumstances. What happened? The dark-faced old man could not help but ask. The three of them did not see Qinyu rushing into the chaotic sky divine array. They did not know what had caused the battle to change. In an instant, the young man with the ancient fan flicked his finger, and a light screen appeared in the void. The scene of Qinyu turning into a ray of divine light and merging into the chaotic sky divine array was clearly replayed. He should be Shinfeng, who took first place on the spiritual state battle list from the heavenly imperial palace some time ago. The round-faced fat man thought for a while and recognized Qinyu. There is something strange about this brat. The blue-clothed woman's bright eyes flashed. Although there were many martial emperors in the heaven domain who could kill emperor realm masters, there were still many. However, for someone like Qinyu to be able to turn the tide of such a great battle around, it was likely impossible to find another person like him. Even if he relied on external forces, such a brilliant battle record was still shocking. If the heavenly imperial palace could survive this crisis, it was conceivable that Qinyu's name would be famous in the heaven domain. What should we do now? The young man with the ancient fan asked. This change was not only unexpected to the shadow demon. Even the four of them did not expect it at all. According to the plan of the 7 great ancient emperors, they wanted to use the destruction of the heavenly imperial palace as bait. They wanted the extraterritorial demon race to continue with their plan to achieve the purpose of the demon extermination plan. But now, the extraterritorial demon race's plan seemed to have failed at the heavenly imperial palace. This is something that the extraterritorial devil race should be worried about. The dark-faced old man shook his head. The reason why they had interfered with the divine power formation was because they thought that the heavenly imperial palace was destined to be destroyed. That was why he took the opportunity to push the matter behind the scenes. But if he were to intervene in this situation, it was very likely that the imperial palace of heaven would notice. No matter how righteous the plan of the 7 great ancient emperors was, it would still be useless. They were all using the billions of cultivators in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain as sacrifices. Therefore, before the demon extermination plan succeeded, they could not reveal their identities. Moreover, the extraterritorial devil race had been plotting for so many years. They would definitely have a backup plan. Even if Sky Emperor Palace's plan failed, they would definitely target other forces in the spiritual state. Therefore, they only needed to watch from afar. Rumble! In the void above Sky Emperor Palace, the earth-shaking battle continued. As time passed, the change in the situation of both parties became increasingly obvious. With the help of the avatars of the three ancient emperors, the advantage of the Sky Emperor Palace became increasingly obvious. After all, he did not have the help of the incarnations of the three ancient emperors. The Heavenly Imperial Palace also relied on the chaotic heaven god array to block the attacks of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and Five Ghost sect for a while. Now, he had the combat power of three more top Emperor Realm Masters. Coupled with the power of the chaotic Sky Divine Array, he had also greatly improved. Sky Emperor Palace naturally gained the upper hand. Bang! Under the control of Qin Yu, the Battle Emperor avatar evolved into thousands of divine weapons. The cultivators of the two sects who rushed out of the divine array suffered a devastating blow. Needless to say, the martial emperors were basically killed upon contact. Even the Emperor Realm Masters could not resist, and were completely suppressed to the point that they could not fight back. In addition to the Battle Emperor avatar, the fearless Divine Guards also frightened them. In the previous battle, when the Divine Guards saw that they could not survive, they would directly self-destruct to bring the enemy to their deaths. The Stone Emperor avatar used the indestructible Stone Emperor seal to the extreme. In the hands of the Stone Emperor avatar, the indestructible Stone Emperor seal was no longer just a defensive shield. Instead, it was an impenetrable cage. The two top emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and more than a dozen ordinary emperors were trapped in the indestructible Stone Emperor seal. The two sides fought fiercely inside, and the sacrificial evil god dynasty suffered heavy losses. Of course, the fiercest battle was still the God Emperor Avatar's side. The God Emperor Avatar and Sun Guxing joined forces, and the sealing divine light that sealed the heavens and earth clashed with the unpredictable divination secret technique. The offensive secret techniques of the two sides caused Xiong, Hu, and the other two emperors to be in a difficult situation. Originally, the three of them were suppressing Sun Guxing, but now it was Sun Guxing who was suppressing them. Although they were not defeated, they could not help other places at all. The other cultivators of the two sects were fighting in the chaotic heaven divine array. They were looking for Qin Yu's figure, but they could not find even a shadow. Instead, under the turbulent space force, people were dying one after another. Of course, no matter which side had the upper hand. In this kind of crazy battle, the casualties on both sides were extremely shocking. But at this time, no one cared about the casualties on the other side. The sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect wanted to completely destroy the Heavenly Imperial Palace. As long as the Heavenly Imperial Palace was still resisting, they would not stop attacking. The Heavenly Imperial Palace was desperately resisting. Unless the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect retreated, they would not stop. The result of this battle was very important to the three sects, so they were all going all out. It's about time. At this time, Qin Yu, who had merged into the array core and was in the chaotic space, had a cold look in his eyes. Now that the battle had stabilized, he could let loose. Qin Yu formed hand seals with his hands, and the three emperors' divine light in the chaotic heaven divine array flashed. Many divine light clones appeared, and there were more than 500 of them. Pu. After those divine light clones appeared, they immediately pounced on the martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect. Although the divine light clones only had the cultivation of a rank 7 martial emperor like Qin Yu, the chaotic heaven divine array was very powerful. However, with the help of the chaotic sky divine array's chaotic space energy, even those top martial emperors could face it head-on. As for those martial emperors with rank 7 or 8 or even weaker cultivations, they could not escape death. In the chaotic heaven divine array, there was no possibility of escaping. In less than 10 breaths, hundreds of martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect had died. Although the emperor realm masters of the two sects were going all out to deal with the Divine Light clones. But those were just the Divine Light clones. Even if they were killed, new Divine Light clones would appear, and the situation could not be reversed. The large number of casualties made the five ghost sect's ferocious tiger sovereign and the white-clothed sovereign of the sacrificial evil god dynasty so sad that their faces twitched. Those martial emperors who could attack the heavenly imperial palace were naturally the best of the martial emperors, and they could become sovereigns in the future. Even before they took action, they knew that many of them would die. But when they saw the scene, they still felt heartache. If this continued, it would not be long before all of their martial emperors died at the hands of Qinyu. This also caused them to have an uncontrollable desire to kill Qinyu. They wished that they could immediately rush up, find Qinyu, and grind his bones to dust. Chapter 462. However, no matter how much the trio wanted to kill Qinyu, they could only think about it in their hearts. Sun Gushing had completely lost his mind and was even willing to consume the power of his bloodline origin. The trio was held back and couldn't get away. Sun Gushing naturally knew that the crux of this battle lay with Qinyu alone. As long as no one interfered with Qinyu, the heavenly imperial palace would be safe. Although they wouldn't be safe, at least they wouldn't be annihilated. The crazy battle between the two sides continued. Under such circumstances, the martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the five ghost sect were dying at an alarming rate. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses were destroyed. This blow was even worse for the two sects that had joined forces. It could be said to be extremely fatal. Is he there? As the Divine Light clones were destroyed and reappeared one after another, the black-clothed and masked shadow demon's deep and cold gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. Although it was only for a moment, when the Divine Light clones reappeared, they would emit a slight fluctuation. There was no doubt that it was Qinyu's hiding place. Thinking of this, a thin layer of black light appeared on his body, and he quietly disappeared into the void. The Shadow Demon clan has made their move. The four sovereigns who were watching the battle changed their expressions. Did he find out where Shinfeng is? The round-faced fatty muttered to himself in confusion. He couldn't see where Qinyu was hiding. Although the Shadow Demon clan isn't a royal clan among the extraterritorial demon clans, it's still a famous clan. They're famous for their shadow and concealment abilities, so it's possible that they found him. The dark-faced old man said, "He has to make his move." The blue-clothed woman said, "No one knew whether the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the five ghost sect would retreat in this stalemate. Once the two sides stopped fighting, the extraterritorial demon clan's plan would be useless. On the contrary, the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the heavenly imperial palace, and the five ghost sect would suffer heavy losses. It was even to the extent that the annihilation of the three great powers was the most beneficial to the Xenorace plan. Since the Outerium Devil race had meticulously prepared for this battle, then they would definitely not stop here. The expression of the Dragon Soul, who was using a space-time divine power to kill the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and the five ghost sect suddenly changed slightly. Someone is approaching. His concealment technique is quite powerful. He seems to have comprehended the Tao of space. The Dragon Soul immediately sensed it carefully, and its expression turned serious. Even he was unable to accurately lock onto his opponent. Waves of primordial divine power, diagonally to the left. Qinyu raised his eyebrows and said, he did not sense anyone approaching, but he sensed the subtle fluctuations of the ancient divine power. Found it. With Qinyu's reminder, the Dragon Soul carefully sensed the approaching Shadow Devil. Kill him? The Dragon Soul formed a series of hand seals, and the power of time and space revolved around it. Of course. A cold smile appeared on Qinyu's face. He would destroy the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and he would not let the Xeno race off either. Immediately, Qinyu and the dragon souls secretly prepared. Given their current location, the Xeno race devil race could sense his location, but he could not see him unless he could sneak into this chaotic space. However, a scene that exceeded Qinyu's expectations really happened. Not only did the Xeno race devil race clearly know his location, he also accurately penetrated the space-time chaotic area and silently entered the chaotic space where he was. If the dragon soul had not comprehended the space-time laws, Qin Yu would have been able to sense the ancient divine power. It was really difficult to detect the Xeno race devil race. Swoosh, swoosh. The Xeno race devil race did not hesitate and immediately attacked. With a wave of his right hand, countless gray rays of light swept toward Qin Yu like spider webs. They seemed to want to bind and seal Qin Yu. Indestructible stone Emperor seal. However, at this moment, Qin Yu suddenly made his move. Dazzling divine light appeared on his body and filled his entire body. The gray rays of light were immediately deflected. At the same time, an ancient seal over 100 zhang tall descended like a giant mountain and enveloped the two of them. This was a technique that Qin Yu had learned from the Stone Emperor's clone. Inside the indestructible Stone Emperor seal, one could not even tear the void apart. It was a complete seal of space. This brat. The eyes under the mask of the shadow devil narrowed slightly. Qin Yu's reaction showed that he had been discovered long ago. He was waiting for him to take the bait. Of course, the shadow fiend was only surprised. No matter what means Qin Yu had, he was only a martial emperor. Now that the clones of the three ancient emperors were not around, he naturally had nothing to fear. Imperial Shadow Demon Sword. Knowing that his identity had been exposed, the shadow devil immediately revealed himself. After he appeared, he didn't waste any time talking. He attacked again and pointed his finger. A 10-meter-long void sword appeared. It flashed like a shadow and disappeared in an instant. Devour. Qin Yu struck out with his palm. Mighty dragon chi gathered, and a ferocious dragon seal appeared and devoured the void sword. It was the sky-devouring dragon seal. It was devoured. The shadow devil raised his eyebrows. What he had just used was a supreme secret technique of his clan. It was formed by the power of shadows. It was illusory and didn't really exist. However, when it attacked, it would explode with destructive power. Who would have thought that it would be resolved by Qin Yu in such a straightforward manner? Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded in this chaotic space. Qin Yu formed a seal with both hands. Azure dragon chi rose and vaguely turned into an azure Shinran behind him. Qin Yu's aura instantly soared. At the same time, pitch-black dragon scales crazily appeared on Qin Yu's skin. A dark light that made one's heart palpitate spread out. He used the dragon clan's super skills one after another. Another secret technique of the dragon clan, the shadow devil's face was filled with astonishment. He had seen cultivators in the heaven domain who knew the dragon clan's secret techniques. However, this was the first time he saw someone who could master several dragon clan's secret techniques, especially the secret technique Qin Yu used. Its power made him, who was in the Emperor realm, feel a little scared. Unseal. Seeing this, the shadow devil growled. Demon crests appeared on his body, and a rolling demon aura erupted. Qin Yu's 9 serenities purgatory and indestructible stone emperor seal. He didn't have to worry about his identity as an extraterritorial demon being discovered by the heaven domain cultivators. Thousand Shadow Devil Dance. After unsealing his demon body, the dark shadow devil's cultivation immediately reached the level of a 5th grade emperor. He waved his hands violently and numerous shadow devils appeared from his body. They danced in the void around him and swept out in all directions. The 9 Serenity's Purgatory's ability to seal perception was basically ineffective against him. Moreover, in this dark environment, the power of the Shadow Devil clan's secret techniques was also increased by a lot. Rumble! At this moment, rolling purple divine lightning swept over like a huge wave. The demonic shadows dancing in the void were immediately engulfed and annihilated in an instant. Chapter 463. Swoosh! Like a ghost, Qin Yu, whose entire body was surging with ancient divine energy, appeared from the purple lightning with the god-slaying sword in his hand. Swish! The sword slashed through the air. The destructive sword energy raged as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. Ancient divine power. The Dark Shadow clan member's pupils shrank. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He immediately performed a secret skill and turned into a black shadow to retreat. Judging from the majesty of the ancient divine power, Qin Yu's ancient divine power was probably stronger than his. More importantly, Qin Yu's ancient divine power didn't merge with the true origin. In other words, it was pure ancient divine power. Qin Yu was actually able to grasp the ancient era's divine power like them. If this news spread to the extraterritorial devil race, the entire extraterritorial devil race would be shocked, because if the warriors of the heaven domain could also control ancient divine power, then the plan that the extraterritorial devil race had prepared for hundreds of years would be useless. Nightlight art. Thinking of this, the mask on the Dark Shadow clan member's face glowed. Wisps of faint light gathered in his eyes. Then a strange scene appeared. Qin Yu's figure appeared in the Dark Shadow clan member's eyes. That's the spirit of the ancient heavenly rock and the god-slaying sword. I see. It's him. After seeing clearly, the Dark Shadow clan member's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he understood. Obviously, he knew about the spirit of the ancient heavenly rock and the god-slaying sword. Swoosh! At the moment when that Dark Shadow clansman was using his secret technique, Qin Yu had once again rushed toward him. The terrifying, killing, intent sword energy gathered and turned into a sword energy storm that swept across the sky. God-slaying art. The Shadow Demon clan member came back to his senses. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness as the mark of divine power appeared on his forehead. The spirit of the ancient heavenly rock and the god-slaying sword couldn't fall into the hands of the warriors of the heaven domain. As he formed a seal with his hands, a beam of ancient divine power gathered. The moment the beam of divine power gathered, it immediately pierced through the void. Rumble! Qin Yu's sword energy storm and the Shadow Demon clan members' divine power met. The two of them exploded with destructive shock waves that could shatter space. Even the indestructible stone Emperor seal formed by the power of the chaotic sky divine formation began to tremble violently. The ancient heavenly rock's divine power is restrained. The extraterritorial devil race has such a secret technique. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Compared to the black-robed old man, the Shadow Devil clan was much more difficult to deal with. Gather! Qin Yu's eyes flashed as all the spatial energy of the 9 Hell's Purgatory gathered on his pitch-black dragon scales. Divine art combo! The Dark Shadow Race clansman turned into a wisp of black light and charged out of the destructive shockwave. Beams of divine energy light shot toward Qin Yu unceasingly. Their might was extremely frightening. Destroy! As the sword light flashed, all the beams of divine power were torn apart. White light emerged from Qin Yu's pores, which were covered in pitch-black dragon scales. Die! Then Qin Yu waved his right hand, and the god-slaying sword slashed down. A sword light that was dozens of feet long tore through the air. Seal! The Shadow Devil Clan clansmen immediately used a secret technique. A pitch-black divine light appeared and covered the sword light like a crazily spinning whirlpool. HM? But in the next moment, the Shadow Devil Clan clansmen looked extremely surprised. The crazily spinning whirlpool was torn apart. A white light flashed through the sky, like a meteor. Before the Shadow Devil Clan clansman could react, the space between his eyebrows was pierced. The divine power mark collapsed, and the destructive divine power erupted like a tsunami. It was the sacrificial immortal forbidden technique. Refine. Chinyu did not search the Shadow Devil Clan clansman's demon soul and directly destroyed it. Judging from the Emperor Realm Demon clansman he met in the Nine Hells martial world, the extraterritorial devil race had sealed their memories about the ancient divine power plan and would not leave behind any information. At this time, Chinyu did not have extra time to waste on capturing the demon soul of the Shadow Devil Clan clansman alive, so he directly destroyed it. As for the erupting ancient divine power, Chinyu did not waste it. The divine power mark flashed as the ancient heavenly rock spirit tore through the sky and crazily devoured all the ancient divine power. I wonder how the battle is going? Above the clouds, the 4 Emperor Realm Masters were watching the battle in the heavenly Imperial Palace with rapt attention. After the Shadow Devil Clan clansmen moved out, they found that the three Emperor clansmen and the hundreds of Divine Light clansmen were obviously much slower. Many of the Divine Light clansmen did not recondense after they were killed. Obviously, Chinyu had been targeted by the extraterritorial devil race. However, they still did not know where Chinyu and the Shadow Devil Clan clansmen were. Although that Qinfeng's aptitude is amazing, his cultivation seems to be only at the 3rd grade martial emperor realm. Without the help of the 3 Divine Light clansmen, being targeted by an Emperor Realm Master would not bode well for him. The round-faced fatty said, the dark-faced old man, the young man with the ancient fan, and the blue-robed woman all nodded slightly. Obviously, they agreed with the round-faced fatty's words. Although Chinyu had reversed the situation of the heavenly Imperial Palace with his own strength, that was because he was hiding in the dark and controlling the chaotic sky divine array. Now that his real body had been found by an Emperor Realm Master, it was impossible for him to be a 3rd grade martial emperor, no matter how heaven-defying his combat strength was. HM? Suddenly, the dark-faced old man and the other 3's eyes flashed. A figure appeared in the chaotic sky divine array, without any warning. It was none other than Chinyu. No way, the dark-faced old man, and the other 3's eyes trembled when they saw this. Although the Shadow Devil Clan clansman's strength was far inferior to theirs, he was still a 4th grade martial emperor. Could it be that he would die at the hands of a 3rd grade martial emperor? Kill him. The moment Chinyu appeared, the white-clothed emperor and the fierce tiger emperor of the sacrificial evil god dynasty immediately sensed it and shouted. Sun Gushing's expression changed slightly, but there was nothing he could do. The emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the 5 Ghost sect had already charged towards Chinyu with murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. Chinyu did not panic at all. After the divine light flickered, hundreds of divine light clones fled in all directions. The emperors who were charging towards him did not know which one to chase. Swish! Suddenly, a divine light passed through the chaotic array and entered the Stone Emperor's clone. It was the cultivators of the 2 sects who had been trapped in the indestructible Stone Emperor seal. Now, there were only 2 peak emperors and 7 ordinary emperors left. The rest of the martial emperors had all died. Not good. The 2 peak emperors who were resisting the Stone Emperor's clones' attacks changed their expressions drastically. As the divine light entered the Stone Emperor's clone, The divine aura emanating from it became more powerful and terrifying. Needless to say, they could guess that it was Qin Yu who had merged with the Stone Emperor's clone. Boom! Just as the two-peaked sovereigns had expected, the divine light just now was indeed Qin Yu. After merging with the Stone Emperor's clone, Qin Yu activated the Three Emperors' divine ability and immediately took control of the Stone Emperor's clone. Now, the extraterritorial demon clansmen hiding in the dark had been eliminated, and the martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghosts sect had suffered heavy casualties. It was time to deal with the emperors of the two sections. After killing those emperors, the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghosts sect would not feel any pain. It wasn't any heartache, but a complete and utter injury to his muscles and bones. It could even be fatal. Chapter 464. Hong Long. Qin Yu, who was controlling the Stone Emperor clone, immediately launched an attack. He used the divine abilities of the Dragon Clan and the Three Emperors. The Stone Emperor clone struck out with his palm. Dazzling divine light condensed and turned into a giant palm that slammed down. A fourth-grade Emperor Realm Master was unable to react in time and was directly suppressed by the giant palm. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Previously, the Stone Emperor clone's attacks were scattered to deal with everyone, so it only trapped them. But now, under Qin Yu's control, the power was condensed into a single point. With the Stone Emperor clone's battle prowess as a peak Emperor Realm Master, ordinary Emperor Realm Masters were no match for him. Coupled with the enhancement of the chaotic sky god array, his battle prowess was even more ferocious. If it weren't for the help of the two peak emperors from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, that fourth-grade Emperor Realm Master would have been dead. It was likely that his soul had already been scattered and his body had already been destroyed by that palm strike. Nine Heavens Sea Beast, Heavenly Fire Divine Talisman, Hurricane Blade. After saving the fourth-grade Emperor Realm Master, the two peak emperors and 6 ordinary emperors immediately attacked with all their might. Their Tao powers surged like a tide, and their divine abilities and secret techniques bombarded crazily. Unfortunately, in terms of defensive power, even in ancient times, the Stone Emperor was an existence that could be counted on one's fingers. Even an opponent of the same level would find it difficult to harm him. Pu-Pi-Yu. As Qin Yu withstood those berserk bombardments, he once again attacked. Not long after, another 2 Emperor Realm Masters vomited blood and were seriously injured by the Stone Emperor clone. One of them was even killed on the spot by the Dragon Soul, who seized the opportunity to use its space-splitting divine ability to split him in 2. Damn it! In an instant, 3 emperors were killed or injured by Qin Yu, the white-robed man from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, who was entangled by Sun Guxing, had an ugly look on his face. He hated Qin Yu to the core. First, it was the martial Emperor realm, and now it was the Emperor Realm Master's turn. Qin Yu's threat was far greater than he had expected. We must find a way to kill that brat, the Five Ghosts sect's fierce tiger emperor said with a gloomy look in his eyes. If this continued, not only would they not be able to destroy Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would also be annihilated. How? As long as he's in this chaotic heaven divine formation, he's in an invincible position. The white-clothed man naturally wished he could tear Qin Yu into pieces. But in the current situation, Qin Yu was the one on the chopping block, and their people were the meat on the chopping block. Chaotic sky, divine formation? Hearing the white-robed man's voice transmission, ferocious Tiger Emperor's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked outside the chaotic heaven divine array. The person the ferocious Tiger Emperor was looking for was naturally the Shadow Devil clan. Since the Shadow Devil clan had broken the chaotic sky god formation before, they would definitely be able to do the same now. However, that Shadow Devil had long since died at Qin Yu's hands. Naturally, he wouldn't be any better off. The ferocious tiger sovereign couldn't help but have an ominous feeling when he saw the shadow demons disappear. He didn't know the identity of the Shadow Devil, but he had known him for several decades. Given the hatred that the Shadow Demon clan had shown towards the Heavenly Imperial Palace, they shouldn't have left just like that. Whoosh! The moment ferocious Tiger Emperor was distracted, Sun Guxing immediately sensed it, and together with the divine sealing light of the God Emperor incarnation, a terrifying secret technique erupted. The ferocious Tiger Emperor was immediately sent flying. Although he wasn't seriously injured, his injuries weren't light. Pucci. At the same time, Qin Yu's battle results had soared again. In addition to the 2 Peak Emperor Realm Masters, the other 4 Ordinary Emperor Realm Masters were also seriously injured. Honglong. After being seriously injured, Qin Yu faced off against the 2 Peak Emperor Realm Masters. The Dragon Soul used its space-time divine ability to control the chaotic sky divine array's space force and constantly attacked with its space-rending technique. One of the 7 Ordinary Emperor Realm Masters had already been killed. Now, the other 6 couldn't resist anymore. Moreover, they were trapped in the indestructible Stone Emperor seal and had nowhere to run, so they died one after another. Although the Emperor souls of the Emperor Realm Masters who were killed managed to escape. However, the flesh and blood contained in the Emperor bodies silently dissipated. In such a fierce battle, naturally no one paid attention to the corpses of the dead. The blood chi of the 7 Emperor Realm Masters was secretly absorbed by the skeleton Ghost King. All the corpses turned into powder and dissipated under the raging power of the skeleton Ghost King. Qin Yu controlled the Stone Emperor clone and rushed out of the indestructible Stone Emperor seal. As for the 2 Peak Emperor Realm Masters, Qin Yu couldn't kill them for the time being, so he didn't waste any time on them. Qin Yu decided to get involved in this battle because, firstly, he wanted to help Heavenly Imperial Palace survive the crisis. Secondly, this battle was the best place for the skeleton Ghost King to hunt. Normally, it was rare to encounter an Emperor Realm Master who was alone. Moreover, even if he did encounter one, Qin Yu wouldn't kill them for no reason. But it was different now. In this battle between the 3 sects, hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of martial emperors were involved, although countless cultivators died, not even leaving behind their corpses. But for Qin Yu, there were still many loopholes that he could exploit, just like the previous 7 Emperor Realm Masters. The high-level Emperor Realm Masters of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and 5 Ghost Sect naturally wouldn't let Qin Yu act so presumptuously. They all pounced on Qin Yu. Qin Yu used the indestructible Stone Emperor seal with the help of the chaotic sky god array. He separated and trapped the high-level Emperor Realm Masters like he did with the Peak Emperor Realm Masters, then targeted the Ordinary Emperor Realm Masters. Under Qin Yu's tactics, the Ordinary Emperor Realm Masters of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and 5 Ghost Sect fell one after another. This made the white-robed man of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Fierce Tiger Emperor of 5 Ghost Sect even more murderous. The people of Heavenly Imperial Palace went from disbelief and ecstasy at the beginning to admiration and shock now. If Qin Yu hadn't appeared out of nowhere in this battle between the 2 sects, if that was the case, Sky Imperial Palace would be in deep trouble. Wong. Just as the cultivators of the 2 sects were dying at an alarming rate, Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and 5 Ghost Sect were already considering whether to retreat or not. In the Heavenly Imperial Palace, a strong fluctuation of spirit array appeared. He's finally back. Sensing the fluctuation of spirit array in the direction of the transmission hall, Sun Guxing's eyes lit up like stars. It's about time to stop. Qin, you also noticed it instantly and stopped fighting the cultivators of the two sects. So far, he had killed as many as 32 Emperor Realm Masters. It was easy to imagine how much the Skeleton Ghost King's cultivation would improve with the blood and chi of 32 sovereigns. Of course, these 32 Emperor Realm Masters were only the ones that Qinyu had killed and devoured. As for the Emperor Realm and Martial Emperor Realm Masters that had died in the previous bloody battle between the three sects, that was even more shocking. What's going on? Has the transmission array of Heavenly Imperial Palace been restored? Soon, the cultivators of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Heavenly Imperial Palace sensed something. The auras of tens of thousands of cultivators appeared in Heavenly Imperial Palace at once, so it was obvious that the masters of Heavenly Imperial Palace had returned. The faces of the five-peak Emperor Realm Masters of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Five Ghost Sect were extremely ugly. Their original plan to destroy Heavenly Imperial Palace was completely ruined at this point. Chapter 465. Sensing the return of the masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace, the people of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Five Ghosts Sect immediately fell into chaos. In the current situation, Qinyu alone was enough to kill and injure countless of them. If the masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace joined the fray, it would be a real disaster for them. What happened to the First Elder? The top emperors of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty were all surprised. The combat power of the side that killed the evil emperor was more than twice that of their side. Even if it was difficult to kill Shi Tiangang and the others from Heavenly Imperial Palace, it should not be difficult to hold them back. How could Shi Tiangang and the others be teleported back to Heavenly Imperial Palace? Damn it! The face of Five Ghost Sect's fierce tiger emperor became more and more ugly. Previously, the Shadow Demon Clan had promised that they would disable the teleportation of Heavenly Imperial Palace. Once Shi Tiangang and the others left Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would definitely be separated and unable to come back to help. But the current situation was completely different from what they had discussed before. If the Shadow Demon Clan had not personally ambushed and killed several emperors from Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would not have been able to escape. Fierce Tiger Emperor and the others would have suspected that the Shadow Demon Clan was a spy planted by Heavenly Imperial Palace. Great Elder, what should we do now? The emperors of Five Ghost Sect gathered around Fierce Tiger Emperor and joined forces to fight against the Divine Emperor's incarnation and Sun Guxing. But there was unconcealable fear in their eyes, and they could not make up their minds. Think of a way, retreat. Fierce Tiger Emperor ordered, without hesitation. If Sun Guxing and the others had not been entangled, Fierce Tiger Emperor would have ordered a retreat long ago. Now that the emperors had rushed over to help, the pressure on him was instantly reduced. Kong Long. But just as they had this thought, the Heavenly Imperial Palace's teleportation hall exploded. Silhouettes after silhouettes shot up into the sky like thousands of arrows. Destructive, murderous intent swept across the area. It was Shi Tiangang and the other masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace. However, compared to the tens of thousands of people who left the palace, there were thousands less people who returned from Heavenly Imperial Palace. There were martial emperors, and even the auras of top emperors like Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiushao were extremely chaotic. One could imagine the price they had to pay to come back from the Earth Star martial world. The three emperors' incarnations? Who is it? Shi Tiangong's gaze swept across the entire area. When he saw the incarnation of the three sovereigns, shock flashed through his eyes. Sun Guxing was being held back, and Elder Pang was maintaining the teleportation array in the teleportation hall. In the Heaven Emperor Palace, who else could control the Heaven Chaotic God formation to the point where it could manifest the incarnations of the three emperors? Five Ghost Sect. When Sun Yunlang and the others saw ferocious tiger sovereign of the Five Ghost sect, their expressions immediately darkened. It was intolerable that a super force dared to encroach on Sky Emperor Palace. After this battle, the Five Ghost sect must be removed from the spiritual state. Only blood for blood could restore the sect's reputation. Of course, as the mastermind, the sacrificial evil godly dynasty would have to pay a huge price. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as the Sky Emperor Palace and the others were about to attack, a dark mass of figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Accompanied by the vast pressure, those people flew out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's chaotic sky divine formation. The people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty were overjoyed. Those people were none other than the army of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, led by Shah Dizun. With the arrival of the masters from both sides, inside the chaotic sky divine formation, the cultivators who were fighting violently all involuntarily stopped and retreated to join their respective masters' armies. Tens of thousands of murderous armies faced each other coldly across the chaotic sky divine formation. But at this time, neither side immediately attacked again. Whether it was the battle in the Earth Star Martial World or the battle in Sky Emperor Palace, both sides had paid a heavy price. Now, neither side was confident that they could swallow the other, so they were in a stalemate. What happened? Shah Dizun's cold and indifferent gaze swept across the cultivators who came out of the chaotic sky divine formation, and his face twitched. The cultivators who attacked Sky Emperor Palace originally numbered 40 to 50,000, although there were only a few hundred Emperor Realm Masters. But even if this force could not destroy Sky Emperor Palace, which only had 2 top emperors and 100 divine guards, it was still not enough. It was impossible for there to be such heavy casualties, right? Less than half of the original 40 to 50,000 cultivators from the 2 sects had survived. In other words, the attack on Sky Emperor Palace had killed more than 20,000 martial emperors. More importantly, they had lost nearly 200 Emperor Realm Masters. This was the reason why Shah Dizun was so heartbroken that his face twitched. Even with the heritage of their top forces, the death of so many Emperor Realm Masters was definitely a great blow to their foundation. The white-robed man recounted the whole process with an extremely ugly expression. After Shah Dizun heard this, he immediately looked at the Stone Emperor's clone. His cold eyes were filled with murderous intent and disbelief. How could a martial emperor turn the tide of the war between 3 top forces? You mean this was done by Shinfeng? On Sky Emperor Palace's side, Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiushao, Qi Shi and the other top emperors also asked Sun Guxing about the battle. When they heard that Qin Yu had single-handedly turned the tide and helped Sky Emperor Palace survive the crisis, they were all stunned. The core emperors and elders of Sky Emperor Palace were all in disbelief. After all, Qin Yu had always been an outstanding talent in their hearts and was just a junior. Yet now, Qin Yu had actually done such a shocking thing. This naturally caused them to feel shocked. The divine ability of the 3 emperors, Shi Tiangang, and the other descendants of the 3 emperors all looked at the Stone Emperor's clone. They did not expect that the divine abilities of the 3 emperors would have such a miraculous effect. Fortunately, Qin Yu had gone to the Tao space of the 3 emperors and inherited the divine abilities of the 3 emperors. Otherwise, their Sky Emperor Palace would have really suffered a calamity today. This little brat, however, Qi Shi, Qing Jinzhong, and the other descendants of the 12 war generals had different expressions. According to Elder Pang, the abnormality of the transmission array was also discovered by Qin Yu. Now, he could completely control the chaotic sky divine array. It was no wonder that Shi Tiangang and the others would protect Qin Yu. This made Qi Shi and the others feel that they had underestimated Qin Yu. Moreover, they were more and more convinced about the prophecy of the three emperors' descendants. Qin Yu was most likely the person who made the prophecy. This wasn't good news for them. As the crisis was basically over, all kinds of thoughts emerged again. It seems that this battle is going to end here. Thousands of miles away, the dark-faced elder and the others looked at the martial artists of the three sects who were still confronting each other. They had already expected the outcome. The round-faced fatty, the youth with the ancient fan, and the blue-robed woman all nodded slightly. If they wanted to fight, they would have already started. Now that they were still confronting each other, it meant that both sides had the intention to stop fighting. Sure enough, after a long, cold confrontation, the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect gave the order to gradually retreat. Previously, the Sky Emperor Palace was so weak that they could not destroy it. Now that Shirtian and the others had returned, it was basically impossible for them to destroy the Sky Emperor Palace. It would even be difficult for both sides to suffer heavy losses. As for the Sky Emperor Palace, they had already suffered heavy casualties, so they naturally would not pursue them. Without the help of the chaotic Sky Divine Array, their strength alone was far inferior to the combined strength of the two sections. As for this battle between the three sects that could affect the situation of the spiritual state, it ended just like that. Chapter 466. Although the sacrificial evil god dynasty and Five Ghost sect had retreated, the chaotic Sky Divine Array did not disperse. Sun Yunlang and Elder Pang immediately worked together to restore the Divine Array the moment the two sects retreated. Qin Yu came out of the Stone Emperor's avatar, and the Three Emperors' avatar was still standing in the Divine Array, emitting a vast divine aura that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one knew if there were any forces hiding in the dark in this three-sect war. Therefore, even though the crisis had passed, Sky Emperor Palace did not relax. While on guard, Shirtian and the others arranged for the treatment of the injured cultivators of Sky Emperor Palace. The Sky Emperor Palace clansmen, who had entered the ancestral realm earlier, appeared one after another to assist them. Soon, the casualty statistics for the two battlefields were out. More than 27,000 martial emperors died. The number of Emperor realm cultivators was also shocking. One of Sky Emperor Palace's trump cards, more than 100 divine guards, was almost all killed. Only a few survived. The chaotic Sky Divine Array was broken by the Shadow Demon clan in the early stages of the battle. It was because of the hundreds of divine guards that it was not immediately defeated by the two sects' allied forces. Otherwise, even if Qin Yu had seen through the mysteries of the chaotic Sky Divine Array and turned the tide, it would have been too late. In the Battle of Sky Emperor Palace, more than 120 emperors died. In the Battle of the Two Armies in the Earth Star Martial World, more than 140 emperors died. In total, Sky Emperor Palace lost more than 200 emperors under the siege of the two great forces. This number was less than the 300 of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Five Ghost Sect. However, the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Five Ghost Sect had jointly lost more than 300 emperors. After splitting the losses, each of them only had a little more than 100. Sky Emperor Palace's losses were far greater than theirs. As the three-sect war retreated, the results of the battle immediately spread throughout the spirit state. In less than half a day, the entire heaven realm knew the results of the three-sect war. Countless forces were talking about the three-sect war. The process of the three-sect war could be described as a series of twists and turns. First, Sky Emperor Palace attacked dozens of young cultivators of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. Then, Five Ghost Sect colluded with the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. The evil emperor led an army of martial artists to battle Shirtian and the others in the Earth Star Martial World. Moreover, Without the heavenly imperial palace noticing, the two sex cultivators had split up and besieged the heavenly imperial palace. Originally, they thought that the Sky Emperor Palace would not be able to escape this calamity and would be completely destroyed. Who would have thought that a young junior would appear out of nowhere and save the Sky Emperor Palace from the fire and water? In the end, the two allied forces had no choice but to retreat. Shinfeng. This name quickly spread throughout the heaven domain. The forces of the four regions of the spiritual state were all familiar with Shinfeng. Even many forces in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain had heard of it. After all, Qinyu had won first place on the spiritual state battle ranking list and was quite famous. However, no one would have thought that a mere martial emperor would be able to do so. In this earth-shattering battle, where hundreds of venerable sovereigns had fallen, it had actually played a role in turning the tide. Almost everyone in the heaven domain would talk about Qinyu when discussing the battle between the 3 sections. Of course, many of the rumors in the outside world were not true, especially the rumors about Qinyu. Some exaggerated it, while others did not believe it. The 3 major forces who really knew about the battle kept quiet about it. This battle could be said to be a lose-lose battle, and no one was the true winner. Therefore, the 3 sects were naturally not interested in the specific details of the battle. But no matter what, the name Qinyu disguised as Shinfeng had become completely famous in the heaven domain. There were many busybodies who called Qinyu the number 1 person of the younger generation in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain. This made the geniuses of the middle state a little restless. If it were not for the current situation in the heaven domain being quite turbulent, someone would have already gone to challenge Qinyu. After this battle between the 3 sects, the situation in the spiritual state became a little delicate. Even the Sky Emperor Palace, one of the 7 top forces, was almost destroyed. The experts of the other super forces and medium-sized forces felt a sense of crisis and became more active. An extremely oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the 4 regions of the spiritual state. Even the situation in the heaven domain was greatly affected. This battle between the 3 sects had caused the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain, which had just calmed down, to become turbulent again. And this time, the turbulence was so turbulent that once it went berserk, it would become a shocking wave. At this time, in the Sky Emperor Palace, the ordinary sovereigns and elders were dealing with the casualties of the martial artists. The core elders, led by Shi Tiangang and other top elders, were discussing important matters. The alliance of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the 5 Ghost sect this time was a wake-up call for them. Therefore, they were also thinking about which force to ally with. With the current situation of the Sky Emperor Palace, the best target was naturally the top 10 superforces. At this time, if they chose another top force, it would be tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin, and they could be swallowed up at any time. After discussing these important matters, Shi Tiangang and the others also discussed Qinyu's identity for a long time. This time, the Sky Emperor Palace was saved because of Qinyu, and such a great contribution had to be greatly rewarded. However, the most important divine ability of the 3 emperors of the Sky Emperor Palace had already been inherited by Qinyu. After a long debate, Shi Tiangang and the others decided to make Qinyu the Holy Prince of the Sky Emperor Palace. This title had only appeared during the era of the 3 emperors. Only prodigies with heaven-defying talent had the honor of being made the Holy Prince by the 3 emperors. This was also the reason for the dispute between the descendants of the 3 emperors and the descendants of the generals. Because the identity of Qinyu meant that as long as Qinyu matured in the future, he would basically be the next master of the Sky Emperor Palace. Unfortunately, Qinyu's influence in this matter was too great. Apart from the descendants of the generals, the other elders, especially Elder Pang, stood firmly on Qinyu's side, and the descendants of the generals could not be stubborn. On a lonely mountain in the spiritual state, the Sky Emperor Palace again, 7 figures looked at the information in their hands, and their expressions were somewhat unsightly. If a Heaven Domain martial artist was here, they would be extremely shocked, because these 7 people were all extraterritorial demons. Last time, Ming Xiao and Gu Ming died in the hands of the Sky Emperor Palace. I didn't expect that even Ying would be killed by the Sky Emperor Palace this time. Could it be that the Sky Emperor Palace is hiding some hidden power that we don't know about? Unfortunately, Ming Xiao, who was in charge of hiding in the Sky Emperor Palace, died. We can't find much information about the Sky Emperor Palace. As for sneaking in, that's even more impossible. If we had known, we would have acted together with Ying. The 7 people looked at the information about the war between the 3 sects and discussed with each other. Among the 7 people, 2 of them were ancient demons that Qinyu had met in the primordial god ruins. The other 2 were Tiancan and Guming, who had appeared in the Jiao Tsang martial realm. This kid, among the 2 ancient demons, the handsome man in white, stared at Qinyu, who had appeared from the Stone Emperor's incarnation, with a strange glint in his eyes. This feeling, the curse on the face of the brawny man in black, glowed faintly. Although it was their first time seeing Qinyu gave them a familiar feeling. That familiarity was not because of his appearance, but his aura. Chapter 467. Could it be the 2 looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes? Qinyu's aura was almost the same as that of the person who stole the god-slaying sword in the primordial god relic. That domineering and invincible aura was still vivid in their minds. You couldn't have imitated that aura in the battle between the 3 sections. Even if it was an imitation, it meant that Qinyu had seen the person who stole the god-slaying sword. They remembered that their plan with the extraterritorial demon race had been thwarted by Sky Imperial Palace. The 2 primordial demons had the same thought. Could it be that Qinyu was that person from back then? It seems that we have to capture someone from Sky Imperial Palace and ask. The handsome man in white said telepathically. Indeed, we have to figure out the details of the battle. The brawny man in black also made the same decision. Since Sky Imperial Palace's plan has failed, let's prepare to execute the backup plan. At this moment, a man covered in blue beast scales spoke. His cultivation was the strongest among the 7 of them. In fact, he was even stronger than the 2 ancient demons. Let's go. After a long secret discussion, the 7 primordial demons dispersed. Following the extraterritorial demon race's actions, the battle between the 3 sects had ended less than 3 days ago. Before the aftermath of the battle had subsided, another major event happened in the spiritual state. The 5 Ghost sect was completely annihilated, with no survivors. This news shocked the spiritual state again, and countless forces took the opportunity to divide the resources of the 5 Ghost sect. Of course, forces like the sacrificial evil god dynasty were uneasy, because the 5 Ghost sect was destroyed at this time. No matter how one looked at it, this seemed to be revenge from Sky Imperial Palace. After the battle between the 3 sects, Sky Imperial Palace suffered heavy losses. They still had such combat strength that they could instantly destroy the 5 Ghost sect with thunderous means. Although the 5 Ghost sect suffered heavy casualties in this battle, it was still one of the top 10 sections. However, it was still one of the 10 great superpowers. Its foundation was not to be underestimated. After suffering heavy losses, Sky Imperial Palace still had thunderous means to destroy the entire 5 Ghost sect. The 5 Ghost sect was completely annihilated, and not a single one of its 5 affiliated martial arts realms survived. What do you think of this matter? In the Holy Palace of Sky Imperial Palace, Shi Tiangang spoke with a serious expression. The outside world thought that this was the revenge of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Little did they know that while they were still planning to attack the Five Ghost Sect, news of the Five Ghost Sect's destruction spread. However, Sky Emperor Palace was not in a hurry to clarify the rumors. Because of this misunderstanding, it was perfect for the Sky Imperial Palace, which urgently needed to establish its prestige. Of course, it was better not to clarify, but this matter had to be investigated thoroughly to be able to quietly eliminate a superforce and even massacre the warriors of the five martial realms. They were able to do so. Even a top force would find it difficult to achieve such a feat, unless they joined forces. Is it possible that the destruction of the Five Ghost Sect has something to do with the devils from outside the realm? Qi Shiri, the descendant of the Crimson Thunder War general, speculated. It was very likely that the extraterritorial devil race was behind the near annihilation of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. There is indeed such a possibility. Sun Yunlang nodded slightly. Asgard Master, I think that no matter what power destroyed the Five Ghost Sect, the Five Ghost Sect will be destroyed. Since the outside world thinks that the Five Ghost Sect has been destroyed, we can't just sit there and do nothing. We have to take action. This way, we can seize the opportunity to plunder resources and also intimidate other forces, killing two birds with one stone. Qing Jinzhong, the descendant of the Green Demon War general, said, "That's right. If we want to deepen this misunderstanding, we have to step in. Besides, the Five Ghost Sect has also plundered a lot of ancient divine power. We have to investigate the whereabouts of these ancient divine powers." Qi Shuanghai, the descendant of the Heavenly Flames War general, said, "In that case, Elder Qi brings some men to the territory of the Five Ghost Sect. Jiu Shao brings some men to act secretly, just in case." Thinking of the ancient divine power, Shi Tiangang made up his mind. Perhaps the ancient divine power of the Five Ghost Sect had been taken away when the sect was destroyed. But no matter what, the ancient divine power was of great importance, and they could not just sit there and do nothing. In this battle with the two sects of the Daxi God dynasty, both of them and the Daxi God dynasty were extremely powerful. Everyone knew how powerful the primordial divine power was. Hence, they couldn't afford to lose in the fight for the primordial divine power. "Palace Master, Shunfeng is here to see you." After the arrangements were made and the elders took action, Shi Tiangang was about to leave when someone informed him that Qin Yu was here. "Let him in." Not long after, Qin Yu entered the sacred palace. "Palace Master, I have two very important news here. I think I should tell you." Qin Yu's expression was a little solemn. He decided to come after hearing the news of the Five Ghost Sect's destruction. "What news?" Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Shi Tiangang was a little surprised. All along, Qin Yu had given him a mature and steady impression. Even when he was appointed as the son of the sacred emperor, Qin Yu's expression was quite calm. He was a little curious about what news could make Qin Yu show such a solemn expression. The first news is that the extraterritorial demon race is involved in the joint operation of the Daxi God dynasty and the Five Ghost Sect. Qin Yu said, "How can you be sure that the extraterritorial demon race is involved?" Shi Tiangang was a little surprised. They had long been aware that the extraterritorial demon race was behind the scenes in this battle between the three sections. But it was only inferred from the lurking elder, Ho. In this battle between the three sects, the extraterritorial demon race had never appeared, so they were only guessing. However, Qin Yu's current tone was extremely certain. This instead caused Shi Tiangang to be a bit surprised. "When I was controlling the chaotic sky divine array, the extraterritorial demon race appeared. The chaotic sky divine array was broken by the extraterritorial demon race." He attacked me when I was controlling the chaotic sky divine array, but I killed him with the chaotic sky divine array. Chinyu said, in that case, the Daxi God dynasty and the Five Ghost sect have indeed joined forces with the extraterritorial demon race. Shi Tiangang muttered to himself. He wasn't surprised that Chinyu killed the extraterritorial demon race. He had long known the details of the battle in the heavenly imperial palace from Sun Jiuxiao. He was naturally clear about the cultivation of the person who broke the chaotic sky divine array. Fourth grade Emperor realm. Chinyu later controlled the 3 Emperor's incarnations and killed 20 to 30 of them. Now, he naturally wasn't surprised at all. But the information that Chinyu said made him certain that the extraterritorial demon race was behind it. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. The one that had the most thoughts was, naturally, the extraterritorial demon race. What kind of plan did they have to deploy such an operation? Would they take action in the future? Confirming that the extraterritorial demon race was plotting behind the scenes and guessing that the extraterritorial demon race was involved were 2 completely different meanings. What about the second news? Shi Tiangang came back to his senses, and his expression became solemn. Since Qin, you mentioned the extraterritorial demon race first. It meant that the second news he mentioned was probably even more shocking than the first. Chapter 468. The second piece of news is also related to the extraterritorial demon race. This news was obtained by searching the souls of the extraterritorial demons after I killed them. Chinyu replied, What news? Shi Tiangang asked seriously, since it was obtained by searching the souls of the extraterritorial demons. Then this news was probably the core secret of the extraterritorial demons. The birth of the ancient divine power was planned by the extraterritorial demons. Chinyu said slowly, Whoa. Before Chinyu finished speaking, Shi Tiangang suddenly stood up, his eyes bulging in shock. You're saying that the ancient divine power relics that appeared in the 8 states of the heaven domain were planned by the extraterritorial demons. The degree of shock of this news far exceeded that of the extraterritorial demons' plan for the war between the 3 sections. At most, the war between the 3 sects would turn the spirit state upside down. But if the 8 ancient divine power relics appeared, it was also done by the extraterritorial demons. That meant that the extraterritorial demons were not only coveting the spirit state, but the entire heaven domain. Moreover, when the ancient divine power relics appeared, it meant that the extraterritorial demons had already completed their deployment. The war between the 3 sects this time was the signal for the start of their operation. But what was the extraterritorial demons' goal and scheme? One had to know that after the ancient divine power merged with true essence, it would increase the strength of a warrior. And it was absolutely impossible for the extraterritorial demons to do something that was beneficial to the warriors of the heaven domain. It is said that the extraterritorial demons have a way to control the ancient divine power. When Chinyu's voice landed in Shi Tiangang's ears, it was no less than a clap of thunder. Shi Tiangang's gaze froze. A shocking chill emerged from his heart, causing his entire body to turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Shinfeng, is this news really obtained from the extraterritorial demons' souls? After a long time, Shi Tiangang slowly came back to his senses and stared at Chinyu with extreme seriousness. This news was too shocking, and it was even enough to shock the entire heaven domain. Once it spread, one could imagine what kind of turmoil would occur in the heaven domain. That's right. Chinyu nodded. What's the extraterritorial demons' specific plan? Shi Tiangang immediately asked. I don't know the exact plan. There was a restriction in the extraterritorial devil's soul sea. In the end, he self-combusted and died. Chinyu said, in fact, he hadn't obtained any useful information from the Outerium devils. Qin, you had deduced that the Outerium devils could control the ancient divine power after fighting the black-robed old man, and the shadow devils. Of course, this deduction was absolutely correct. That was because the Shadow Devil clan's divine power imprint could directly suppress his primordial divine power. After all, his primordial divine power contained the spirits of the 8 great primordial gods. These 2 pieces of information are of great importance. Don't reveal them to anyone. Shi Tiangang thought for a moment and solemnly warned. Now, all the forces in the heaven domain were crazily fighting for the primordial divine power. Even if this news were to spread out, it would be impossible for them to escape. People would also think that they were deliberately spreading the news in order to snatch the primordial divine power. There were probably only a few forces that believed him. On the other hand, once the extraterritorial demons learned that Emperor Tian Huang was aware of this news, they would immediately attack. Needless to say, they would definitely send a massive army to wipe out the Sky Emperor Palace. In this war between the 3 sects, just the Outerium devils were involved, and it almost destroyed the Sky Emperor Palace. If the Outerium devils attacked the Sky Emperor Palace with all their strength, the Sky Emperor Palace would definitely suffer a fatal blow. Not to mention that the Sky Emperor Palace was greatly weakened. Even at its peak, it was no match for the Outerium devils. To fight against the entire Outerium devil race, the 9 states of the heaven domain had to unite. Like the 9 states of the heaven domain, the Outerium devils were divided into countless races and forces. But since the Outerium devils had already deployed such an operation, it meant that the entire Outerium devil race's forces were most likely united. At this time, Shi Tiangang naturally wouldn't let the Sky Emperor Palace fall into such a dangerous situation. Now that the spirit state and even the heaven domain were in constant turmoil, the Sky Emperor Palace's top priority was to protect itself and recover. He did not want the Heavenly Imperial Palace to end up like the 5 Ghost sect and be wiped out without a sound. As for other things, Shi Tiangang didn't think too much about it for the time being. After all, even if the sky fell, there would be someone hired to hold it up. Other than the palace lord, I didn't tell anyone about this. Qin, you didn't spread this matter to the outside world, and even in the Sky Emperor Palace, only Shi Tiangang knew about it. That's good. Shi Tiangang nodded, looking at Shi Tiangang, who had a solemn expression and a thoughtful look in his eyes. Qin, you didn't stay any longer and took his leave. After thinking for a long time, Shi Tiangang secretly summoned Sun Juxiao, Sun Yunlang, and the other top sovereigns among the descendants of the 3 sovereigns. There was only one purpose for this gathering. They had to find a way to neutralize the ancient divine power and expel the ancient divine power from their true essence. Why don't you use the divine power imprint and see if you can absorb the ancient divine power in Shi Tiangong's body? As soon as he left the sacred palace, Qin Yu heard the dragon soul's somewhat puzzled voice. In the dragon soul's view, since Qin Yu had told the Sky Emperor Palace these 2 pieces of information, the Sky Emperor Palace would definitely think of a way to neutralize the ancient divine power in their bodies. If Qin Yu could absorb the ancient divine power in their bodies and integrate it into their true essence, the Sky Emperor Palace and the others would definitely not refuse. And with the amount of ancient divine power that the Sky Emperor Palace had obtained, it would be a great supplement for Qin Yu. Although he had refined the ancient divine power of the Shadow Demon clan, the ancient divine power in Qin Yu's body now, compared to the ancient divine power he had when he came out of the primordial god ruins, more than 20% had been consumed. In the previous battles against the sovereigns of the demon race, Qin Yu had consumed an astonishing amount of ancient divine power imprints. Now is not the time to expose the divine power imprint. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Now, the Azure Dragon battle power and the ancient divine power were his 2 greatest trump cards. Once he lost one of them, Qin would only be able to match an ordinary emperor realm master. He wouldn't be able to kill a third or fourth grade emperor like he was now. Therefore, even Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three sovereigns should be trustworthy. Before his cultivation reached the emperor realm and he had enough strength, Qin wouldn't easily expose his trump cards. As for the consumption of ancient divine power, given the chaotic situation in the spiritual state, as long as the divine power imprint could indeed absorb the ancient divine power in a cultivator's body and integrate it into their true qi, then there would be plenty of opportunities to plunder it in the future. Hey Shenfeng. While Qin was talking with the dragon soul, he was about to return to his residence when he suddenly heard a clear voice. Qin tilts his head to take a look. Sun Xiu, dressed in white, is walking toward him. Young lady. After seeing Sun Xiu, Qin, who had greeted her, suddenly had a bright light flash in his eyes. What's wrong? The dragon soul noticed the change in Qin's mood and couldn't help but ask, do you think Sun Guxing's divination can find the whereabouts of the dragon race in the heaven domain? Qin suddenly had an idea. Ever since Aod's 8 desolate wind flame dragon, the dragon soul hadn't sensed any fluctuations of the dragon race. So, Qin, you had to find another way. Chapter 469. That's possible. After a slight pause, the dragon soul nodded. If one cultivated the Tao of divination to a high level, they could even see the past and future. However, Sun Guxing's Tao of divination doesn't seem to be high. But immediately, the dragon soul said, Sun Guxing did not even realize that the war between the three sects was a major event that could lead to the annihilation of his sect. His Tao of divination didn't seem to be too hopeful. Let's try our luck. If he couldn't get any useful information from Sun Guxing, then Qin, you would have to leave the spiritual state and go to other states. The dragon soul had carefully sensed the spiritual state and found that there were indeed no dragons. We haven't had the time to deal with the calamity in the palace. Thank you for your help. Sun Shi walks over and salutes Qin in a rather solemn manner. If the Heavenly Emperor Palace was destroyed by the two sects, her father would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity. It could be said that Qin was her father's savior. The palace master has already rewarded me for this matter. There's no need to thank me. Qin came back to his senses and said, speaking of which, I have to congratulate you. Sun Xiu said with a smile, congratulate me for being appointed as the Saint Prince. Qin smiled. Of course, this title only appeared in the era of the three emperors. Sun Xiu was a little emotional. Back then, in the Shenyue martial realm, Qin faced the martial emperor realm of the ghost emperor Holy Island and needed her help to escape. But now, Qin had far surpassed her in terms of strength and status. When Qin won first place on the spiritual state battle ranking, Sun Xiu still had some fighting spirit. As long as the bloodline of the three emperors in her body was ignited, Sun Xiu was confident that she could catch up to Qin. However, after this battle between the three sects, Sun Xiu could only look up to Qin's back. By the way, how is Elder Sun's injury? After a few words, Qin asked about Sun Guxing. In this battle of the Sky Emperor Palace, Sun Guxing had even ignited the bloodline of the three emperors. Even if he did not suffer any fatal injuries, his situation was not optimistic. Father is currently recuperating in seclusion. The palace lord, second uncle, and fourth uncle have all gone to see him. There shouldn't be any problems. Sun Xiu said, I have something to ask of Elder Sunday. Can we meet after Elder Sun comes out of seclusion? Qin said, that shouldn't be a problem. Although her father was someone who rarely saw people, Qin was an exception. After chatting for a while, the two of them parted ways. Qin returned to his residence and began cultivating. Although he was only a rank 3 martial emperor the entire time, his actual cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 7 martial emperor. After the battle ended, Qin Yu had been training the entire time. He wanted to break through to rank 8 martial emperor. However, although there was only a fine line between peak rank 7 and rank 8, there was a huge gap. If he wanted to break through, he would need to accumulate for a long time. After all, a rank 8 martial emperor was already a high-level martial emperor. He was getting closer and closer to the emperor realm. While Qin Yu was cultivating, he was also paying attention to the skeleton ghost king's cultivation. When he was in the 9-grain martial realm, he had continuously devoured Elder Ho and the black-robed old man. The skeleton ghost king had crossed the half-step emperor realm and officially entered the emperor realm. As for the invasion of the heavenly imperial palace by the evil sacrificial god dynasty and the 5 ghost sect, the skeleton ghost king had secretly devoured the vitality of over 30 emperor realm masters and several thousand martial emperors. Therefore, in the past few days, the skeleton ghost king's cultivation had been increasing at a speed that shocked even Qin Yu. He had already broken through to rank 3 emperor realm and was still increasing. Under this training, 2 months slowly passed by. Qin Yu, who had been cultivating at 10 times the speed of the dragon soul, finally broke through to rank 8 martial emperor half a month ago. The skeleton ghost king's cultivation had improved even more. It had reached the peak of rank 4 martial emperor realm. Because of this, the skeleton ghost king had awakened the divine ability of the barbarian god emperor body, boundless 10,000 beasts. This divine ability used vast vitality to awaken the hundreds of millions of beast souls in the barbarian god emperor body. The barbarian god emperor body did not belong to the barbarian god. It was left behind by a divine beast during the Desolate Era. Later, the hundreds of millions of beasts suffered a calamity during the Desolate Era. Countless beast souls fused with the barbarian god emperor body and sealed it. It was not until the skeleton ghost king reached the martial emperor realm that the seal on the barbarian god emperor body was broken. Of course, although the barbarian god emperor body contained hundreds of millions of beast souls, but the skeleton ghost king could only summon a few hundred beast souls to fight. And every time he summoned beast souls, he would need to consume a large amount of vitality. The power of this secret technique was astonishing, but the price to use it was not small. But no matter what, the skeleton ghost king's breakthrough allowed Qin Yu's strength to increase by several levels. In the past 2 months, the northern region of the spirit state did not have any major upheavals after the 3-sect war. But in the other 3 regions, 4 super forces and 20 mid-level forces had been destroyed. Apart from the spirit state, the other 8 states of the Qingyun realm were not peaceful either. Among the human forces in the eastern and southern continents, 2 of the top forces had been destroyed by several major forces. In the southern and southern continents, where the 2 major demon clans gathered, more than 10 top-level demon sovereigns had died, and 7 major demon clans had disappeared. Countless descendants of ancient beasts and divine beasts in the barren state had a shocking beast tide. Even the demon state and the divine state were in turmoil. Among the 9 states, the only state that was stable was the middle state, where the Qingyun realm's providence was located. Among the 9 states of the Qingyun realm, the middle state was undoubtedly the strongest. It had many super sovereigns and ancient emperors. The middle state had always been the symbol of the Qingyun realm. In the past, a powerful figure once said that if the middle state was in chaos, the Qingyun realm would also be in chaos. As long as the middle state did not fall, the Qingyun realm would not be destroyed. But now, the central continent was not in chaos, but the heaven region was in complete chaos. Even if the middle state wanted to suppress the situation, it would be difficult to do so. After 2.5 months, Sun Gushing finally finished his seclusion. Sun Shiyu sent a voice transmission to Qinyu. Celestial Tower, Celestial Palace. This was the heavenly imperial palace, the place where generations of diviners cultivated and divined. Normally, even core sovereigns could not easily enter this place. In the hall of the Celestial Tower, Sun Gushing, who was wearing a starry robe, sat cross-legged. In front of him was a huge ancient star plate. There were 99 spirit plates gathered on it. The spirit plates flickered with starlight like a starry sky. Wung, wung, wung. Along with the sound of the transmission array, a figure came to the top of the Celestial Tower. Elder Sun. The person who came was Qinyu. Shiyu said that you have something to ask me. You want me to divine something, right? Sun Gushing stood up and looked at Qinyu with a smile on his face. Usually, there were countless people who came to him for help. They all wanted him to perform a divination, but Sun Gushing rarely did so unless it was related to the heavenly imperial palace, because there was a saying, heaven's secrets must not be revealed. This was not just empty words. Diviners had to pay a price to perform divination. The more accurate the divination, the greater the price. The generations of heavenly imperial palace's diviners were all peak sovereigns, but very few of them enjoyed their old age. Most of them died, inexplicably due to unexpected misfortune. If not for Qinyu standing up in the three-sect war and turning the tide, Sun Gushing would not have met with Qinyu. Chapter 470. That's right. Seeing that Sun Gushing had spoken so straightforwardly, Qinyu did not bother to be courteous and nodded. What do you want to divine? Sun Gushing asked. I want to know where the dragon race lives in the heaven domain. Qinyu said, Dragon race. Sun Gushing was surprised. He did not expect Qinyu to be looking for the dragon race. Sun Gushing knew that Qinyu knew the dragon race's secret technique. But why was Qinyu looking for the dragon race? Why are you looking for the dragon race? After a moment of silence, Sun Gushing asked Qinyu, in the inheritance of the three emperors, there is a secret technique that requires the nourishment of fresh dragon blood. If I succeed in cultivating that secret technique, my cultivation will be able to jump 5 or 6 layers. I might even be able to break through to the emperor realm. Qinyu seemed to be in a difficult position. He thought for a while before speaking slowly. He was paving the way for him to break through to the emperor realm in the future, with the inheritance of the three emperors as an excuse. When he really broke through to the emperor realm, it would not be so shocking. There's such a secret technique. Sun Gushing was extremely surprised. Qin, you was only a rank 3 martial emperor now. Would there really be such a huge increase in strength after being nourished by dragon blood? Sun Gushing was the descendant of the 3 emperors, but it was the first time he heard of such a secret technique. This made him a little worried. Would there be any side effects? One must know that Qinyu was now the holy prince of the Heaven Emperor Palace. Whether it was in terms of talent or status, he was already higher than Sun Shiyu. As long as he grew up in the future, he would definitely become a top emperor realm master. But if he cultivated the secret technique carelessly, there might be some accidents. There is indeed such a secret technique in the inheritance of the 3 emperors, with the dragon blood as the supplement and the 3 emperors' divine abilities as the core. It can increase one's cultivation without any side effects. As for whether it will succeed or not, I don't know, but even if it's fake, I still want to give it a try. Qinyu said seriously. All right. Sun Gushing did not hesitate any further after hearing this, as he turned around and walked toward the giant ancient disc. If it were him, he would not have given up on such a secret technique. On this point, Sun Gushing could understand Qinyu. Of course, This was also because he trusted the three ancient emperors from the bottom of his heart. If the three ancient emperors had really left behind such a secret technique, there should be nothing wrong with it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sun Gushing waved his right hand, and an ancient dragon scale appeared, placing it on the giant ancient plate. His hands then covered the dragon scales. Immediately after, intense starlight flickered on his body. At this moment, the stars on the starry robe started to shine brightly. Strands of starlight spread out and finally gathered at the center of his palms, condensing into an ancient and profound star divine seal. As the star divine seal began to tremble, specks of starlight began to scatter and merge with the giant ancient disk. Immediately, the 99 spirit plates on the huge ancient plate began to shine with starlight. After the spirit discs shone with starlight, scenes began to appear one after another. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see that. The 99 spirit discs vaguely formed a map of 9 continents, which was the 9 continents of the heaven domain. Dom. After more than 2 hours, when cold sweat began to appear on Sun Gushing's face, an almost undetectable sound could be heard. On the map of the 9 continents, a star mark appeared on one of the continents. That's the East Continent. Seeing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Judging from the map of the 9 continents, it was definitely the East Continent. Did he really find the dragon tribe? The dragon soul's eyes also lit up. It seemed that he had underestimated Sun Gushing's divination skills. After the map of the East Continent lit up, Sun Gushing's hands began to move in an ancient ritual. The map of the Middle Continent continued to expand, and even the mountains and rivers appeared clearly. Finally, the starry scene stopped at a certain spot. Looking at the scene, Qin Yu pondered. He vaguely felt that the scene was somewhat familiar. When Sun Gushing saw the image, he let out a soft gasp of surprise. Bang! This momentary absent-mindedness caused the scene formed by the starlight to disappear with a bang. Elder Sun, do you know where that place was? Qin Yu looked at Sun Gushing. Yes, that's the immemorial ancient land of the East Continent, the immortal Phoenix Stream. Sun Gushing nodded slightly. Immortal Phoenix Stream. Qin Yu was enlightened. No wonder he found it familiar. He had been there in his previous life. The immortal Phoenix Stream was rumored to have an immortal beast from the immemorial ancient land. The immortal phoenix had passed away there. Because of this, the demon tribe of the 2 continents in the north and west, as well as the descendants of the immemorial ancient beasts, and even the divine beasts, would often go to the immortal Phoenix Stream. There were many rumors about that place, but only a few had actually obtained the opportunity. Immortal Phoenix? Could it be? Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. That's right. That is the place where the immemorial divine phoenix bone was found. Sun Gushing seemed to know what Qin Yu was thinking and nodded. More than 2 months ago, he had divined that there was an immemorial divine phoenix bone in the immortal Phoenix Stream. If not for the war between the 3 sects, the imperial palace of Sky Emperor would have gone there long ago. What a coincidence! Qin Yu laughed. With the imperial palace of Sky Emperor, even if they encountered a powerful transformed dragon, they should be able to take it down. Unless it was someone at the level of AOD. None of the top sovereigns were easy to deal with. This was because they could step into the peak of the divine grade at any time. Qin Yu's cultivation in his previous life was at the peak of the divine grade sovereign. A divine grade sovereign could easily destroy a top force. This was the difference between the 7 top forces of the spiritual state and the supreme orthodoxies and ancient sacred grounds of the Middle Continent. This was because the top forces of the Middle Continent basically all had divine grade sovereigns. Of course, many of the top forces of the East Continent and the South Continent had divine grade sovereigns, but it was extremely rare. Shun Feng, the East Continent, is not like the spiritual state. The imperial palace of Sky Emperor has no foundation there. So, don't go to the immortal phoenix stream. As for the dragon blood, I will ask the elders of the palace to seal it for you and bring it back." At this moment, Sun Gushing, who had been thinking for a while, looked at Qin Yu. After he came out of seclusion, he heard that a top force in the East Continent had been destroyed. One could imagine that the turmoil in the East Continent was definitely far greater than in the spiritual state. At this time, he did not want Qin Yu to take the risk. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but I must go to the immortal phoenix stream." Qin Yu shook his head. The so-called fresh dragon blood was just a pretense. What Qin Yu wanted was the dragon clan's origin dragon blood. In addition, he wanted to subdue the dragon clan and build a foundation for the eternal dragon nation. The 8-wind flame dragon could not be subdued for the time being. Now, Qin Yu only had the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon and the purple thunder heaven dragon in his dragon nation. Only by subduing more dragons could it be called a dragon nation. Chapter 471. Seeing Qin Yu's attitude, Sun Gushing didn't say anything more. Judging from Qin Yu's usual behavior, even if the palace ordered him to be grounded, Qin Yu would absolutely ignore it. More than a month had passed. After confirming that the spirit state was in turmoil and that the Heavenly Emperor Palace had enough strength to deal with it, Shi Tiangang sent people to the East Continent. This time, not many people were sent, only 30 or so. But except for Qin Yu, they were all Emperor Realm Masters. The two leaders were the two brothers Sun Gushing and Sun Jiuxiao. The two of them usually didn't show up in the palace. Even if they didn't show up for a long time, no one would notice anything. The other Emperor Realm Masters were also under Sun Jiuxiao's command. Their loyalty was comparable to the Divine Guards. Half a month later, Sun Gushing, Qin Yu, and the others who had disguised themselves and left the spirit state silently finally arrived at the East Continent. East Continent, Cloud Star Imperial Territory. Cloud Star Imperial Territory was one of the 18 imperial territories of the East Continent, located in the southern part of the Spirit State in the Northern Territory. This imperial territory could also be said to be the entrance to the East Territory. Whether leaving or coming to the East Continent, one would have to pass through here. Of course, it wasn't impossible to leave the other areas of the East Continent. However, due to the special geographical environment, the other 3 sides of the East Continent were chaotic void. The danger level was considered a forbidden area. Even ordinary Emperor Realm Masters might be in danger. Therefore, Cloud Star Imperial Territory became the most lively imperial territory in the East Continent. Let's rest here for a day and immediately go to the immortal Phoenix Stream tomorrow. After arriving at Cloud Star Imperial Territory, someone immediately came to pick them up. It was someone sent by Sun Jiuxiao in advance, after staying in an ancient city in Cloud Star Imperial Territory. This aura, Qin Yu, who was buying spiritual materials to assist the Dragon Clan's cultivation in the city, suddenly looked at a few cultivators who walked past him. Ghost Emperor Holy Island. A cold light flashed in the Dragon Soul's eyes. The cultivation techniques of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's cultivators had special fluctuations. Most of the time, those fluctuations were more conspicuous than the symbols on their bodies. Therefore, even if the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's cultivators didn't wear Ghost Emperor Holy Island's clothes, few people dared to provoke them. Of course, those people did not wear the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's uniform, nor did they emit any aura fluctuations. It was only because Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were too familiar with the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island that they noticed it immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that something big happened? After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu followed him without leaving a trace. After following them for a period of time, Qin Yu's disguised appearance had already changed. He had turned into an unprepossessing middle-aged man. The people from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island passed through most of the ancient city and entered an ancient palace. Qin Yu quietly used his escape technique to follow. She's really good at hiding. There are so many of us, and we've been chasing her for so long, but we still haven't caught up to her. After diving into the ground and using his secret technique, Qin Yu heard a familiar voice. It's him. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu remembered. The voice belonged to the azure-clothed man from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island, Zhou Zhaotian, who attacked him outside the Xinyue Imperial Mausoleum. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He did not expect to meet him here. Judging from his aura, Zhou Zhaotian should still be a rank 6 martial emperor. According to the report from the spy, she should have arrived in this city. We've been tracking her for so long and only found out that she's in the East Continent. This time, we can't let her escape. Indeed, she knows the most about the Heavenly Moon Palace. If she escapes this time, she might run to the spiritual state. The spiritual state. A while ago, there was a war between the 3 sects in the spiritual state. You should all know about it. Who would have thought that a little martial ancestor could grow to such a level? I heard that kid killed dozens of martial emperors in a row, so no matter what, we can't let her go to the spiritual state. The matter of the ancient, immortal token of the 100 martial realm must be stopped by her. Could it be? Listening to the discussion in the room, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. It was the first time Qin Yu heard about the Heavenly Moon Palace. But when he thought of the 100 martial realm, the ancient immortal token, and the Heavenly Imperial Palace, this caused many thoughts to emerge in Qin Yu's mind. The person they're talking about can't be the palace master of the 100 Beast Palace, right? After listening for a while, the dragon's soul also had such a guess. The palace master of the 100 Beast Palace was naturally Su Xiaoya. After the war, the 100 Beast Palace was disbanded, and Su Xiaoya returned to the heavenly realm. Qin Yu also went to the spiritual state with Sun Shiyu after quelling the chaos in the ancient imperial palace, but there was no news of Su Xiaoya. Although he did not know if the person the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was talking about was Su Xiaoya, but the kid from the heavenly imperial palace was obviously talking about Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that Su Xiaoya once said that the force behind her was not afraid of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. To be able to establish a foothold in the central state and not be afraid of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, it should be a top force in the central state. But all this time, there seemed to be no news of a top force in the central state being destroyed or even a great war. Whoosh! Suddenly, the fluctuation of a sound transmission talisman appeared, and an excited voice sounded in the house. Found her? The hidden sentries have their eyes on her. Let's go. Immediately, the spies from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island left the house. Qin Yu restrained his aura and quietly followed them. Among the spies from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, Zhou Zhaotian was indeed among them. There were 17 cultivators beside Zhou Zhaotian, and they were all martial emperors. The highest cultivation was peak martial emperor, and the rest were all rank 6 martial emperors. With Qin Yu's current rank 8 martial emperor cultivation, it was easy for him to follow these people without being discovered. Whoosh! At this moment, outside the ancient city, a graceful figure in a blue robe was flying through the air, with a serious expression on her face. This person was Su Xiaoya, but compared to the cultivation of the 100 Beast Palace in the 100 martial realm, Su Xiaoya had officially stepped into the martial emperor realm, but she was only a rank 1 martial emperor. Su Xiaoya was escaping in the direction of the void that could leave the East Continent. After escaping from the central state to the East Continent, She originally thought that she would not be discovered so quickly, but Su Xiaoya had underestimated the spies of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. The martial emperors of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island had already tracked her to the East continent. She had to escape. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. On the ground, a huge earth dragon broke through the ground and soared into the sky without any warning. It opened its mouth ferociously and bit toward Su Xiaoya. Judging by its ferocious aura, it was at least a rank 3 martial emperor. 9-star divine body. Su Xiaoya's expression changed drastically. She immediately activated her spiritual body and moved her hands. Beams of starlight condensed into arc-shaped blades and attacked. But the Earth Dragon's attack was far more powerful than Su Xiaoya's attack, and it instantly shattered the starlight blades. Su Xiaoya took advantage of this gap and immediately dodged to the side, quickly escaping with explosive flash. Chapter 472. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. But at this moment, 3 figures appeared and surrounded Su Xiaoya. They were 3 grade 4 or 5 martial emperors. Although their cultivations were much higher than Su Xiaoya's, the 3 of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Su Xiaoya was indeed only a grade 1 martial emperor, but she had a divine weapon left behind by the Heavenly Moon Palace. The dozens of martial emperors who had chased her along the way had all died in her hands. Speaking of which, it was strange. Divine weapons required one to be at least an emperor realm to use. Some powerful divine weapons were even difficult for ordinary emperor realm masters to use. But Su Xiaoya had broken this limit. Seeing that she was surrounded, Su Xiaoya's expression became more dignified. But she did not panic. Starlight flickered in her palm, and a star divine seal appeared. In the star divine seal, there was a star sword shadow that was faintly discernible. Swish! Su Xiaoya's body was surrounded by star divine light, and she suddenly rushed out. When she saw the 3 martial emperors use their powerful divine abilities and secret techniques to attack, Su Xiaoya raised her right hand, and a star sword light broke through the sky, and a deep spatial crack appeared in the void. The divine abilities and secret techniques of the 3 martial emperors were destroyed by the star sword light. The power of the 2 was not on the same level. Puchi, the star sword light, streaked across the void. A martial emperor who was on full alert wanted to dodge the attack. A bloody hole appeared in between his eyebrows. His emperor soul was torn apart and devoured by the star sword light. When the star sword light devoured the emperor's soul, the star sword shadow in the star divine seal in Su Xiaoya's palm seemed to have condensed a little. Even Su Xiaoya's eyes were filled with a bloody light. It made her eyes appear infatuated for a moment, as if she was immersed in a bloodthirsty state. But it was only for a moment. Su Xiaoya came back to her senses. She felt the star sword shadow in the star divine seal in her palm become more and more terrifying. Su Xiaoya's eyes could not help but darken. The star sword shadow was indeed a supreme divine weapon. But the star sword shadow's increasing power made Su Xiaoya feel more and more flustered. She gradually felt that it was difficult to control the star sword shadow. Of course, now was not the time for that. Su Xiaoya seized the opportunity and immediately rushed out of the encirclement. Whoosh! Just as Su Xiaoya rushed out of the encirclement, a pitch-black and gloomy ghost chi broke through the air like a meteor. Su Xiaoya's pupils shrank, and the hair on her body stood on end. Without thinking, she slapped her right hand behind her. The star divine seal in his palm dashed out, transforming into a star sword that was about 10 feet long. Rumble! The star treasure sword instantly collided with the dark and gloomy ghost chi, as if a mountain flood had met a tsunami. earth-shattering explosions resounded through the sky. With the collision of the two as the epicenter, the void within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into an area of destruction. The two rank 4 or 5 martial emperors and the ferocious Earth Dragon were sent flying while vomiting blood. Peak of Martial Emperor realm. Su Xiaoya, who was surrounded by intense starlight, was protected by the sword aura emitted by the starry godly sword, and did not suffer any impact. However, her expression became extremely serious. Only a peak martial emperor could emit the aura of the dark and gloomy ghost Qi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures rushed out of the destructive shock wave and surrounded Su Xiaoya. They were Zhou Xiaotian and the others. When Su Xiaoya saw Zhou Xiaotian and the others, a strong killing intent emerged in her eyes. Ni Xiaoya, it's time to end the farce of running away. A middle-aged man in black, who was the leader of the 18 people, said indifferently. Why? Su Xiaoya asked coldly. You're asking why we want to exterminate the Heavenly Moon Palace. The reason is simple. It's because you got involved in something you shouldn't have. That's why you brought disaster to your sect. Do you really think that Green Feather Island will fall out with our holy island because of your sect? The middle-aged man in black said indifferently. Although Green Feather Island was also a top force in the central state, it was still a little inferior to the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Moreover, the status of the two forces was completely different. Green Feather Island was deeply rooted in the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and had the backing of a top martial emperor. However, Su Xiaoya's Heavenly Moon Palace was not very powerful in Green Feather Island. After the negotiations between the emperor masters of both sides, Heavenly Moon Palace was left alone. Under their ambush, Heavenly Moon Palace was destroyed. Even the disappearance of Heavenly Moon Palace did not cause any ripples in the outside world. It disappeared silently. Only Su Xiaoya managed to escape with her life with the help of her master. But now, this fish that escaped the net was finally going to be caught. Something I shouldn't have been involved in. Is it Qinyu or the ancient immortal token? Or perhaps both? The killing intent in Su Xiaoya's eyes grew stronger, and she could not suppress her anger. She was completely an outsider in this matter. Was she going to be killed because of this? You're not too stupid. Unfortunately, you didn't think it through before. If you had obediently agreed to lure that boy out, there wouldn't be so much trouble. The middle-aged man in black said indifferently. You wanted to kill Qinyu, but failed, so you attacked our sect. You were afraid that the Ghost Emperor would find out about this and blame us. So you wanted to hide the fact that you got the ancient immortal token, and then Qinyu slipped away from your hands. A cold smile appeared on Su Xiaoya's face. Do you think you can cover up this news by killing our sect? Hearing Su Xiaoya's words, the faces of Zhou Xiaotian and the others changed slightly. What did you do? The middle-aged man in black's eyes darkened. I couldn't figure out why you suddenly wanted to kill us. But after thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only reason. So, when I escaped from the central province, I made preparations. As long as something happened to me, this news would immediately spread to the Ghost Emperor's Holy Island and be known by the people of your sect. By the way, I also added some details to this information. Why? Do you want to hear it? A crazy look appeared in Su Xiaoya's eyes. Looking at the situation today, she no longer had any thoughts of escaping. But it was worth it if she could drag them to death with her. You're courting death. The middle-aged man in black roared angrily and struck out with his palm. A pitch-black ancient talisman broke through the air and suppressed Su Xiaoya. Su Xiaoya was about to brandish her sword to resist. A cluster of golden flames fell from the sky. The golden flames accurately fell on the pitch-black ancient talisman and immediately burned it to ashes. "Who is it?" This sudden change made the middle-aged man in black's eyes twitch. He immediately became vigilant. The ancient talisman he used was refined by an emperor realm master and contained the power of Tao arts. However, under the golden flames just now, they were easily incinerated. This made the middle-aged man in black shocked. Could it be an emperor realm master? Chapter 473. Zhao Tian and the others also looked vigilant. Su Xiaoya, who had a crazy look in her eyes, was quite surprised. She didn't know who had made a move. Even before the Heavenly Moon Palace was destroyed, they didn't have much interaction with the forces of the East Continent. At this time, who would risk offending the Ghost Emperor Holy Island to help her? Crack! The answer to the middle-aged man in black was a faint sound of thunder. Purple thunderbolts the size of a thumb appeared from all directions like electric snakes. The purple thunderbolts bombarded the martial emperors of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island at lightning speed. In an instant, 7 people were annihilated by the purple thunderbolts, although the martial emperors reacted quickly and defended themselves. In front of the purple thunderbolts, they were still as weak as ants and were annihilated in an instant. Damn it! The middle-aged man in black looked extremely ugly, and his eyes became more and more dignified. Apart from an Emperor Realm Master, no one else could achieve such a feat. Over there! All of a sudden, a terrified voice sounded. The people of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and Su Xiaoya all looked over. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared in the sky. The moment that person appeared, ancient spirit arrays covered the sky and the earth. Before the people of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others could react, they found that a huge spirit array covered the sky and surrounded them. The person who made a move was naturally Chinyu. "Sir, we are the elders of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Do you know the consequences of attacking us?" The middle-aged man in black forced himself to calm down and used the Ghost Emperor Holy Island as his backer in an attempt to scare Chinyu. Even if this was the East Continent with the reputation of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, they could still suppress people. Haha, you are about to die, and you still want to use the name of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island to scare people. Chinyu sneered softly. Today, even if Su Xiaoya was not involved in this matter, since they were from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, Chinyu would not let them go. It was time to pay back the 1,000-year blood feud. Take her down. When the black-robed middle-aged man heard this, he immediately understood that Chinyu must have a grudge with their Ghost Emperor Holy Island, so he made a prompt decision to attack. The target of the attack was Su Xiaoya. They didn't know what kind of grudge Chinyu had with the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island. But since Chinyu made a move at this time, it must have something to do with Su Xiaoya. Capturing Su Xiaoya should be of some help to their situation. Su Xiaoya's expression changed when she saw the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others charging at her. However, she did not flee. With a move of her right hand, she directly grabbed the ancient starry sword. The ancient sword was swung repeatedly, and specks of starlight scattered in the void. Streaks of dazzling sword light shot towards the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others. Rumble! Chinyu's move was even faster than Su Xiaoya's. The divine firmament world annihilation lightning, which was as vast as the sea, appeared and instantly covered the entire array space. The huge array spun rapidly as vortexes appeared one after another. Waves of chaotic great Tao power spread out, causing the void to become distorted. The speed of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's people was greatly affected. Bang! 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 Under such a destructive attack, the martial artists of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, including the black-clothed middle-aged man, who was at the peak of the martial emperor realm, were severely injured. There were even a few martial monarchs who had exploded into pieces, their souls dissipating instantly. Swoosh! Qin Yu broke through the void like lightning and flicked his finger. A divine light appeared and imprisoned the black-clothed, middle-aged man's martial emperor's soul. As for the other surviving martial emperors, Qin Yu did not show mercy and directly killed them. So that's how it is. After the soul search, Qin Yu came to know the cause of this matter. Because he had taken the ancient immortal token, the black-clothed, middle-aged man's, people wanted Su Xiaoya to send a message to lure him out. But Su Xiaoya did not agree. Therefore, in order to prevent the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor from knowing about the ancient immortal token, they destroyed the heavenly moon palace where Su Xiaoya was. Qin Yu also knew from the black-clothed, middle-aged man's memory. The black-clothed, middle-aged man's people already knew that he had joined the heavenly imperial palace. But because the heavenly imperial palace was in the spiritual state and was very powerful, they could not do anything to them. So they had to attack the heavenly moon palace where Su Xiaoya was. After understanding the reason, Qin Yu flicked his finger, and the divine lightning and chaos array dissipated. Who are you? As the array dissipated, Su Xiaoya also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qin Yu did not have any malicious intentions towards her. However, she did not know Qin Yu's identity, so she was still a little wary. Long time no see. Qin Yu did not restore his true appearance. His appearance was still unremarkable. However, his voice had returned to normal. You, Qin Yu. Su Xiaoya's eyes were fixed, and it took her a while to recover. Qin Yu nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed that someone was approaching. He immediately took Su Xiaoya and flew away. Not long after they left, martial artists gathered from all directions. The battle just now had caused quite a commotion, so it naturally attracted other martial artists. Are you really Qin Yu? On a mountain peak, Su Xiaoya carefully sized up Qin Yu. Seeing that Su Xiaoya was still a little wary, Qin Yu directly revealed his true appearance. Only then did Su Xiaoya completely relax, but her expression was still extremely shocked. Back in the 100 martial realm, when the myriad ghost palace sent out martial ancestors to besiege him, Qin Yu still needed her and the 100 beast palaces' help. How long had it been? And Qin Yu had reached the point where he could kill martial emperors with a wave of his hand. This speed of growth was simply too shocking. I'm very sorry about what happened to the Heavenly Moon Palace. After all, the murder of Su Xiaoya and the others was caused by him. Qin Yu had never liked to owe people favors, but he could not make up for this matter. There was no way to save a dead person's soul. Su Xiaoya was indeed a little resentful of Qin Yu. Back then, she had fallen out with the Myriad Ghost Palace because she liked Qin Yu's alchemy skills and because of Gu Qianlong's pestering. But to be honest, she had nothing to do with Qin Yu. Who would have thought that the people of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island would suddenly kill them because of this? If you really feel sorry, kill them in the future as a sacrifice to my master and the others' souls. Su Xiaoya was well aware of her own aptitude. If she wanted to cultivate to the point where she could kill Zhou Zhaotian's people, she did not know how long it would take. But Qin Yu was different. With Qin Yu's current aptitude, it seemed that it was not impossible for him to kill their people in the future. Don't worry, I will kill the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island sooner or later. Qin Yu said lightly. Although his tone was calm, there was unshakable determination in his voice. Su Xiaoya's eyes flashed. She only hoped that Qin Yu could kill Zhou Zhaotian's people. As for destroying the entire Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island, she did not even dare to think about it. It was a giant force that had existed for thousands of years. Even in the entire Qingyun domain, no force dared to think that they could destroy the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island. What kind of grudge did Qin Yu have against the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. After the invasion of the Myriad Ghost Palace, she had left the Myriad Ghost Palace and returned to the Qingyun domain. As for Qin Yu's origin and why he provoked the 10,000 Ghost Palace back then, he had never had the time to investigate. Chapter 474. After all, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was a giant force that had existed for thousands of years. Even in the entire Heaven domain, no force dared to think that they could destroy the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. What kind of grudge was there between Qin Yu and the Ghost Emperor Holy Island? After the invasion of the 10,000 Ghost Temple, she left the 10,000 Ghost Temple and returned to the Heaven domain. As for Qin Yu's origin and why he provoked the 10,000 Ghost Temple, she had never had time to investigate. By the way, why are you in the East Continent? Su Xiaoya asked. Since the 100 Martial Realm incident, she had sent people to find Qin Yu, but there had been no news of Qin Yu. Su Xiaoya thought that Qin Yu had fallen into the hands of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Later, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island came to her and wanted her to lure Qin Yu out. Only then did she know that Qin Yu must have escaped a disaster and even made it difficult for the people of that branch to kill him. That was why she came up with the idea of luring Qin Yu out. I came here to do something. Qin Yu didn't reveal anything about the immortal phoenix stream. The ancient divine phoenix bone was related to the future of the heavenly imperial palace, and the whereabouts of the dragon clan was also important to him. At this time, Qin Yu didn't want to cause more trouble. Be careful. I heard that the Ghost Emperor Holy Island sent an Emperor Realm Master because of the turmoil in the East Continent. Su Xiaoya didn't ask much and just reminded him. What are your plans now? Qin Yu nodded and asked. Since my hiding place has been exposed, I can only leave the East Continent first. Su Xiaoya said. Has the matter of the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill been resolved? Qin Yu asked again. When he joined the 100 Beast Palace, Su Xiaoya asked him if he could refine the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill. At that time, his cultivation was too low, so he couldn't refine the divine pill. But now, the situation was different. However, the bloodline aura in Su Xiaoya's body made Qin Yu feel a little strange. She was no longer a half-monster. In other words, the half-monster bloodline in her body was suppressed by some force. You can refine it now. Hearing about Qin Yu, Su Xiaoya's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked quite excited. I can indeed refine it, but I need some time to prepare. How about this? You find a place to hide first, wait for me to refine the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill. Then I'll come find you. Although Qin Yu's alchemy skills were sufficient, he did not purchase many spiritual materials in this area. Tomorrow, he would follow the Sky Emperor Palace and the others to the immortal Phoenix Stream. Therefore, the refinement of the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill had to wait until the end of the immortal Phoenix Stream. This could be considered as making up for the people of the Heavenly Moon Palace who had died. All right. Su Xiaoya naturally had no objections. With the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill, her aptitude would undergo a complete transformation. It was worth the risk to stay in the East Continent for a few more days. This is for you. Qin Yu handed a bronze mask to Su Xiaoya. Qin Yu had crafted 2 of these bronze masks. One was his, and the other was the dragon soul's. With this bronze mask, it would be much safer for Su Xiaoya to hide in the future. After communicating for a while, Qin Yu returned to the ancient city, and Su Xiaoya put on the bronze mask and left. Didn't you say that an Emperor Realm Master from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island came to the East Continent? What's his cultivation? Seeing Qin Yu searching for spiritual materials to refine the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit Pill in the ancient city, the dragon soul asked aloud. Qin Yu had just performed a soul search on the people of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, so he should already know about this matter. 3 top emperors, 12 high-level emperors, and 70 emperors above the 5th grade. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island was far more powerful than the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Killing a few martial emperors was nothing to them. Only by attacking the emperors could they weaken their combat strength. So if there was a chance, Qin Yu would not be lenient. But with the combat strength of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island this time, even with the help of the Sky Emperor Palace and the others, they had no chance of winning. They sent so many emperors to the East Continent. Could it be that the turmoil in the East Continent is related to the extraterritorial demon race? The dragon's soul asked curiously. If they really sensed it, then they wouldn't have only sent so few people. There should be something else. Qin Yu said 3 top-notch emperors and 12 high-level emperors sounded like a lot, but in the entire East Continent, it wouldn't even cause a ripple. Qin Yu didn't want to delve into this matter. The most important thing now was to go to the Immortal Phoenix Stream. But speaking of the Immortal Phoenix Stream, Qin Yu was really puzzled. Dragon Soul, you haven't sensed the fluctuations of the Dragon Clan yet. When AOD brought Aojo to the spirit state, the Dragon Soul immediately sensed it. Now, they had arrived in the East Continent. If the Dragon Clan really existed in the Immortal Phoenix Stream, the Dragon Soul should have noticed it. No, the Dragon Soul shook his head. Even he was puzzled by this matter. Is there something wrong with the divination, or is there something strange about the Immortal Phoenix Stream? After thinking for a while, Qin Yu threw this question to the back of his mind. Anyway, he had already arrived in the East Continent. Whether there was a Dragon Clan or not, he would know tomorrow. The next day, the group from Heavenly Imperial Palace set off for the Immortal Phoenix Stream on time. In the western part of the East Continent, there was a boundless wilderness area. Everything there remained the same as it had been in the Great Desolate Era. Many extremely ferocious and dangerous wild beasts also lived there. That was the destination of Heavenly Imperial Palace's trip, the Ancient Wilderness. In the Ancient Wilderness, the most famous place was the Immortal Phoenix Stream. It was rumored that it was the place where the Immortal Phoenix passed away. 7 days later, Qin Yu and the group from Heavenly Imperial Palace arrived in the western part of the East Continent. They could arrive so quickly thanks to the 2 or 3 months before they set off. Sun Jiuxiao sent an Emperor Realm Master to the East Continent to make a lot of preparations. Although they couldn't directly teleport to the Ancient Wilderness, the journey was indeed shortened by dozens of times. Otherwise, the East Continent would be larger than the Spirit State. Even with the cultivation of an Emperor Realm Master, it would take a few months for them to arrive in the western part. 2 days later, at the edge of the Ancient Wilderness, at the top of the mountain, Sun Guxing and Sun Jiuxiao led the group from Heavenly Imperial Palace in the void. The land in front of them was barren as far as the eye could see. Towering ancient trees stood in the forest, and endless mountain ranges stretched out. Before they officially stepped into the Ancient Wilderness, a strong and unparalleled desolate aura greeted them. It made them feel as if they had returned to the Ancient Wilderness where the gods stood. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Sun Guxing and Sun Jiuxiao were about to enter the Ancient Wilderness and enter the Immortal Phoenix Stream, beast roars resounded through the 9 heavens. Along with the beast roars, a terrifying demonic aura spread out. It even made high-level Emperor Realm Masters shudder. At this moment, the Dragon Soul's expression changed slightly. It seemed to have discovered something. You found the dragon race. Sensing the change in the Dragon Soul's emotions, Qin Yu immediately used a secret technique to sense it. I was wondering why I couldn't sense it before. It turns out that it's the dragon race who has taken human form. The Dragon Soul nodded, sounding excited. When the dragon race reached the Emperor Realm, they could take human form. After taking human form, they had many means to conceal their aura, even with the dragon soul's secret technique. It needed to be within a certain range to sense it. Divine gray dragon race. Chinyu's eyes lit up.